Anyway, so this was the big thing that I guess Roland was looking forward to. This was Werewolf by Night. It was the black and white horror thriller that was kind of a throwback to oldies horror movies, but set in the MCU. It was a departure from a lot of the things that we've seen from Marvel, in that it really goes into classic horror and veers away from just superhero stuff. It introduces a new kind of mythology into the MCU. I think at the end we kind of get a tie-in, but having said all of that, I really didn't understand what I was watching at all.
That's fair. That's absolutely fair. They kind of just like, hey, just so you know, this is MCU, but there's a whole another world in this connected world.
Can you explain it to me? Because I
Yeah.
don't understand any of it. Granted, I watched it in two parts, because at first I was like sleepy and I was like, I don't know what's going on. I couldn't latch on to anything. And then I went back and I watched the rest of it and I was like, I still don't really understand any of this. What's going on with this thing?
So basically, by the way, I was a monster boy as a kid. I've always been into monsters, ghouls, all that stuff. That was always my jam. I went werewolf hunting as a child. It wasn't good because there was coyotes and stuff and I had to go home. But I've always just had a fascination with this. And basically, Werewolf by Night just kind of starts off saying, hey, we are in the MCU, but this is a totally different world inside the world, a world that isn't really shown, a world that's filled with monsters and all these supernatural things. And then we kind of see this almost like fairy tale book of the journal of the Bloodstone patriarch who, spoiler alert, is dying, who died, and like we see the funeral later, but we see some of these supernatural creatures and we see this and that and kind of like hints and like even a nod to Bigfoot if you go back and look at it. And we walk into this beautiful trophy room which has all these like monster heads in it, and we are introduced to these interesting characters, honestly, that are like hunters, including Jack Russell. I don't think they ever say his last name, but that is his name. It's not his birth name, I should say that.
Yeah.
But basically just he goes in and they start talking and you can kind of tell this world building of what's going on. And then, you know, Elsa Bloodstone comes in and we find out that this is a hunt of who is going to be the new leader for this organization of killing monsters. If you couldn't tell from all the trophies in that room, there's a lot of really cool Easter eggs. Nothing really connecting to a lot of like Marvel comics, but just cool things to look at. You know, this is really a cool effects. And we get into it and we learn a little more about Jack and realize that he is different. Just because he has a lot of kills, that doesn't mean that they're monster kills necessarily. And he's not there to actually hunt. Then we see Man-Thing, which was so awesome to see. Man-Thing is Marvel's version of Swamp Thing. And fun fact about those two characters were created by people who were roommates in college.
Really?
And they came out around the same year. So don't know how that worked out. That's always been like a long running joke.
Wait, who copied who?
We'll never know.
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting.
I think Man-Thing predates Swamp Thing, or I don't know. Honestly, somebody could Google that.
Well, yeah, it's 50-50, you know.
Yeah.
Either one came first or the other.
I will say, watching this, like, it was refreshing to see the horror tropes, that sort of noir lighting. I think they nailed it aesthetically in a lot of places. Although some of the CGI stuff still feels like Marvel CGI stuff when they put it in there, and it did sort of, you know, scream out to me. I wonder if it's any easier or harder to do that stuff in black and white and make it still look good. But I would venture to say it would probably be easier because you can obscure things in shadows. But that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, you definitely hide some stuff.
Yeah, I felt like this was I don't know. I didn't really have any context, um, and between all the battles and chase scenes, I was a little bored by the story. Is this a story thing for you, or do you think this is just sort of a doorway into expanding the MCU, and a stylistic one at that?
I think this is a very fun way of a kind of special introduction to a whole like different thing that's a part of Marvel Comics and has been part of the Marvel Comics since like almost the beginning of Marvel. You know, they had all these like amazing tales of adventure where
Right.
they're doing creature features, and this has been a big part of the comics for so long, and they have so much fun stuff that they've done in like the past, I don't know, two
Yeah.
decades.
No, the
You
creature
know?
features is a really cool thing to get into.
Yes.
But I don't know if it necessarily needs to be, interconnected. Do you think that they're going to try and merge these with other superheroes or try to make sort of a horror MCU that's self-contained?
Um, with and I think we were kind of talking about this when we were talking about the Blade delay. I do think that they're gonna start doing like the Midnight Suns and talk about like dark Marvel and really delve into the monsters that are secretly hidden. I think
Hmm.
there's a lot of potential, and after seeing the positive feedback with this and the positive feedback with Moon Knight, which, as we all know, came from a Werewolf by Night comic book, and they kind of hint at it in the show. They're seeing that people are liking this, and there's a lot of potential to work with.
Well, it is a
So,
nice break from, superhero, supervillain. And I do
yeah.
remember, like, superheroes used to fight monsters every once in a while.
Oh,
Um,
yeah.
we don't see a whole lot of that. Everything since the original Spider-Man run, the Sony one, it hasn't been like this weird thing emerged. It's some disaffected guy who's in a horrible accident who has a gripe with society, and the
Yeah.
superhero needs to stand up against him. But like regular monsters where there's no
Yeah.
political agenda, there's no like gripe with society. It's just "Rah!" and it's like, I gotta fix this problem, give me a second.
Yeah.
that's
Literally.
that's kind of nice to see.
Yeah, and fighting like superheroes fighting against monsters, that was the classic. You
Yeah.
go back even before comics, you look at like stories from like medieval times, they're fighting dragons. You go back even more, they're fighting this creature with Beowulf, and then we have Greek mythology or the Minotaur.
It's
That
it's
was the
it's
thing.
interesting because, when you introduce this kind of thing, again, I have to ask yourself, why are they making these things now? But
Hmm.
like this obscures evil back to looming threat, you know, survival thing. When you don't have like, because monsters don't really have motives besides survival and eating generally. They want to like eat the people in the city, or they want to destroy things, or they're wild and they need to be tamed. Like,
Yeah.
do you think that says anything about the messaging in this, that like this isn't about disagreements so much as
Oh,
threats?
100%. I think that's even why they tried to go with the black and white filter, because you can even say that Elsa Bloodstone, who is not exactly the protagonist, but she almost is really, her worldview is black and white. It's always been the monsters versus the humans. And
Yeah.
then Jack, comes up, shows that there's actually like, that's not the full story. And then you see Man Thing, who's just protecting himself and all this stuff, and realize, oh wait, there's a little more that's going on that I never realized. And so when she finally gets that bloodstone and kind of helps Jack escape and realize that there is humanity in these inhuman things,
Yeah.
that's when the bloodstone color, that's always been the only source of color in the whole thing,
Yeah.
starts spreading into the world and showing that things aren't black and white. So I think that's a great way of putting it.
That's a classic Wizard of Oz technique of
Yeah.
playing black and white against color to make a statement. And that's, this certainly had more imagination. Um,
Mhm.
I just didn't see much of a story yet. But as we know, this was only an hour long, which is shorter than just about everything else Marvel's been asking you to watch lately.
And a
And
Not
great
even an hour.
time,
It's like
by the way.
54 minutes. Yeah.
54 minutes.
Yeah.
And what it is, it's a preamble of what's to come. And I think that,
Yeah.
I'm into it. It's a different direction than we've been heading. And I think we're kind of burnt out on this person versus this person with an opposing worldview, because
Yeah.
that's not really an escape from everyday life, is it?
Yeah. We like a good melodrama, but every once in a while you gotta change it up.
I think so.
And I just want to say, dude, props to Marvel for making Man-Thing look so cool. I
Yeah.
thought he was adorable and there was so much detail. And I don't know if you noticed, but if you look in his like eyes, when he's like angry, the pupils are like very spread out. And then once Elsa calls him by his real name, Ted, it comes back together in this almost human-esque eyes.
That's
So
nice. Yeah,
there's a lot of
little
fun
touches.
details that I really enjoyed with this. And
Yeah.
the Werewolf by Night. I'm usually a little weird when they show a human face, but I think it really worked.
I think,
like-
especially with the callback to the 1930s aesthetic, I think it worked really nicely.
Yeah.
That's classic horror, and just in time for Halloween. That's a look you could pull off.
Yeah.
So go for it, people.
Yeah.
Werewolf was a favorite costume
I
of
mean,
mine growing up.
Same.
In a world where we have, Planet of the Apes, Andy Serkis is acting the heck out of a motion capture suit so that they can do a total CGI ape.
Yeah.
You get something like this, and I'm like,
Yeah.
this is a
Well,
really
what I
good throwback.
It's not just a good throwback, but it's really nice, to put that in the same movie as something with crazy CGI like Man-Thing. It's like, yeah, you can do both. And, it's not so much about, the incredible transformation sequence. It's like, no, there's still a man there and you can pretend. And I like that playfulness that's still in it. But at the same time, you can have this crazy monster next to you that's beautifully crafted.
Yeah, I think that's the kind of like a big point in horror films is that horror has always tried to get like the best technology it can. When the 1980s hit, they kind of like found the wonders of latex, I guess, and started body horror and just was like upping the ante with
a lot of Cronenberg
puppets
stuff
and animatronics and all this stuff like that. And then we get into CGI and getting more and more crazy. And this kind of how I saw it shows like you can have the best CGI and you can also have something super awesome with practical effects, like the werewolf.
It's nice. We're seeing that balance play out between practical and computer generated, and we've been asking for that for a long time. Something like She-Hulk probably could take a lesson from Werewolf by Night.
In She-Hulk, I was gonna say they actually have this woman who's like 6'7", like a real person, who they use as their reference within scenes for the She-Hulk anime. So they probably shoot the real woman who's wearing all these same clothes as Tatiana Maslany's character would be in the She-Hulk model, CGI model would be. And then they replace the whole thing with a CGI model. And there was a part of me was thinking, why don't they just paint her green?
Paint her green.
And then do a face replacement. But
oh my gosh.
I can see how that might not work all the time.
Paint her green.
I don't know. I mean, I like this. This is certainly a better transformation than what you saw in Professor Lupin transforming into a werewolf in Harry Potter. I was never a fan of like what that turned into. This looks like, okay, this would have been scarier, right? Because you're like, there's still a person there, and you know this thing could exist in real life because it has like those human eyes. Whereas if you turn into a CGI werewolf, I just don't, like you are suspending your disbelief, but it's less likely that you're subconsciously thinking, what are the chances I'm going to run into this thing in real life? So you're scared for the people on screen, but you don't think that will ever happen to you. That guy could like show up in my house at some point and just like tear me to shreds because he looks like that could be real. Like I don't know. Anyway,
I don't want to get too crazy with the conversation, but I will say that I did like the Harry Potter werewolf. I thought it was a very fun design and very freaky. I mean, if I saw a hairless cat looking thing like that, I would be scared so much. But I don't want to get too crazy.
I mean, it looks like Rotten Tomatoes likes this thing. It sounds like you liked it. I was a little lost, but at the same time, I can appreciate the aesthetic statement and the new direction for Marvel. any final word on this where like you can just say, yeah, good thing to watch? Like,
I think it's just awesome that finally the critics and audience are agreeing on something.
on one thing, yeah.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised. And it's got over 1,000 audience reviews. And I mean, 73 for a TV show or TV movie, 73 critics reviews gets you around or like certified fresh rating, which is good.
Yeah.
So,
I'm actually kind of charmed by the fact that it's 54 minutes and yet everybody watched it and it wasn't, like there's hype around it. People like it. There's enthusiasm for reviewing it and talking about it. And it's the exact opposite of, another miniseries that you can watch, for 7 hours.
that's what I thought it would be. And then I was like, but wait, isn't everything else that they're doing on Disney Plus a miniseries anyway? So how would this be different? Then I saw like, oh, it's just a 54-minute TV movie, basically. It's like, okay.
yeah.
And those two numbers, 92, 94% on Rotten Tomatoes. I know Rotten Tomatoes isn't the be-all, end-all to judge how good something is,
No,
but
it really isn't.
It really, right. But like this is on to that end though. This is the only project that I think in phase 4 of the MCU, maybe other than WandaVision. I think WandaVision might have had similar kind of ratings where the two numbers are in the 90s and there's like agreement at that high of a level, which for the MCU is a good thing, I suppose. Yeah.
Well, and I'll put one more cap on this and just say, like, I think we're ready to have shorter content. I think people have gotten lazy with writing and editing, and they're just taking the long way around the bush for everything, around the barn, not the bush, around the barn, the long way around the barn. They're taking the long route when they could be a lot more efficient with their storytelling. They could get the point across faster. They don't have to linger on so much because as we, leave pandemic lifestyle where we had nothing to do but watch television, we don't need you to fill up 12 hours of our day anymore. 1 hour is sufficient. And do a good job with it, and then I'll come back and watch the next thing you make. I think this is a good direction to head in.
Yeah, you don't have to stretch out everything. I feel like that's a lot of people's complaints with Disney shows is that this could have been so good if they just kept it at an hour or just like a simple movie to kind of keep that magic contained.
Yeah, I think we're getting a little too much information now. But if you want more information, subscribe to all of the channels. We'll talk about all this stuff as long as we possibly can. We're on Instagram, Twitter, Twitch, Spotify, other things. Anywhere. We're up. We even got our own thing. Find us on the internet and be part of this conversation. Thank you for watching. Like and subscribe. Let us know what you think.
Nope is a 2022 horror film by Jordan Peele. It centers around two siblings as they try to get some footage of a UFO after their father mysteriously dies from falling random objects. Hear that? But was the movie any good? It was alright. You know what I mean? Like, it was fine. I think the big problem was there's this expectation that the movie's gonna really scare you. There's this expectation that it's gonna flip the script and revive the genre. It's this expectation that it's gonna have all these insane details that you would never thought of. And the expectation is what kills the viewing experience. Gosh, this child bike hurts so much. We're in this somewhat new era of horror called post-horror, where the directors and the audience all share a common trait, which is we all know the rules. Excuse me. And I mean, Peele knows what's been done, all right? And he's actually put his own spin on it. He's created this whole terrifying, Lovecraftian thing out of the whole UFO or UAP thing. I mean, it was really, truly horrifying what they did and what you couldn't see of it. It was really well done. And there was even this, like, fantastic, terrifyingly scene about the stereotype of like the little gray men. And it was really good. But I don't know, for some reason other than that, it just wasn't hitting. Something wasn't there. The movie just wasn't enough. I don't know. And with Stephen Yeun's character, which I loved, I didn't know if they were doing too much or not enough with it. His backstory it added nothing. It added nothing to the story, so I didn't know what they were doing with it. Maybe it was adding to like the theme of don't film nature? I don't know. All I know is when I first found out the title, I was super ecstatic. And when I watched the trailer, I was super hyped. When I got out of the theater, I was okay. And I don't hate the movie. I want to make that very clear. There was definitely some positives. Kaluuya's character was... It's been a while since we've seen a strong silent western type, you know? And he's cool. Like, it made sense. It was realistic. And I love the sibling relationship between him and Keke Palmer. Like, they both have, like, very different personalities, but, like, it was cool. It made sense. And I'm glad we're getting to a point where filmmakers aren't just saying, hey bro, hey sis, like you can just show them being siblings and it's not like some crazy ordeal. So, it was good. Sibs, do you have anything you want to add? I can't tell if he's like nodding or if he's like grooving or if he's doing like that. Anyways, if you guys like this non-spoiler review, do all that basic stuff, all that fun, and we will be doing a spoiler review on the tape. Hey guys, long time no see. How are you? I miss you. I know, we haven't talked in a while, but I wanted to make some time to talk about Prey 2022. It's a prequel to Predator, and it does a phenomenal job, alright? Naru is the protagonist who's just this underdog that you just can't help but root for. She's often paired with Suri, her dog, who's just adorable and just helpful and smart. And there's something about knowing that your protagonist is completely capable. You know, you see her training, you do all this stuff like that. You know, really prove herself. You know, there's an obstacle she needs to overcome, and she does it. Spoilers, sorry. It was good. I don't know. They use a couple different languages. Hopefully it's correct. I don't know. It seemed good. It seemed accurate. It seemed fun, which I think we needed. It's set in the most, I mean, really just the most mock show time there was. You know, the cowboy time. You know, it's been a while since we've seen Quicksand. So I just want to give a shout out. Quicksand was everywhere. We all thought it was going to be a very serious thing every time we went in the woods. But it's not. And I'm glad they're bringing it back. I just wanted to do a little small review. Nothing too stylized like I usually do. But this was a fun movie. I like this. I'm working on some other stuff right now. So I didn't want to go too crazy with this video. But overall, Prey is pretty good. It's very good. Welcome to Gotham Underground, where we talk about what's happening in the world above in my dead parents' basement. I'm your host, Rolan Underground. This is the same Batman costume I had when I was 6. Yeah, so if it wasn't obvious, I can't wear this. If it wasn't obvious, last night I watched the new Batman movie with Robert Pattinson, and let me just say, that movie was fantastic, and I very much loved it. It was not the best movie, though. The new Batman movie was great. It was fan service, but at the same time not fan service, I feel like. My biggest problem was that there was a lot of clashing styles. Because it was very much like modern times, it was gritty, it was real, but there were some things where I was like, oh, that's like 60, like especially Batman's car. When you first see Batman's car, you're very much like, oh my gosh, that's awesome, like that's so, but it was very like 60s vibes, and there was like some things. Also, all of the cops and Penguin sounded like they were from like an 80s cop drama. once you realize that, I feel like it throws off a lot of the dialogue, especially Jim Gordon. Like, I loved Jim Gordon, and he was, like, such a G. Like, he really was. But it was hilarious to hear him talk, because he'd be like, so you're saying that the Riddler has riddles? He didn't say that word for word, but it was that vibe. You know what I mean? Like, it was just very, like, very dramatic, just, like, very serious. It was, I don't know, it was funny. Also, Catwoman was dope. I loved her. Zoe Kravitz, just phenomenal. I was getting very, like, early the Batman animated series vibes from her costume, which was cool. I liked her costume. I don't know. The movie was fantastic, and I'm sure they'll say this, but at the end there was probably some fat to cut. Like, it was a little too long for my taste. But my main thing that I want to talk about from this movie is that there's a scene where, spoiler alert, Selena Kyle's apartment gets, like, ransacked, and the fridge door is open. And the whole time, I'm just like, dude, shut the door. Shut the fridge door. That's a waste of energy. Like, that's common sense. And she goes to the fridge and pours herself a glass of milk, obviously, and then doesn't shut the fridge door. It infuriated me. There was a lot. I really liked the whole, like, Zodiac killer with the Riddler. Honestly, I feel like they could have gone, like, a step further. I don't know. I feel like I think the problem was that it was too long, so you couldn't focus too much on the Riddler, if that makes sense. Anyways, that's my review. I'm sorry I couldn't be there. But I'm thinking of you.
I saw Crimes of the Future this week, and I was not prepared for this to be my favorite movie of the year. It was. It's not for everybody. If you're squeamish, if you get grossed out easily, if you don't like blood, you don't like surgery, it's gritty, it's gross. But if you can get past that, and one shot that I have particular objections to, which I won't get into here, but everything about this movie was beautifully artistic, clever, and so unusual. If you're looking for something unlike anything you've ever seen before, this is the movie you should go see. I was absolutely blown away. That is to say, I never thought of myself as a horror fan at all until years ago I watched David Cronenberg's movie Existenz, 1999. Can't recommend that highly enough either. And across both of these, and a lot of his work, his prop work is mind-blowing because it's all practical props made to look like everyday objects, but made out of flesh and bone. And you'll have guns that are made out of flesh, and they pulsate, and like they're made out of bones, and you're shooting teeth. And this movie, Crimes of the Future, establishes a whole world and a whole subculture in a post-apocalypse, it seems. They don't get too deep into why the world is the way it is, but there's a pollution problem. There's people who are displaced. The cities are kind of in ruins, and people are depraved in this way we haven't seen before, where they're slicing into each other, and performance art takes on a new meaning, and surgery takes on a new meaning. And it's a whole underground culture that he's invented that serves as kind of a commentary on culture now and where it could be headed. It touches on so many different issues without being super explicit about any of them. And I found it sophisticated, compelling, and grotesque, but I could not look away. I love this movie.
Okay, I got a couple of follow-up questions. As somebody who hasn't watched the movie, and I'm interested in it, it looks so very different. Now, some of the things that you just mentioned, obviously it's a horror movie, but is there like a lot of body horror? Is this the kind of movie that's sort of meant to scare you psychologically, or do you see a lot of like the parts that are leading to the horror elements, are they visually on screen, or is it more just psychological horror, or is it a combination of?
So here's the thing: it's if you're squeamish, it'll be freaky to you, and it's I find with Cronenberg's work, the horror is really the visuals, but I'm never afraid of his movies. I'm always compelled, and I'm always made to think by his movies. And so to call it horror, it's gritty and disturbing in a number of levels, but I really found it kind of beautiful because of the way he's able to work metaphors in and make points. So more than anything, it's a thoughtful movie. It's not a scary one.
Okay. I mentioned the comparison when we were talking about this in our production meeting earlier in the week, that it kind of feels like, at least the marketing gave off the feel that it's kind of like Mother, but and this it's a lot of metaphors, and
Well,
it's an allegory as a film to, in this case, the future of humanity.
I mean, you could put them in the same category, because they both care about the environment. There's elements about the environment. Mother uses sort of a biblical storytelling technique where it's like taking you through biblical stories to make a point about nature, and so that would be our past. This one would focus more on the future, and it's not necessarily a follow-up because it's a lot more about humanity, and human evolution, and the idea that we are integrating ourselves with technology and body modification in a number of areas. This comments on all of that, at the same time, less in a way where it's saying an environmental message of like, because Mother was, look what you've done to Mother Earth. This one seems to be more, look what we're doing to ourselves.
Okay.
So it's a lot more about the culture.
Okay. I mean, that, if not for anything else, it at least piques my interest, because like you belayed some of my fears, because I was really getting the feeling that this is like a horror movie, and it's not like I'm scared of watching horror movies. I just don't
Sure.
enjoy horror movies because it doesn't really connect with me. I'm like, I don't
So-
get the same enjoyment out of it. But-
Yeah, see, I don't like horror generally. I
Yeah.
really love David Cronenberg because what I think, he's less of a horror creator and he's more of a surrealist, and I love surrealism. So this, and I think that's where you can draw a parallel to Mother as well. Aronofsky is also a very surreal director, and part of surrealism is evoking a visceral reaction from things that don't exactly make sense, literally, but metaphorically it drives the point home, and it's like somebody dreaming in front of you so that you can try to interpret it, and everything carried over consistently. There's no plot holes, and it's or ideology holes within this culture and this world he's created. It's visually repulsive but also breathtaking, and such an original idea. It was really cool.
Yeah, I mean, look, the movies, it's got some mixed reactions, but I get the sense it's more because it's not, and that's from the general audience, because I don't think
What
this
are
is a
people
movie that's
saying
for
about it?
everyone. But obviously you loved it. I
Yeah.
think you upped my anticipation for it. I have to find a way and time to watch it. I have to see first if it's playing in a theater near me, which it probably is. And if not, then I'll have to wait for it to come out on digital or Blu-ray. But speaking of thoughts in the movie, I believe Roland also went to see the film, and he's gonna let us know what he thinks about it. And I'd love to see what he has to say, especially given that he's a big horror fan of
Yeah.
the genre as in general. But this seems like, if not for anything else, it's like a thinking man's horror movie. And
And I
Makes you
think
Laurent.
the best horror
Yeah.
movies are ones that make you think.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see what Roland has to say.
Yes, let's find out.
All right, this thing is shining in my face, but let's do it. Just watched Crimes of the Future, and it's definitely a Cronenberg movie, for sure. Definitely another one of those altruistic filmmakers. He just has these repeating things that you see. Of course, using body horror. That's a major aspect of who Cronenberg is, and using surrealism in his storytelling and his social commentary, which is not really the first thing you think of when it comes to Cronenberg, but it's a big part of who he was, or who he is. He's not dead yet, I'm sorry. But it's interesting to see, like, how, he talks about, like, where we are now, so it's interesting to see what he thinks we will be and where we're going down the line, very desensitized and, this psychosexual world. It was interesting, to say the least. My one thing was, it was very interesting to see him use CGI. He's always been a practical effects, so I guess it just goes to show that we are at a point in CGI where even somebody like Cronenberg is cool with using it. But it's very interesting. If you like surrealism and you like social commentaries and you like getting grossed out, I definitely recommend this movie. This movie is definitely not for everybody. I think this will be a very polarizing film, but I don't know. It was cool. I liked it. Hi, welcome to Rolan Underground, where we talk about what's happening in the world above while in my grandparents' basement. I'm your host, the person your mother always compares you to. Now, let's get into it. This week I thought we'd talk about Halloween costumes. Specifically couple Halloween costumes. To get a really good costume, you have to order ahead, so it's a month in advance. What's your excuse at this point? So let's get into some cool couples. Gomez and Morticia Addams. It's classic. I mean, they're absolutely loving each other. They're creepy. They're cool. Honestly, you can get really creative with this. I think Joe Jonas and Sophia Turner, they did a costume of this, and it looked incredible. Wordplay is always fun. Baseball bat, and then it's baseball, and then like another person's like the animal bat. Or you could do sand and witch. I don't know. The point is a conversation starter. It's not going to be like creepy unless you do it right. But it can be fun. That's what Halloween is about. It's having fun. You can probably dress as each other, be like a parody. Something that I find really cool is zombified historical couples. So, like Bonnie and Clyde, Cleopatra and Mark Antony, JFK and Marilyn Monroe. Probably not Adam and Eve. I feel like that would be weird if you kind of show up naked to your friend's Halloween costume party. And also, it's fall, so it's kind of cold. So I don't think anyone wants that. But honestly, you can just dress up as any couple on TV, on movies. It really doesn't matter. As long as you're having fun, it doesn't matter. And if your girlfriend is like, oh my gosh, we have to be a couple, fine, just do it. There's tons, Maybe you want to do something a little more creative. That's fine. No one cares, is what I'm saying. It's just fun. Be fun. I just want to talk about some questionable costumes. Basically, any Quentin Tarantino couple, name one that's really healthy. They're all toxic inside. If you want to do a Quentin Tarantino character, that's fine. But like when you just do the couples, then you look at it and you just see all the problems, and you can't do that. Joker and Harley, I see this. Everybody sees this a lot. Don't do that. It was a lot of domestic abuse. Joker was a horrible. That's how I say horrible person to Harley. It was very toxic. Honestly, it's better to do Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy. Much better relationship. It's in a TV show. It's very canon in the comics. any weird hetero costume, like plug an outlet, or like an avocado with a seed and an avocado without a seed. That's weird. It's just weird. I don't know. I just don't like it. I feel like it's cheap. Those costumes are all cheap, and it's just weird. I don't like it. You know. There's probably tons, but that just came to mind. Cringy, just straight up cringy. Kind of going back to this hetero costume. I'm sorry, I can't get over it. They're just weird. I don't like them. But Beetlejuice and Lydia, I actually really love the movie Beetlejuice. It's a great movie. Beetlejuice himself looks like such a cool thing, but Beetlejuice is a pervert. That's like a big part of the movie. And Lydia is like a teenager. Like she's a child. She's a child. So basically, you see all these these couples dressed up as Beetlejuice and Lydia. Bro, you're dressing up as a pedophile wedding, a child wedding. So just something to think about. Honestly, if you want to do Beetlejuice, I would suggest Adam and Barbara. They were an amazing couple. They were so cute. They honestly helped raise Lydia at the end. Spoiler alert for this 30-year-old movie. You know, you see like these cute, innocent couple. I feel like it's always like this kind of innocent, naive couple that does like little Pixar. Like, oh my gosh, I'm a kid at heart. Don't do Sully and Boo. It's weird. I don't like that. I honestly, you think it's so sweet and cute. I'm gonna ruin this couple costume with 2 words: pedophilia, bestiality. Because that's the subtext of what you're doing. You know what I mean? It's very uncomfortable. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I ruin your cute childhood costume? Did I ruin that? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Oh. The Incredibles costume, I've just seen too many memes of it. Honestly, like it's fine, and it's not anything special, but like the costume is fine. My problem is I've seen so many memes of like a guy and girl, and they go as Incredible, and like the guy is like, hey, you're the mom to my dad. I forgot their names. I don't remember what their names are. And then the girl is always like more like, you're the Dash to my Violet. How did I remember the kids' names? But I can't remember. Helen, I think that was the mom's name. Helen and Bob. I've just seen that too many times, just getting like friend zoned automatically. So probably stop that. I thought we could do an inclusive one, to be inclusive. I see a lot of lists where it's just like hetero couples, so I thought I would do one for the gays. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy. I saw that. I thought that was cool. Buzz and Woody. Honestly, take any best friends from any TV and movies, make it gay. That's fine. Do you know how many fan fictions there are of that already? You're not the first to think of it. I guarantee you. A TV show comes out, there's Rule 34, and then there's like Rule 56, I don't know, for like gay fan fictions. That's just how it goes. I'm guilty of reading when I was in high school. I'm not ashamed to say it. I did. Supernatural, was really into it. Oh, Supernatural, that would be a really good couple costume for anyone, really. We should see more Black Mirror costumes. I never see any Black Mirror costumes, and I feel like that would be really cool to see. Like San Junipero, that one with the 80s or whatever, or it's like a cloud. That'd be cool. I'm just saying. Going as a throuple. A throuple is somehow 3 people dating at the same time, or just a couple in a really close third wheel, like uncomfortably close. Go as something basic, like the Powerpuff Girls. I heard the CW is failing to reboot that. Supernatural, like I said. Hocus Pocus, that would be fun. There's honestly so many like trios in TV shows. Use that. Maybe you're going solo this year, and that's just as fine. But if that's the case, just pick a character. Any character. It doesn't matter. There's millions upon millions of characters in the world. Just pick one. Pick a horror movie. Watch a random horror movie. I went as Ash Williams from Evil Dead, I think 4 times. I maybe have different costumes that year, but I definitely went as him a lot. Just reuse one. Maybe update it a little bit. It's fine. Nobody cares. And that is Rolan Underground with this week's rant. Come back next week, and I'll talk about something else. You'll find out. Nice.
Hey, Brian.
Hey, Daniel.
All right, man, you ready to get down to business?
Yeah, let's do it, man.
Okay, well, let's start with your mic, all right? Let's do this thing. I've got this Shure MV7 podcast microphone I'm looking at here. It's got voice isolation technology, it's got auto level mode, USB XLR connectivity. So what do you think, Brian? 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 Brian?
This is Dramatic Pause. Rolan Underground, where we talk about what's happening in the world above while in someone's basement. And I'm your host, someone whose laptop motherboard burned out 2 weeks ago. Yes, that's right. For some of you that have watched the videos, notice that there's this weird visual thing that's happening. Yeah, it's because I've been doing a lot of this on my phone. I know that's kind of bad to admit, but I'm going to admit it because I want to be honest. And as some of you also might know, I have been working away from home. I've been busy working on a show with a production I am not going to say the name of unless I have already. It doesn't matter. The point is, a lot of times, actually all the times, I miss out on filming Oh So Curious. So I'm doing my own thing, and it's sad because I have quick hits. You know, Daniel doesn't know this, but I have quick hits. So I thought I'd make a segment called Quicker Hits. This week I thought I'd talk about the new unasked for show, Chucky, which follows Chucky the Killer Doll. Here's my review, starting with the quicker hit. It was good. And that's the end of the quicker hit. Now for dig deep, right? Dig deeper, and for the quicker hit for just people who don't understand. The Chucky show is actually really good. The pilot came out. You can watch it on YouTube. Sci-Fi, a lot of Sci-Fi mainly does this a lot, where they release the pilot on YouTube to get the attention. And it got my attention. This was a really cool, fun show, and it was amazing to see the timeline continue. Chucky's been really good about pretty much following the same exact, it's been 10 movies. No, it's not that. Anyways, it's been a long time, but it's kept the timeline throughout all these things, except for Child's Play, which was like 2018, 2019, which is very underrated. Like, that's a really good movie. It's not like a Chucky movie, but it's still a really good movie. Now, this show is Chucky. I watched the show. I can tell, like, okay, we're gonna see some really cool kills. We're gonna get a lot of good laughs. And I thought, like, wow, the original creator must be really happy, or at least the directors for this, the Seed and Bride of Chucky. And I looked into it, and Don Mancino, I hope I'm pronouncing that. I'm so bad with names. I really am. I'm so sorry. Don Mancini? It doesn't matter. The point is, I found out he's written all of the Chucky and Child's Play movies, all of them. And it was kind of, and he's directed most of them, and he's done some things. So this is the original creator doing this. So that's why I was like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. There's a lot of cool homages. There's one line. By the way, this is spoiler free. I'm not gonna spoil anything big. There's one line where it's like, "Talk to me, damn it," which is from the original. That's the most spoiler I'm gonna get with this. But my review is, I'm really interested to see the backstory of Charles Lee Ray, the serial killer. I am interested to see how these character relationships pan out. I think it's really cool that there are twins in this. It's two brothers, obviously. But it's the main character's dad and his uncle are played by the same person, which I had no idea. The actor that did this was phenomenal. I wish I had names. I'm so sorry. But it was really good. It was like I didn't even realize it was the same person, and I watched some extra footage and tried to do a little more research to find out that no, it's the same actor. They just did a lot of practical effects, a lot of stand-ins, a lot of this and a lot of that. Gosh, spoiler-free reviews are so hard to do. I don't know how anyone does it. All right, the name is Don Mancini. I had it right. I just looked it up. I just wanted to make sure. Don Mancini. You just have to give credit where it's due. And this guy apparently is obsessed with Chucky. I don't think he's ever ventured out of doing Child's Play things. Like, he's done tons of shorts related to Chucky. I don't know. I'm not gonna look too much into it because I want to see what the show says about it and get that perspective. I went into this and I didn't even watch a trailer. I just saw a poster. I was like, what? That's awesome. And I watched it. Also, Devin Sawa is the name of the dad and the uncle. Amazing actor. I was still stunned. He's Alex from Final Destination. That's where I kept looking. I was like, he's got familiar. Yeah, that's what it is. Final Destination. Yeah, that's. I just really want to talk about Chucky. I am a huge fan of Chucky. I have had the same wallet for 7 years, and it's a Chucky wallet. I am not wearing pants right now, so I can't get it out. But it's not a good shape. It's torn. It's old. It's not. But you can still see the two Chucky eyes, and I love it. And it's got another year in it at least. Child's Play is one of the very first horror movies I watched. Like most movies that were rated R, I probably watched it a little too young, but I just always liked it. I don't know. It was fun and entertaining, and I'm so invested to see where this show takes it. I want to see how these characters end up. What's Chucky's motivation? And yeah, till next week. Have a good one. Stay safe. Have a laugh. Watch a horror movie. Have a good time. Just don't hurt anybody. Simple as that. All right.
Daddy.
What's going on, sweetie?
Firestarter is a good story. It makes use of the supernatural in an approachable way. And
I'm very glad I have watched that film because it is good. It's an interesting take on adolescence and superpowers, and
the explanation for the supernatural is an interesting one. We'll spoil it for you. The credits are brilliant because the opening credits are brilliant because what you've got is this fast-paced montage of interviews from a government experiment where her parents were participants, and the government experiments, the drugs they were testing ended up giving them special abilities. And being the offspring of two experimented subjects, our main character is born with the ability to start fires with her mind. It's pretty nuts.
it gives you those implications. And that's a big nod to It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia because of the implications. Sorry. Right. Implications of what will happen to her, what her life could be, what her teenagehood will be. A lot of those things are sort of left with the audience to figure out themselves without them being, you know, force-fed information that they can actually, you know, make up in their mind.
And while visually striking, really neat, it's not one of these, it's not Michael Bay explosions. It's, you know, teenager in the bathroom fires, which is real, you know, and there is a nice groundedness to the supernatural elements in the story, and I think that's what I liked about it. They also didn't go over the top with CGI and special effects.
I really like those films when audiences being respected. They're not treated like, you know, idiots. We're given just enough information to make up the rest of the story of our own. It has this really, really interesting juxtaposition of the 80s. So the film is set in the present times, but it has this huge nod to the original version of Firestarter from 1980s, and you know, the use of music and stuff. I think it really helped the film, but at the same time, it is still its own thing.
You know, there are moments where images are being transmitted between minds telekinetically, and all that's used is a crossfade, which is sufficient. It's great. Your imagination is there, and it's just letting you know, like,
you get Carrie's references, you get you know, nods to Stranger Things, very 11, very big bad scientist trying to catch the child, but it still manages to become its own thing. And I keep repeating that because it's true. It's a unique film which carefully takes things from everywhere else and succeeds in doing so because the film works.
In addition to how grounded the supernatural abilities were, the use of them as a way to make money or to just sort of get what you want. There's some clever tricks with Zac Efron's abilities where he, you know, he convinces somebody they're looking at a $100 bill, and they cut back, and on the other hand, you can see on his hand it's a $1 bill, but through the other person's eyes, it's a $100 bill. It was just a clever filmmaking as opposed to big budget special effects, and I really appreciated that. Zac Efron seemed a little young, but maybe I'm just getting old. And you know, he was a dutiful actor in this. He did everything that the role required. There were no performances in this that I was blown away with.
Great casting choice. I wasn't sure about Zac Efron at the start of the film, but it actually made sense towards the end why he was a great choice for that. Spoiler, without spoilers. Also the girl that played Charlie, really like great performance. Not many adult actors can do what she had to do, so yeah, goes without saying.
The family dynamics are interesting. There's some disturbing imagery for sure.
Even though it's a horror film, it wasn't that scary, but usually I do mind this in films, but not with this one, because I think it's able to reach broader audience, and that's what the film like this should do. But yeah, solid effort, positively surprised.
Overall, it was pretty good.
A 7.7 out of 10. Yeah, let's go with that.
Welcome to Rolan Underground, where we talk about what's happening in the world above while in my grandparents' basement. I'm your host, terrified. And you're probably saying, "Bro, you're terrified? But you're such a strong and prominent figure in our lives." Well, I know this, and I apologize, but I just have to come clean. There's something that I am deathly terrified of that haunts me, and that is birds. So, birds have always been something I've been afraid of. It really all started when I was 5. So, my mom took me to the zoo, and we were walking through the zoo, and I guess I got separated from the pack because I was just kind of by myself, and I just felt I needed to turn around, and I turned around, and staring me in the face was the ugliest rooster I had ever seen, and have ever seen. And it just was squawking at me almost immediately. It was like up in my face. Hated it. And just ever since then, I've been afraid of birds. This is kind of unrelated, but also kind of during that time, my mom brought me to Hooters for my birthday. Again, 5 years old. Love you, Mom. And Hooters does this thing where they put balloons up your shirt and put like this thing over your face like it's a beak. And you have to do your wings like this, and I had to run around the entire store. I remember there was a 3rd grade baseball team laughing at me. Also, don't know why there was a 3rd grade baseball team there. It's Hooters. It's just weird. And that was really uncomfortable, just seeing all those people laugh at me. And I'll never forget it. Thanks, Mom. So why am I afraid of birds? Well, a lot of reasons. I don't trust birds for so many reasons. It's insane. Firstly, their beak. The beak freaks me out. I hate it. It's so weird and creepy to think about it, because it's just this weird, hard thing that's like on their face. Like, it's not like they have a mouth, or it's like this beak, and it's just, it irks me. Okay? Also, they can fly. I don't like that they have that advantage over me. I find it very uncomfortable. Don't trust it. Why do you have that and I can't? Also, their legs are weird. I mean, can you just imagine if somebody was running up to you and they didn't have all their legs? They just had like half of this and it's gone. Alright, it's just bone. That's freaky. I don't like that. I know, I can kind of get by with the feet, but still, it's weird and nobody talks about it, okay? Also, gutlets, like whatever the, like chickens and roosters, by the way, freak me out the most. No, they freak me out. I don't like them. They're dirty animals. But they're weird gutlet things. What's the purpose of that? I don't understand. It weirds me out. It's just gross, and it probably feels like skin. I know it does, and I don't. Honestly, I take pride in eating chicken. Everybody's like, oh my gosh, don't eat meat. You know, the chickens go through a horrible thing. I take pride in eating it. All right, if there wasn't a chicken shortage right now, let me tell you something. I'd be eating Tyson chicken nuggets well, I don't know about that. So today, I'm not saying who, but somebody sent me a list of 7 horrifying birds, because everybody knows that I don't like birds. Birds just freak me out. It's probably not good that everybody knows my weakness, but they do. I can't do much for it. Also, yes, I am going to wear my protective blue light glasses because they just give me headaches, and I've been 65 since I was 7 years old. I hate this already. There's already... Okay. I don't want to look at it. All right, the shoebill stork. I've seen this so many times, and every time it just freaks... look at the beak. It's just so big. It's so weird. Shoebills can grow up to 55 inches tall and around 4.5 feet. Can you imagine it's just that being that tall? King vultures are... It's very pretty colors. It's very nice. Why is it looks like its beak should start sooner, and it's too long. Ripping into tough carcasses that can for sure rip into my skin. Oh my gosh! The Marabou stork. That is haunting. What is that on its neck? Oh, it looks so tall. It grows up to a massive 65 inches. If I don't look at it, I think it'll be fine. It will eat anything it can get its claws into, including human garbage such as shoes, and if harassed, will lash out. Reports of children being killed. I don't like this. I don't like I did this episode. Andean condor. I'm okay. Like most vultures, its head and neck are almost featherless. Its skin changes color in response to its emotional state. Southern cassowary. Looks like it has the Pope's hat on top of it. Cassowaries are shy and solitary birds that feed on fruit. Though from afar, the cassowary may seem harmless. When disturbed by humans, it responds by violently attacking with kicking and clawing, often used killing its victim. Reputed as the world's most dangerous bird. Great skua? It's kind of weird. It looks like a cartoon bird. Though they may not look as scary as the others on our list, yeah, are equally terrifying for their violent personalities. When hunger hits, skuas don't hesitate to violently attack other birds and steal their catch. Fish isn't filling enough. The great skua will kill and eat other birds such as puffins and gulls. The great patu. This looks like a meme. This bird looks like a meme. Its eyelids have adapted with tiny holes in them, allowing the great... Also, why is it the great? Let's chill out. This thing seems small. Potato to see everything at all times, even with its eyes closed. Hated that. I hated that list. I'm not gonna... I apologize. But I wanted to be truthful. I want to be honest with you guys. And I also want to say other birds that freak the life out of me. Chickens, you already know. Turkeys, any variant. Especially the big ones, the big plump ones. They freak me out. Why are they so big? Why is their body so big and their head so small? It doesn't make any sense. I don't like it. I don't like the feathers that pop up the back. Oh, its long neck. I can think about it running fast and it freaks me out. Speaking of running fast, emus. Can you imagine that giant bird? Not a fan. I mean, sure, there's some small ones that I'm cool with, that can be nice, and I can understand the appeal of, like, cockatoos. You know, like, I get it, but it's just not for me. Parrots have pretty colors. There's something about it I just don't trust. Also, that they talk. Crows are cool, though. I don't know why I'm cool with crows. I think crows are very cool. I think just because they're like little mischievous things and they have like a really good personality. I think it's because they have such a good personality that I think that's why I respect them. Anywho, that's today's episode. If you have a weird fear, please tell me. I am so interested in weird fears and just weird stuff in general. Or just comment. Just say hi. I don't care. I get very lonely. Oh my gosh!
Well, Halloween finally ended, and I'm joined by our resident horror expert Rolan and Michael Myers.
Eh?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's not the most sly joke, but I still win for it. You know,
I'm
you
glad
gotta.
he's here. Honestly, I prefer that Mike Myers to Michael Myers. If I had the opportunity to meet one of them, probably that one.
Yeah, I think we would all agree on that. So Andrew, how many Halloween movies have you seen before this?
0.
Zero.
Zero. I'd
Well,
never
we got the
seen.
language bar up, so might as well
Yeah.
say it. Damn.
Damn. Yeah.
Damn.
So yeah, I wasn't really familiar with it. I honestly, for someone like me who I like conceptual, like what are they called? Thrillers. Not I don't I like what do they call those? I'm blanking on the word.
Are you trying to
Psychological
figure out like
thrillers.
what you like or
No. I like psychological thrillers that, you're thinking about. I don't love gore.
okay?
And my favorite horror movie this year was Cronenberg's movie. God, I suck today.
Oh gosh, what is it? Crimes of the Future.
Crimes of the
Yes.
Future. Like that was beautiful to me.
Yeah.
I really liked that. This, however, I understand that this has been going on for a while. I like that they brought back Jamie Lee Curtis. She's a great actress. She's really good. The last thing I saw her in before this was Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Yes.
And what I really like about her is that she really is willing to play and honor the reality of anything she's in, even if it's absurd. And there were moments of this that were absurd. What I liked about this is that it really wasn't so much about Michael Myers. I liked that they brought in this other character, and I liked him.
Yeah.
I don't know where they take this. I don't know if they're planning to take it anywhere. Does it really feel like Halloween has ended to you?
I think that to bringing in there's a new character that gets introduced who is an actor from the Hardy Boys, and it's very kind of like an 80s sequel vibe for me. But I think it was good way of showing that evil is a presence, it's a thing, and it's very much latched and connected to Michael Myers, but it's not necessarily Michael Myers, if that makes.
So I was a little confused by that.
Yeah.
Because there's a scene where he meets Michael Myers underneath a bridge, and they sort of interface, and I think he pops in at certain scenes of crimes, and I'm like, so is Michael Myers, was he there? Was the evil present for those moments? Or are we seeing them sort of form a connection? What was your take on that?
So here's Corey, or that's the character's name at least. And honestly, I think it was just it was a really fun parallel to see Corey's relationship with Laurie's granddaughter, because it was kind of like Halloween Next Generations. They're connected, not necessarily by the same trauma, but a trauma in its own type thing.
Yeah, well, that's actually an interesting point, because generationally we carry our parents' trauma to a certain degree because they had their issues and that affected how they raised us. And that is an interesting point to consider when we see this.
I mean, these are two people that have grown to hate Haddonfield, the town they lived in, which was such an amazing idea that they brought in Halloween Kills. It's always really been Michael and Laura, it's Jamie Lee Curtis's character and Michael Myers. And it's always been that way. And then even with Halloween, when they kind of, I guess, redid it, it was always that way. And then we get Halloween Kills, where they introduce the town mob, and just kind of have this surrounding, they all fucking hate this guy. Excuse the language, but they can't stand this.
Well, I also really liked that as she's walking out of the market, that woman who is also a victim starts talking about she has anger directed at Jamie Lee Curtis's character, which feels very small town, which feels very much that they're actually expanding upon the reality. I know I was saying I hate world building, but this is another elegant use of it where you're expanding the story in a sensible, realistic way that follows from the details that we're given to start with. And that was really neat to see. I
And
noticed.
that wasn't some just random person that was in the chair, just so you know. That was actually like a kill that Michael had in the movie prior.
That's what I figured. That's what I
Yeah,
figured. That
yeah,
makes
yeah.
sense. I also noticed Danny McBride was one of the writers here. And not everybody knows this, but as funny as the guy is, he grew up loving horror and got into the industry just being a fan of horror and thinking he was going to do mostly horror. He's done a lot of other scary, but also funny, scary things.
Like
And I
this
think
is the end. I feel like very
this is the end.
blends that
There was,
line.
yeah, there's more. I mean, it's worth diving into his filmography to see
Yeah.
not what he's acted in, but what he's written and directed.
What he's just like worked a part of. I mean, Alien Resurrection, or no, it wasn't Resurrection. It was Covenant, I think, where he was. I believe he was a writer as well, as long as he was acting too in it.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
the thing is, like, with somebody who has such a love of those classic 80s horror, like, that's who you bring into, like, a reboot or into a sequel, is somebody not who just, saw it or, like, can expand the characters or is, like, was attached to this project and so maybe we should get him for this. This is somebody who he could feel something beyond the characters and the details and say, this is what 80s horror is. And I did get an 80s horror vibe from this whole movie, which I gotta hand it to him. That's hard to do because,
Yeah.
in my opinion, Stranger Things doesn't do that.
Very much so. It's 80s, but it's not the vibe, you know?
Yeah.
As somebody that's kind of getting to the slashers, I guess, how did you feel about that very first scene? What were your initial thoughts? Did you predict what happened? Because that's a good opening. That is an opening.
It's funny because, the way they set it up, it felt very much like one of the scary movie openings. And I was like,
Yeah.
I couldn't take it seriously at first. But, they get that shot of the staircase and how it spirals up further and further. And I was like, oh, that's ominous.
Yeah.
And, when I sort of accepted that it wasn't going to be Michael Myers showing up in the first scene, and that I was just going to have to sort of get into this, I was shocked by the result there. And it actually made for a pretty good time jump to the next year where, like, people are divided over whether or not he intentionally killed this kid, or if he really did just have a hard time. And either way, people treat him terribly. And it's interesting because it comments on people today who, like, get canceled or, like, people only get certain details of a story. And yet in the small town, you either subscribe to this version of the story, in which case he's evil, or you get this other side of the story where it's like, yeah, he had a tough break and now he's just kind of stuck here like the rest of us. And it was a smart dynamic, I gotta say.
That small town gossip gets lethal.
Yeah.
I mean, as we can see, I mean, this got bad. But I do like what you said earlier about how, like, this is a town, like, this is very much a small town, and, like, Jamie Lee Curtis does, like, a good job of, in my opinion, just kind of being this, like, I don't know, almost this grandma. Like, she's like light and cheery, kind of has this, like, flirtation going on with one of the police officers, and then immediately is hit with that shopper outside, just kind of like this grief that will never let go, no matter how much therapy and stuff that she does for herself, the town will always remember.
Yeah, I will say I was amazed by this woman's collection of kitchen knives.
I know. You would
just
think,
like
at
open a
some point
drawer.
she'd be
Here's a
like,
knife. And I'm like, use that one. Where's my other knife? And it's like she's got more. It's like clown pulling out knives. It was a knife-a-palooza. A lot of knives in this. And then another interesting thing is, like, what's the main guy's name? The character? Corey. So there's gore in the movie, but not all of the gore is the horror and the violence, because he has to get his hand stitched. And the practical effects of like getting the suture in there and the like, I was like, that's the gore. I was totally misdirected into that. But it's like it's an inversion of the genre to be like, yeah, there's also this really unsettling thing that really does happen to people, and it's like to fixate on that. It's a different element of horror. That's like, so bottom line, no, I don't have the appreciation for this as somebody who's only seen this movie. I didn't get the full payoff. But having said that, like, I think they put together a quality movie here.
Yeah. How did what are your thoughts of the ending? Did you think it came to like a decent close? Did you like that final battle?
Yeah, I don't know the mythology about, you know, how he keeps coming back or like what his powers are or anything like that. If anything, it feels like they've left it open to where like Corey could sort of carry the torch.
Honestly, I mean, he was definitely like giving. It was kind of like it's said in the movies. You know, it's in the eyes. You know, he's lost in this evilness that's like almost no going back. And then the more he kills, just the more powerful. And I liked how it kind of foreshadowed this throughout the movie, because like you get to a point of like, how is this kid not dead? You know?
Yeah.
Just things keep happening, which is something that is always said about Michael Myers. Like, how is this guy not dead? You know, how does he keep back? How does he keep jump scares? Which just kept happening with this. And it kind of got to a point of like, you look back at it and you're like, oh my gosh, why didn't I see this happening? Like,
yeah, I also have to say, like, there's certain things where like people get stabbed or like murdered, and there's like one woman who gets like stabbed into a wall and she's just kind of hanging there. And at a certain point I was like, man, murder is something that only happens in movies, and if it happened to me, I'd probably survive it. Like, there was so much murder in this. I was just, that's the thing that's the attitude that this movie gave me about murder. It's like, yeah, I'd probably survive murder because it's always happening. It's it's crazy.
Oh, I was gonna say that shot of her getting put in the wall. Two things. One, it's this beautiful recreation of like from the first movie where Michael pins this guy to the wall and just looks at it almost like it's a painting, you know. Like that's honestly the vibe it gives. But also, if that same knife can go through somebody and stick them to the wall, then why in the hell did it not kill Corey earlier when he was holding that guy and Michael was like stabbing them?
Yeah, and so it's like what is the magic here? And maybe that's deliberately made obscure so that like we're guessing, and it's like it's scary and we can't predict it. Also, like fans who understand how certain magic works, they write all kinds of theories about like why this actually doesn't. They find plot holes. So maybe it's strategically that makes sense. Do you think that this is going to be a reboot? Do you really think that it's over? You know, maybe Jamie Lee Curtis's involvement is over.
I think that with this timeline, I hope it's done.
Really?
Just because this is the way to end it. Please, like, Michael is died many a times and they bring him back, and it's just like, this is a good way to do that initial timeline. It's okay to say goodbye. You know, you can do other things with a different timeline, but what
so you think that they'll reboot it with Michael
I know
Myers
for a fact
again?
that they'll reboot it.
I know for a fact.
I know for an utmost universal fact that in 2 to 3 years' times, we'll get to see like plans for development of like a new something. Because that's just how it goes. But
it's going to be tough because, I mean, usually with that, with a reboot like that, they change the look of things. They change details about the story. So tall order, but you know,
who knows? They might even change the Captain Kirk mask. It might even be like a more.
That what that is?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. No, you're. So basically how the mask came to be. Little fun trivia fact
Please.
is back in 1977 or whatever year it was. They were looking for like cheap masks. They found this Captain Kirk mask that was just like, it was like latex, it had hair, and they were like, this, we can do something with this. All right, let's tweak this. So they took off the sideburns. They sprayed the hair brown, like they were able to dye it and just kind of like fix it, combed it all the way back instead of that side part that he has. And they just like spray painted it white to give it a more ghostly feel.
Okay, but it's not like they wrote that into the movie or anything, like Michael Myers.
No. Yeah. That's just like,
Bottom.
it's just like a mask. He
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But,
Yeah, because I was wondering what the story is behind that and what it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, to end this, Andrew, do you think that you'll go back, you'll watch the original Halloween or the first Halloween of this trilogy? Do you think you'll continue the slasher?
I honestly, I don't think I'll go back and watch all of them.
Of course not. Don't. Yeah.
I think at
Please
some
don't.
point, yeah, I think at some point I'll watch the original, and if that gets me interested in more, then I'll follow it up. But for having said all of that, this was not a bad movie. And I think it was a respectful end to a long legacy. So we'll see. Tell us what you think if you saw it. If you're looking forward to seeing it, you can watch it on Peacock, or you can go to theaters still. In the meantime, follow us, comment, like, subscribe, do all the stuff. And we'll be back next week talking about other movies and things. What is in the face of a monster that chills the soul of its beholder? The recognition, perhaps, that the face is not inherently sinister or evil by nature, but that it bears the same intellect and capacity for thought we attribute to ourselves. In an epic 70-year career on screen, our own potential for evil was reflected in the sullen eyes, booming voice, and looming stature of Sir Christopher Lee. Worlds away from Hollywood, a young intelligence officer of the Royal Air Force had flown fighter planes and scoured the earth in search of Nazi war criminals to interrogate. Retiring at 24, Lee needed little encouragement to pursue a childhood hobby more seriously, and despite being told he was too tall, became an actor. Having been relentlessly bullied as a child, looked into the eyes of real Nazis, and witnessed the last public guillotine execution in France, Lee had seen evil gleefully pop up in the faces of seemingly regular people. It's not difficult to imagine how a seductive sensuality crept into his subversive portrayal of Dracula, or how his portrayal of a Bond villain would be a dark reflection of Bond himself. Leaping from iconic British roles, Sherlock Holmes, Dracula, Frankenstein, Jekyll and Hyde, James Bond, and working alongside horror legends including Boris Karloff and Vincent Price. Hollywood offered Christopher Lee access to its greatest fantasies, Star Wars and Lord of the Rings, maintaining his relevance as the horror landscape gave way to new legends like Tim Burton and Johnny Depp. It takes depth and even pain to illustrate the complexity of our relationship with evil, the way it seduces, corrupts, and overpowers anyone who lets it gaze into their soul. A specter in the mirror, reflecting an unsettling truth. That an audience would continue to fall under its spell, over and over.
Are you a fan of the spooky? of the horror movies that came out this year? If you are, then do I have a trivia game for you? And if not, well, you're still gonna watch it because you're still viewing. This year in horror, a trivia game, an oh so curious segment. Today, we have our contestants. We have Dan, the man, and a not a cardigan. Nailed it. And then we have Andrew.
Oh, this should be good.
And a hat.
Yep.
Ha! Gotcha.
He got me. He got me.
Yeah, look at you.
This is a hat.
Yeah, he's sitting there. Nice. All right, gentlemen, here's how this game works. I've set up a little game for you. You'll have multiple choices, or you might not. We'll see. If you get it right, you get 2 points. If you get the question wrong, -3 points. Is that a lot of math? Yeah. Did I have to do that myself? No, not really, but I still did it.
So it's up 2 and -3?
Yeah, that's how I do things here.
Oh.
Yeah. Write that down. Get a calculator.
Gotta get a pen.
Okay, sorry. I had to. Okay. All right.
Technically, there are spoilers, so that's definitely yeah, that's absolutely fair.
Okay.
Do you guys have any questions, concerns, fears?
Fears? No. None.
No fears?
Not one.
What about
No,
birds?
I'm just
Nope.
curious because I have literally no idea what it's like. We're about to walk into like a haunted house, but we don't really know what's inside. So
Yes. Yes. All right, Dan, do your thing. Da-da-da-da. Is there music? Are we gonna put music on this?
we could
Here, let's just dance just in case.
Da-da-da-da.
yeah.
This is a good song.
I got a little Freddy on a.
Yeah, there's music. You guys can't hear
Yeah.
it, but the people watching and listening hear it. So
Oh.
Yeah.
yeah, sorry. Don't
Yeah.
don't have the means to get you guys up and running with that. But anyway,
That's fair. A little backstory with this game. I saw a template and I was like, it's got orange. I like it. I'm gonna use it. And then, yeah. So let's go to the first question, shall we? What sequel of the same name movie did not come out this year? Was it A, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, B, Exorcist, C, Scream, or D, Hellraiser?
The Exorcist.
Okay.
Are we just shouting these out?
We're shouting, so you guys are gonna shout the answers, and then when you're like, all right, I'm confident, that's what I'm gonna say, and then we reveal the answer.
I'll say Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Okay. And the truth is B. It's B. Exorcist doesn't come out until next year.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now we have -3 each.
No, you have -3.
I have
You're a
-3.
loser. Dan got it right. Yeah.
I was having trouble grasping the fact that I'm a loser.
Yeah, Dan
Go
for sure
ahead.
peeked at the PowerPoint. I know he did. All right, we're going to the next one.
Wait,
Look,
what?
he doesn't deny it. He doesn't deny it. All right.
No. What is that? What just happened?
Oh yeah, you just got to press it again. I just did
Oh,
that too
okay.
when it peaked.
All right.
All right, little bit of a throwback, if you will. The innovation of practical effects in the late 70s saw the rise of this subgenre of horror.
D, body horror.
Okay. Dan, what do you think?
What are limb films?
Yeah.
It
I'm
might
gonna
be
go
this
with body
subgenre
horror.
of horror.
I'm gonna go with body horror. That lines up.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was watching that ILM documentary, and they did a lot of those early like shots, and you had to do all kinds of creative stuff to make it happen.
They're fun. They're a good time. All right. Let's see the answer. I mean, we all know the answer, but it's just like there it is. Yeah.
Body horror. So what's the
All
score
right,
right
let's-
now?
Right now the score is Dan has 4 points and Andrew has -1.
Why are okay? But hold on a second. We just both get to answer all of these.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
all
the
right.
idea.
Well, we have a redemption one. Whoever is I was gonna explain it when we get there, but I guess somebody
We can
wants to be in a
explain.
rush.
Let's just get to it. Let's just get to it. Let's just keep this train moving.
Yeah, let me host, bro.
Okay. Sorry. I just have questions.
Which of these horror icons' nicknames are never said in the movie? Andrew, what do you think it is?
I'm gonna go ahead and say Pinhead?
Okay, interesting. Dan?
I was actually gonna go Pinhead too. Yeah.
That is very good. Honestly, I was afraid that you guys weren't gonna get a lot of these, so I made them a little easy. Clearly. Fun fact, Pinhead is never said. It wasn't even supposed to be the actual name. That was just a nickname that production gave him.
Yeah.
And then fans found out and became his name. His real name is the Priest.
Oh.
Weird. Those movies are weird.
They're very weird. It's very,
I'm not even like I read about what the new movies like what they just put out a Hellraiser on Hulu, right? And
Yeah.
I read about it and I was just like, this is not a movie that I would be interested in watching because apparently there's like a lot of lore and mythology behind the character and not I guess it's not my cup of tea. So
Yeah, that's like most characters, you know. Alrighty. Now, for a chance of redemption, Andrew. This is on you. Solo on Andrew if you can.
How many movies were there before the latest recon?
How many Halloween movies were there before the latest recon, Halloween 2018?
Does that mean how many in total?
Yeah. Like, how many Halloween movies were made?
9?
9. Let's see the storyboard.
wait, am I not okay?
Yeah. 11.
Ah.
You get no points. Nothing.
All right.
I think I would have gone that. Well, I don't know if I would have guessed 11, but wait, were you would like? Did you have to guess the exact number, or it was like if you were close? Okay.
Yep.
I see.
I
Yeah.
was close. I was only 2 away.
I know. I was gonna give you like a lot of points too, like hella points, but
Oh, that seems like a lot.
yeah. I wasn't gonna give you 11. I was gonna give you like half. Like,
Wait, so
you
what
can
is
take
the
that as
score
well.
right now? Like who?
I think I still have
Dan, are you
microphone.
hosting? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Who has the
Yeah,
microphone
Dan.
right now?
Sorry.
Who has,
Who has
the
the
microphone,
microphone?
Dan? Shut up.
Jeez. All right. Right now, Dan is being a sore winner. He has 6 points, and Andrew has 1 point. Yeah, Jabroni
More than I
is a
started
good
with.
nickname for him. More than you started with. All right. So far, we have somebody that's performing and somebody that's not. All right. Let's go to the next one. How did the predator meet his fate in Prey? Dan, do you know?
Okay, I haven't. This is one where Andrew probably knows because I haven't watched the movie yet. I'm
Perfect.
going to say that. God, I feel like I've watched some stuff and I've sort of spoiled them. Oh God, because quicksand was in the movie. There was an axe. There was definitely arrows. I don't know if it was a bomb. There were like French colonizers in there, right? Like they were French.
It's very true. There are French colonizers in there.
Okay. I'm going to say an arrow.
An arrow. All right, Andrew. What would
I
you
don't
say?
remember. I think it was an arrow. I'll say axe just to be different because I'm
Be
a cool
different?
contrarian.
Yeah. I am 100% guaranteed that Dan has been cheating because it is an arrow.
Stuck with arrow.
Predator meets
I'm
his
not
fate.
cheating. I sort of.
You-
Okay.
I'm
wow.
pretty sure you're cheating.
He's seen all the answers.
Really?
Yeah.
Come on, give me some credit here. I'm not cheating. I have not seen the movie.
I will not give you credit, sir. I will not.
Can I have his point because he's cheating?
Yeah, might as well.
Great.
No,
Let me
that's
adjust
not
this
fair.
first.
No, I protest.
Are you?
I
Hey,
protest.
Dan, are you the host?
This is-
Dan, are you the
What?
host? You're the host.
Are you
Dan?
making the rules right now?
You're the host, Dan? You're not the host.
You make this PowerPoint? I don't think so, bro.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
but you looked at it, didn't you? You big cheater.
Yeah.
I did not. Okay. Wow. Wow.
Now
I
he's
don't
gonna
know what I
have
have
to
to
get the
do
next
to
one
prove my
wrong.
innocence. Okay.
Yeah.
He'll get it wrong on purpose.
If he gets this wrong on purpose, then I know he cheated. So, Dan, you have to get this one right. In Crimes of the Future, what was the coffin called?
I don't
I
remember.
haven't watched this movie either.
Worth
You know what's
remembering.
weird? I've not seen Predator, and I have not seen this Crimes of the Future movie either. Like, and Andrew watched both, so for
Uh-huh.
him to get these wrong would be like, it's like
Well,
on him.
Dan, let me ask you, because you seemed really confident before. So let's see.
Oh,
And remember, if you get this wrong, well, we know you're cheating.
I think like D just sounds like something that just was put there to trip you up. Like,
No,
what the hell
that's
with the existence is a D? I don't even know what that is. Sarcmaju, I don't know what that would be. I feel like that picture alone is probably like a little bit of a red herring. Sanctuarium? I don't know what that would be. Umbicord? I'm gonna say sanctuarium. Sanctuarium? Yeah. I'm gonna say sanctuarium? Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say.
Yeah. Yep. All right, Andrew.
I don't remember. These are proper nouns that are, I don't know. It's not how I remember things for movies. Anyway, I'm gonna go with C.
C is correct.
That sounds right.
Yeah. D is a callback to a previous
Existence.
Yeah. Yep.
That's a good movie.
It is a good movie.
Sarcmaju.
good
That
movie.
sounds dumb. Honestly.
Yeah. Umbicord is a callback to another previous Cronenberg movie, and then B is just I just made it up because it sounded like sacked.
Yeah, no, I remember the reason it sounds dumb here, but when you go and you watch Crimes of the Future, it's like it all looks like body horror stuff, but
Yeah.
he just talks about it as though it's the new technology of the day. And it's a really interesting commentary. I don't know. We can talk about the movie later. I love that movie.
All right. Well, what's our next question? Well, it
I don't
must
know.
be.
Dan's probably already seen it. What's our next answer, Dan?
Oh, come
Yeah.
on. Come on.
This one is for our Bollywood virgins. Which of these titles is the name of the Bollywood Nightmare on Elm Street?
Well, it's not Koi Mil Gya.
Yeah, that one was for our previous viewers. It's a little callback, if you will.
Bura Sapna. That means bad dream. That's a Hindi. Dushpapan Chehra? Chehra is face. I don't know what the first word stands for. Koi Mil Gaya is like found someone. Mahakal sounds like the closest thing to a monster. So I'm gonna say Mahakal. That's my pick.
I'm gonna go with Buddha Sapna.
It is A.
Well,
Geez.
geez.
But I was
Hey,
trying to
I showed
throw
my
Dan
work.
off. Yeah.
I was
You
talking
did.
this. You can't say I. Okay, I don't know. I guess
Yeah.
there's no way for me to clear my name here. I'm just gonna say that I'm not cheating. And
I did
no
mess with
fingers
Google Translate a little bit.
crossed.
I'm not gonna lie.
I even
got
try to
those-
help you guys out with like translation. I'm not lying about those translations either. It's like,
No, that's what I typed in, so it works.
yeah.
All right. And then I
Where
believe
we
the
at? Like,
next
can
one
I just
is
ask for the score, please?
no, you cannot.
Okay.
Because
Are you the host?
Yeah. All right. After this, Dan, after we get another redemption one, then we will come up with a score. Is that okay? Can you wait till then?
Sure. Why not?
Okay.
Yeah.
Andrew, you're still the underdog in this story.
Oh,
In total, how many Friday the 13th movies are there?
11? I don't know.
11. Is that your final answer?
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, buddy. Buddy. 12.
Fuck.
12. It's one off of 13th. Come on. It's right there in your face.
Oh
Ah,
man.
that's a shame. I was going to give you like 7 points too. I was going to just like,
Still can.
I still can, but I'm a stickler for rules, so I'm not going to.
There are no rules.
Andrew, let's see how many points you have. You have 0.
What?
I'm so sorry. It's evened out at this point.
Oh wait, because he was getting negative points for getting things wrong.
Yeah.
Because I thought he had some. Okay.
No, I've actually just looked at the score again. It's -3. You've gone even with your answers. You got 3 right and you've got 3 wrong.
Mhm.
2 more wrong if we count the redemption rounds, but we're not. Those are just going to be zeros.
Boy, that would be real humiliating, wouldn't it?
And Dan has 7.
Good job,
So,
Dan. Cheater.
all right. Let's go. Let's go to the next one. How are we feeling about this, guys? How you guys?
Little
I
I
song.
like
no,
it.
wait.
This is fun.
So, I know Dan's on
you know,
a
I actually-
high that I've never seen before.
Like literally, I thought I would really not do well when you said like, this is a horror focus.
I thought this was going to be about the year in horror. That's what it says. The year.
I
in
tell you
horror.
when they're throwbacks.
like all four of these options, for example, are movies that came out this year. So,
Yes,
like,
they've
how-
all been modern. They've all been relating to modernness. As you guys know, I'm from North Kakalaki, and we do have a film scene here. So let me ask you guys:
Is that how you
which-
pronounce that?
North Kakalaki? That's just a
Yeah.
nickname that we have. But which of these movies were filmed in North Carolina?
C, Black Phone.
Okay. Dan?
Okay.
I'm gonna say Smile.
And for the first time ever, ladies and gentlemen, Andrew got the question right.
Look at that.
And Dan wrong. Yeah.
Look at
Black
that.
Phone. And
Wow.
fun fact, Halloween 1 and 2 were filmed in Wilmington. Halloween Ends was the only one that was filmed in Georgia.
Because my thought was, if it was an A24 film, like they tend to film stuff down there sometimes. And wait,
Yes.
Black Phone is A24 too, isn't it? Or no, it's not.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway.
So that
well.
puts me up to -1, correct?
Correct.
Oh, really? Wait, I
Yes.
thought, oh, he was -7? What was his score?
No. You were 7.
Oh,
and
okay.
now you're 4, Dan.
Damn. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I know. Those negative points get you.
Wait,
Yes,
so, and
it's
then
bad.
he's -1 and I'm 4. Holy cow.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, so if I get one wrong and Andrew gets one right, we could literally flip the scores almost.
Yep.
Damn. Okay.
And this last redemption, just so you guys know, is worth 13 points. So you really
That's-
don't want to be at the end.
Well, nobody's going to beat that then. Okay.
That's the point. That is the point.
Sequel did not come out this.
Well, is this a
year.
redemption
This is-
question?
No, it is not.
Okay.
This is
okay.
a repeat.
Which sequel of the same name movie did? Oh, this is a repeat. I'm so sorry, guys. What this is supposed to say is which one of these supernatural slashers has the lowest kill counts. I'm so sorry. I don't know why it's saying that. By the way, what happened? You just weren't gonna do it because it was
No,
all right, that's
because
fair.
it's sort of.
Dan's sabotaging because he thinks he doesn't have a chance anymore. when I
Yeah.
I'm
get
not
that right.
sabotaging. It just did this. I'm sorry. Like I'll go back. This is the question you have in here. I'm following your slides. Like we went from this question to this question.
Yes.
Well, you can ask the question you have. Okay, whatever. What's your question?
Okay. Which of these supernatural slashers, yeah, this is probably better, has the lowest kill counts? And if you couldn't see, it was Michael Myers, Freddy Krueger, Jason Voorhees, or Chucky.
I feel like just practically it would have to be Chucky because he's a lot smaller than everybody.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen Chucky. So I'm gonna go with Chucky.
Give
Okay.
me the options again one more time.
It is Michael Myers, Freddy Krueger, Jason Voorhees, or Chucky.
I feel like
lowest.
this might be a trick question.
What would the trick be?
I don't know. It's Halloween time. Okay. Oh God. I think Jason is my answer.
Okay. The final answer is Freddy. Freddy Krueger has only 44 kills. Fun fact. Everybody else has higher. In fact, the highest kill count, fun fact, is Jason. And he has, I think, roughly, I think it was like 130 something kills. And then with the Chucky TV series, that number is going up and up, but I didn't bother counting.
Wow. So
But,
I basically guessed the complete opposite of what I should have guessed. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Terrible.
That one was a tough one. And because of the formats, I will allow you guys to have no consequences. That's my Halloween treat of this game. You get
So
no
you're
consequences.
still
So
sitting
0
at
points.
-1 and 4.
Yes,
Okay.
because
Okay.
I try to be nice.
Thanks for being nice.
You know what
try.
I can do? Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can do this. I can put our scores up on screen I think that might help.
Oh, we don't have to.
No?
We don't have to do that.
You don't.
I'll make you do a graphic at the end. How about that?
Fair enough. Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. Okay, let's go to our next question. What did My Best Friend's Exorcism get wrong about the book? Think about this. Make sure you're reading the questions. You're not just saying, oh, it's
What
whatever.
did My Best Friend's Exorcism get wrong about the book? This is on Amazon Prime. It's a movie.
Yes. This is a Grady Hendrix book. Great author. If you guys read horror, definitely recommend.
I don't read horror, but okay.
I mean, I'm gonna say B because that happens.
Okay. Dan, what do you think?
The ending weakened the main character for the sake of formula, rush plot, no redemption for the Wait, what's the context of this? So My Best Friend's Exorcism is an adaptation, and so what you're saying is this is something they did not adapt directly from the book. They kind of did it differently than what was in the book, right? That's the question?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to say the ending.
Okay. The correct answer is all of it. That movie was trash, dude.
So I get
so
the
sad.
points.
Yeah, everybody gets
Wait.
2 points.
What? That's not an option.
That is an option.
All of
You got to
it?
think outside the box. Yeah.
What?
There's literally a box with all of the answers in it.
Yeah, and you got to think outside of it. You see how the circle goes outside of the box?
Wait, okay,
Yeah.
so
I see it now.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
I didn't see it before, but now I see it.
So you're
What you don't
literally
understand
trying to
about
focus-
horror movies, Dan, is that you got to get creative. You got to think outside the box.
Okay, I see. All right, fair enough, I guess.
Also, that movie did make me so sad. There's, I don't know, they missed a lot of stuff. All right, moving on.
Oh yeah, moving on.
Moving on. All right. This is the final question. This is a redemption question. So let's count up the points, shall we? And because this is a redemption question, the underdog gets a chance. And if he fails, then whoever else.
Oh wait, no,
gets a
that's not the
chance.
score.
No,
Sorry,
that's
hold on.
it. That's
No,
right.
that's not-
That's good. That's right. Good. Yep.
I reversed the
All right.
numbers.
Give it a
No.
shot, underdog.
All right. So Andrew's count is +1.
Positive. Wait, I
And
thought it was
positive
negative
one.
one.
Nope.
Yeah, no, it's
positive
changed.
one.
How did it change?
Dan, things
Generally,
change. Numbers
we
add up.
say when we're talking about positive numbers, we just say the number. It's just one.
I'm sorry. Like, is
I
it?
guess I am the
Yeah.
negative one here.
I want
right,
the scores
so-
to be counted again. What is somebody
Andrew
like?
has +1 and Dan has +6.
Okay, I'll take
That's
that.
all you
Dan.
need to know.
You were gonna cheat with this, and you didn't even get the numbers right.
I look at this. I'm keeping track in my
Okay.
coffee stain notes. Okay.
Can you show
That's
that to the camera again? Can we get a close up of that, please? Okay. Okay.
Duh.
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 Yeah.
+1 and 6. Let
Yeah.
me update those on my side here.
Okay.
+1 and 6, just for the record, you know. Boom! Look at that. That
Boom.
6 looks good.
Yeah. You know what's funny? Whoever wins this gets 13 points.
Well, then I guess it doesn't even matter. Well, you know, maybe I'll have a chance. Wait, is this the
We
last
do
question?
have some more questions afterwards if
Okay.
you're still wanting some redemption, you know. Just some more fun time. But for now, let's go back to the question. Let's see what it was. So, Andrew, you are our underdog. How many horror movies has A24 released in 2022?
13.
Okay. Now, how positive are you with that answer?
I not at all. But I'm.
Do you want to
putting it forward.
confirm 13?
Yeah.
Okay. And just before we reveal the answer, Dan, how many do you think that A24 has released?
Horror movies.
Horror
Oh,
movies. That's the important one. This is a
13
horror
seems
movie
like a
trivia.
big number. I'm probably gonna guess like 5. 5? Yeah.
You so cheated. I know you did.
No,
There's no point.
What the?
You literally. All right, press the button. Click.
Big cheater.
You're such a cheater.
I swear to God, I am
You're
not
an
cheating.
absolute cheater.
I'm not cheating. I swear
All right,
to God,
name
I'm
them.
not cheating.
Name the horror movies. Name the horror movies that A24 has released right
Okay.
now, right here.
Sure. I think there was Smile, right? There was well, you see there. Is that Pearl? Is that this year? X.
That's
There was
Pearl.
there was X. There was Pearl. So they're like the origin story sequel. There was Smile. I don't know if you want to call Everything Everywhere All at Once like a horror movie. I don't know if you count that.
I don't.
Was the black one wasn't it? God, I feel like
This is how I know that you lied. This is how I know.
Big
No,
cheater.
I don't know. There's enough of what their movies are all about. Like that's not fair. Come on.
I think everybody here knows that Dan cheated.
Dan, I'm
I
really
did not
disappointed, buddy.
And
That's
I did not
and
cheat.
I should win.
You guys are just these
I'll
are
tell
these
you
are
what.
blatant accusations.
I'll tell you what. If you name one more actual A24 horror films, because you've only said two, Pearl and X, those were A24. If you tell me one more, I will give you the 13 points. But you have to give me one more A24 horror film.
Okay. Was there like one on?
No Googling.
I'm not
You
Googling.
better
I'm
look
not.
at me.
I'm okay. I'm not. How am I gonna Google anything? I am thinking. Okay, so there was. Did they put something out on Hulu? Like, was there?
No.
No, they didn't. Okay, all right. Because I was like, maybe it was one of those Hulu horror movies.
Andrew, start the timer.
How much? What are we saying?
Start the timer.
How many seconds?
I don't know. 5.
I literally. Okay.
5.
Okay.
4,
Okay. I don't.
3, 2, 1.
I'm done.
0.
Sorry. I don't know.
Give me a movie.
All of his points are retracted.
Retracted. Dan, come on, buddy.
Give
Just
me a
name one movie.
I said everything, everywhere, all at once. If that counts as a horror.
No! I told you that's a no.
That's not a horror movie.
Not. It's actually a really good movie, and you
It's a
guys should
family
watch
movie.
It's
It
practically
is.
a horror movie, isn't it?
No, it is not.
that. There's
Wait,
none
so
of it.
I don't have much to lose here.
Horror film.
I'm not like the one who's. I'm in the lead, right? So,
No,
All
no,
right.
no. You're gonna lose all your points now.
No, he
I'm
just
not.
gets 0 because he cheats.
That's not.
All right.
Come on.
All right.
Dan, I'm very disappointed, and if I see that behavior again, then you get no more game shows, and I will redact points. I just want to make that very clear. All right, let's move on to the next question. We still have some opportunities for you guys. All right. Hatching is a Finnish horror movie about a girl blank. This is a weird one. This is a foreign film. Not a lot of people know about this movie. In your guys' best opinion, what do you think Hatching is about?
Hatching. You know, is this come out yet?
Yep.
Oh, it did.
A.
Monstrous Fairy Tale.
It's
Is this like
an
an ugly duckling thing?
or C? I don't know.
Am I on the right track with the ugly duckling reference?
I cannot give any ansers. You guys have to
wait,
give
that's
the
the
answers.
question. About a girl who witnessed
No,
her
you know what?
mom
You know
fly
what?
away,
I'm gonna go with D.
obsessed with Thanksgiving turkeys, wanting to become a swan, who raises a spooky egg. Obsessed with Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving is an American thing. This is international. Who witnessed her mom fly away. That just sounds weird. Wanting to become a swan. Oh. Wanting to become a swan. Hatching. Who raises a spooky... I'm gonna guess C. Because it raises a spooky egg just sounds like an animated movie. So...
Raises a spooky egg is actually what the hatching is about. D is the correct answer. That egg then forms and grows up and becomes a human-bird hybrid. It's very creepy.
Sounds cool,
what in the
actually.
blue
It is,
hell
it is.
What is this movie about?
I don't know. All I know is Andrew is now winning with 3 points and
What?
yeah.
Look
Yeah.
at that.
Yeah.
There's a there is a conspiracy theory here against me.
There's no
How many
conspiracy
points did
theory. This
He's got
is
3 points?
true. I am against you now because I think you're
He's
cheating.
got 3 points.
He's got 3 points.
So how many do I
Yeah.
have?
I mean,
Less?
3 points, but
Fewer?
because yeah, it's
There you
negative.
go.
There's like, yeah. All right.
What?
Yeah.
What?
No, there's one more question. I think there's one final question.
There's literally a tie and one more question. This is all rigged.
This actually is very convenient. This is very good.
If it is
All
rigged,
right.
it's Roland rigged it. If it is rigged, then
It's
then
just
it's
good
on-
storytelling. I don't know what to tell you guys. All right, this is
That's
the
an
final.
Wait a
Fine.
By the way, can you
question.
read out the
Spin it.
options? Because if somebody's listening to this, like they don't see.
Yeah, I don't care.
feel like it's
What
too
was
late
the
to do that now,
name
but
of the
whatever.
TV show Jupe starred on as a child in Nope? Was it A, Morty, with an exclamation point, B, Rory and Us, C, Corey's Place, or D, Gordy's Home?
This is another movie I have not seen yet. So the name of the TV show Jupe starred on as a child in Nope. So that's the monkey. That's the monkey in the movie. The chimpanzee? Is that, yeah. Right?
Dan, I'm
Uh,
gonna let you go first here.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Is this picture from, I'm guessing this is from the same movie? This is a,
This is a still of the TV show.
oh. Corey's Place, Gordy's Home. Wasn't Corey's Place like a Disney Channel show? No, it was Corey in the House.
You're thinking Corey in the House, yeah.
Corey in the House, yeah. Rory and Us. Oh, God. Morty? That's... Okay. I'm gonna guess A, Morty. Yeah.
Okay. Andrew, what do you have to say?
It's D.
It is D. All right.
I feel like you were
wow.
playing coy. I feel like you were playing coy.
I'm the
Do I-
winner.
Do I get a redemption question? Can I get a
I don't
redemption?
think so. I think that was the last. that was the
No,
last
you've
question.
had so many opportunities,
That was the
Dan. You
last
were
question.
killing all the answers, and
Yeah.
you just had this downfall.
Oh,
in
so
the
I
last
go
half.
from
That
being
was just
accused
sad.
of cheating or
cheater.
what to all of a
Big-
sudden
Big cheater.
no, like, wow, just okay.
cheater, pumpkin
Well,
eater.
cheaters never prosper, Dan, and I
Wow.
think
So what
that's
did I
a
end up
message our
with?
viewers can take home.
0 points.
Wow.
You have nothing. Nothing.
Wow.
Wow.
You lost it
And
all.
ironically, Andrew has 5.
Look at that. How ironic. What's ironic about that? 5.
Yeah. Well,
Well.
I hope you guys enjoyed that little trivia game
What do I-
show. I know
What do I win?
you just beat Dan. What more do you want?
More.
Gosh, I swear it's like these American
Oh my
people are
God.
just so rude.
Well,
and
it was
greedy.
one hell of a comeback. I basically led the whole time.
All right, you
I
don't
hate
need the
this
arrogance,
concept, by
Dan.
the way. The scoring, like, because nobody told me about this, I would have protested the scoring system.
All right, put the
Oh.
single on me. It's my time to talk.
Okay.
Thank you guys.
Oh.
Thank you guys for playing and being a part of this. I hope you guys had as much fun as I did. I know they didn't, but I did. It's just a circle of life, you know, the highs and ups. And if you enjoy this and you enjoy our content, please follow us on anything. We're on TikTok, Instagram, Spotify.
I like
We're
that.
on anything. You have a podcast you listen to? Guess what, buddy? We got your new favorite one right here.
Please follow us on anything.
Please join
Anything.
our fan film community, our friendship, our gathering, if you will. We
Yeah.
like seeing you guys. We like seeing your comments, and thank
Hearing
you.
from you.
Yeah.
Hearing what you think.
I think Andrew cheated in that game, now that I think about it. Just-
Wow.
You guys
Do you
conspired
know?
against me.
Do you know? Well, what do you think? Do you think I cheated? Do you think Dan cheated? Dan
think Dan cheated
controls
for
all of the
sure.
tech, for the record. So I think Dan cheated. But you let us know in the comments.
I gotta know what a $5 shake tastes like. God damn, it's a pretty fucking good milkshake.
Guess what you're making today? Oh, the hunkers. All you need is 1 banana, medium, 3 drops of vanilla essence, 300 grams of vanilla ice cream, must be vanilla, 200 grams of natural yogurt, 250 milliliters of milk, any will do, and 2 tablespoons of clear honey.
moments later.
That's a pretty fucking good milkshake.
Told you. I don't know if it was worth $5, but it was pretty fucking good.
What would Andrew say?
All right. So, what would Andrew say? As Triple H would say, it's time to play the game. And it is all about the game. The game we were playing today. I'm just gonna start reciting that song. But the game we were playing today is what would Andrew say? So Andrew, here's basically how we're gonna roll with this. All of us, meaning everybody on this panel, and Brian, who's not on the show today, but even he came up with a pick of a movie that we would love for you to check out. So the question is, of course, what would Andrew say? Meaning, what do you like it? Do you hate it? So what would you say? So let's find out. So Mags, let's pick up with you. What movie do you say that Andrew should check out?
And if he chooses mine, do I win anything?
No. Just
No
the
reward.
satisfaction that Andrew decided to watch your suggestion.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
So I went for something underrated because Andrew is a sucker for them. He always likes something that kind of laid low. And I don't think he's seen it, but I could be wrong. It's Mother with exclamation mark. Have you seen it?
Mother? Was this the...
Darren Aronofsky, 2017.
I have not seen it.
It's a psychological horror film, which the tagline essentially is: a poet and his wife lead a tranquil existence in a burned-out house. However, when an uninvited guest came barging in, the couple's lives turns chaotic and shocking events unfold. It stars Jennifer Lawrence, Javier Bardem, and so they're the main couple. The guests, you get Michelle Pfeiffer and Ed Harris, who are incredible. It's Rosemary's Baby meets The Shining, but it's so uncomfortable throughout the whole film. Makes you super uncomfortable. It's entertaining. It has the most creative and nerve-wracking sequences right in the middle. And yeah, I had to go to when we left the cinema, I had to go to a pub with my friends, and we had a pint in the silence because we were just so exhausted with that film. But yeah, that is me. Mother, Darren Aronofsky, 2017.
Andrew, what are your quick thoughts? Liking it so far?
Well, so far, it sounds like Mags wants me to be upset, but I am I am a fan of Darren Aronofsky, Ed Harris, Javier Bardem. It sounds like a good cast. It sounds like a psychological thriller. I do like those.
Nice.
Not a huge Jennifer Lawrence fan, but that's a contender. Darren Aronofsky does good work.
Yeah.
Good.
Interesting. Well, let me see if I can try to top that. Of course I can top that. How about Krish? It's the sequel. It's the sequel to Koi Milgya, which is the movie that we reviewed.
Andrew.
So it's a Bollywood movie, as if you haven't already surmised by the poster. It stars Hrithik Roshan, the same actor who was the lead role in Koi Milgya, the Bollywood adaptation of E.T. the Extraterrestrial. And this is a sequel. I think I brought it up before with you guys in our conversations that they made 2 sequels. This is the first of those. And it becomes like a superhero movie. And the main actor...
What?
Yeah, it's a super... You can't tell from the look of the poster.
My God.
It's the son of the lead character from the previous movie, but they happen to look exactly the same or are played by the same actor. So, what do you say, Andrew?
I have a morbid curiosity about this one because it was my first Bollywood experience and it made no sense, but I was enthralled. Tempting.
That is the same actor.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh yeah. All right. Well, at least I intrigued you. All right. Well, Roland, what do you have for us?
I picked The Tree of Life. You know, that Terrence Malick movie?
No.
It's a lot of cinematography. It's, barely any dialogue for you to critique. I looked up the most pretentious films I could find. This was on the top of the list. I was like, maybe you have an opinion. I would like your opinion, Andrew.
Well, I'm going to start off by saying, as a slight little dig at me there, saying that I'm pretentious, but, I'm also not going to deny it. I'm pretentious. Why would I like this movie? Or is this just to slap me across the face?
It is like
What is it about?
It's an interesting movie. It's the tagline is the story of a family in Waco, Texas in 1956. The eldest son witnesses the loss of innocence and struggles with his parents' conflicting teachings. Basically, what it is just like it's about family and family roots, and you see this kid grow up.
It's about family.
I mean, look. Here's the thing. Terrence Malick.
It's about Waco?
Yeah.
I mean,
I think I said Wacko, but yeah, it's Waco.
Okay. That's interesting.
Yeah.
It sounds slow.
Personally, Boyhood did it better, but that's my opinion.
Well, Boyhood wasn't about a cult. Is this about the Branch Davidians?
It just happened to take place in Waco, Texas.
Oh,
No.
okay. Because that I was like, maybe
No.
that.
His dad's just like a jerk, is the thing.
This sounds too pretentious for me.
Okay.
That's what I'm gonna go ahead and say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Brad Pitt,
Wow.
Sean Penn, Jessica Chastain. There's not a whole lot you can
It's
do
a
wrong
good
there.
cast.
Yeah.
It is.
So Roland.
But you also didn't sell it so hard. You basically told me Boyhood was better, and I didn't care for Boyhood.
Well, okay. All right.
And you called him pretentious. You called him pretentious.
I
in the
didn't
first.
call him. I implied it. There's a difference, people.
Let me teach
hold
you
on.
something about selling.
I'm sorry. We
ever
have to
insult
move
the
on.
customer.
I'm so sorry. We're moving on to the next.
So Brian couldn't be with us today, but apparently he sent in a pic as well, and Roland knows all about it. So Roland, let's see what Brian sent us.
Nacho Libre. Brian was trying to go for like a nostalgic thing. He was
That
like,
is a Brian pick.
He's like, I think Andrew grew up with this movie. It's amazing. Jack Black's in it. He kills it. He's like a monk turned wrestler. You see some amazing acting chops from Jack Black's friend, where he eats street corn, and then Jack Black's wearing very tight white pants. It's a great movie. Very inspiring. It talks about the underdog and what willpower can really bring you to.
Yeah. Hey, he will make you believe that Jack Black can fly, as you can see in the poster.
Wow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm familiar with Nacho Libre.
Of course
the
you
exploits
are.
of Nacho Libre. Well, but Brian, by the way, was very generous, and he actually picked out 2 movies for us. So let me give you guys another one. This might be your out. Like, if you don't want to go pretentious, you don't want to go the complete opposite end of the spectrum. Maybe somewhere in the middle. How about The Longest Yard? And the Adam Sandler version, not the Burt Reynolds, but the Adam Sandler and Burt Reynolds version of The Longest Yard.
You want me to watch both of them?
I was gonna say,
Brian, if you're watching this later, I hate remakes, and I hate sports. No.
Well, hey.
There you go.
The point of this. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'll let you expand on that.
I know the original Longest Yard, and it's a good movie. No. Sorry, Brian. No.
All right. Well, that was the very first edition of What Would
We're
Andrew
doing this
Say?
again?
Hey, here's how it goes, right? So now that we have pitched these, how many were there? Let me see. Were there like 6 movies total? 1, 2, 3, 4. There were 6. So we have pitched 6 movies to you. Remember, there was Mother, there was Krish, there was The Tree of Life, there was The Longest Yard. Actually, no, there was 5. The Longest Yard and Nacho Libre. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have 5 options. Now you have to pick one of them, go watch it, and next time out, you're going to review it for us.
Am I going for one that I think I'll actually enjoy? Do you want me to be positive, or do you just want me to be a jerk?
Hey man, read the graphic. It says, we try to find something for Andrew to watch and
And like.
Maybe.
Okay.
So it's your
think,
pick.
Yeah.
We'll leave it up to you.
I think I'm gonna have the best luck with Mother, honestly. So
I win again.
I hate to be that guy, but it was number 2 on the most pretentious list.
It's not a competition.
That was? Wow.
It was not.
Okay. Well, you know what?
It's a good film.
You don't win until I come back saying it was wonderful, and that hasn't happened
Still,
yet. So
I already feel like a winner with my film, so we're good.
Right.
Thank you, guys. That's
I'm just
how
trying
you
to
do
undercut it, really.
Once again.
Well, that was what would Andrew say? That was fun. So Andrew is gonna go watch Mother, and then once he has watched Mother, he's gonna tell us how was it, and we were looking forward to his review. Whether he hated it, whether he liked it, we'll find out soon enough.
It's a good film.
I looked up the most pretentious films I could find.
So Andrew is gonna go watch Mother.
Last night I watched Darren Aronofsky's film Mother! ! It was pretty good. Yes, it was a little difficult to follow, but about 15 minutes in I kind of got the idea. This is an allegory. It's a retelling of biblical stories where Javier Bardem, he's playing God. Jennifer Lawrence's Mother Earth. That's the conceit of the film. It uses very dreamlike imagery, and while over the top and jarring in some respects, I found this was clever at its best, but carried with it a sort of adolescent rage toward the destruction of nature. And in those respects, I found it a little cloying. Otherwise, I would say artistically, Aronofsky is a master. I'm a big fan of his films. High concept, beautifully produced, and he doesn't assault you with visual effects, but they do absolutely complement the surreal depiction of the message. It was pretty good.
All right, the last episode of The Boys Season 3 just came out, and it was so good. I mean, it was phenomenal. I mean, every episode has just been hit after hit after hit. It's been so good, and so many deaths. So many deaths. Not Black Noir, though. It's got that special healing ability. It's been established in Season 2. But just so good. I mean, I can wait for Stranger Things to come out. I don't think I can wait a year for The Boys. Let's just jump into it. First of all, there's this recurring theme that we keep seeing in the show with the father-son struggles. And okay. Black Noir, what is this? Well, that's gross. You can take those back. There you go. So father-son struggles, which I very much enjoy because I have daddy issues. And, I mean, the big thing is the deal with Ryan. And who's going to parent him? Is it going to be Butcher? Is it going to be Homelander? Who's he going to go with? And thinking was like, obviously it's going to be Butcher. Butcher is a very gray character. Just because he's doing good things doesn't mean he's a good character. But Homelander comes in, and every interaction that he's had with Ryan is actually surprisingly sweet. It makes sense why he's going with Homelander. And it just goes to show the writing that the boys put into it. I mean, it's just so intense. And we just know that Ryan's going to go down this dark path. And speaking of dark path, Soldier Boy is terrifying. I mean, he's an absolute menace. You don't know what he's going to say. Like, how evil it's going to be, how terrifying it's going to be. You think he's going to be sweet and intimate. Then next thing you know, 180, this show keeps upping the ante. And there's no safety net, which I love so much. Thank you. All right. No nuts. Nice. Anyways, just to wrap this up, because I do want to make this video quick. Shout out to Maeve, Queen Maeve. She's like one of the few people that actually gets a happy ending. You know, she never really wanted the superhero life, and she found a way out of it to have her own little peace of mind. And I have tons more to say about this, but we'll talk more about it on the show. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it as much as I have, and thank you, Black Noir. Yeah, it's not like anybody can see it anyways. But... Welcome to Rolan Underground, where we talk about what's happening in the world above while in my grandparents' basement. I'm your host, Mourning. Mourning for a loss that was very close to me, and I don't think I can continue doing this show today if I don't address it. If you could, please take a moment of silence for what I lost. In the arms of Daniyal, we're trying to avoid a lawsuit. So here's this really bad song. For those listening to the podcast, I shaved off my goatee. That is the joke. Okay, enough of that. I really don't know how that song goes, except for like in the arms of an angel. But let's just keep going. It's post-Halloween, so I thought it'd be fun if we do a little information dive. Kind of. We're gonna look at celebrity costumes. Just costumes in general. This is the last thing you're gonna hear from me for Halloween. I promise. No, I don't. So let's just get into it. These are the first times I've seen any of these. Alright, first up we have Zoe Kravitz and Channing Tatum. Are they together? I don't know, but they look really good. Dang, Channing Tatum looks awesome. That's a great movie, fantastic. I did see this. This looks awesome. Chloe Bailey as Lola from Shark Tale. She's supposed to be like the Little Mermaid, whenever that movie's supposed to come out. Drew Barrymore as Drew Barrymore. Okay, all right, I like it. Yeah, it's funny. No, it's cool. It's a callback. It's nice. Kourtney Kardashian and Travis Barker as Sid and Nancy. I love it. I love it. Honestly, if I had to pick a Kardashian, it'd be none of them, but Kourtney, if I actually had to. Also, they seem cool. Like I don't really know shit about them, but I just from a distance, I think they look dope. I saw this, Jamie Lee Curtis as Psycho's Marion Crane. As we all know, you know, Jamie Lee Curtis's mom was Marion Crane. Rihanna as Gunna. Who the fuck is Gunna? I don't really know what it is, but like that looks cool. I think it's very accurate. Oh dang. Megan Thee Stallion as Pinhead. This is definitely awoken something. And we're gonna go past this. She looks amazing. Doja Cat as Princess Kita from Atlanta. I never saw it. I just saw like pictures and stuff. This looks good. I love this. This looks dope. Hailey Kiyoko as 067 from Squid Game. Believe it or not, I haven't watched Squid Game. I just really haven't had time. I've been doing a lot of stuff. It seems cool, and I've heard a lot of awesome things about it. This looks dope. She was in Scooby-Doo. Lizzo as Baby Yoda. It looks great, just very scary, but I dig it. I respect it. I think that's really cool. Harry Styles as Dorothy from The Wizard of Oz. I'll let him do him, you know? Olivia Rodrigo as Michelle Pfeiffer in Scarface. This is cool. I like this. This is nice. And it looks like her friend is Roderick from Diary of a Wimpy Kid. I think that's dope. Steve Buscemi. Oh my gosh! Steve Buscemi went as a fellow teen from that SNL skit. No, it wasn't SNL. I think it was like 30 Rock. Anyways, it was from New York. But that's so cool. I love that. And he's like with people. I love Steve Buscemi. He's really such an underrated actor and just an amazing guy. All right, we have Sophie Turner, Joe Jonas, and Olivia DeJonge. I have no idea who that is. As Isabella, Apollo, and Lizzie from the Lizzie McGuire movie. I have a cousin that really likes the Lizzie McGuire movie. Sarah Michelle. Ah, that's great. Sarah and Freddie Prinze Jr. as Baby and Johnny from Dirty Dancing. Another Scooby-Doo thing. That's amazing. I love that. That's so cute. Paris Hilton as Cinderella, because she knows that story so well. Katy Perry and Orlando Bloom as Syringe and a doctor. That's alright, that's cool. I like that a lot. A little narcissistic to put Katy Perry in big letters. Cardi B is Morticia Adams. Alright, I like it. Very much vampire. Very cool, very cool. Lil Nas X as Voldemort. Okay. Oh, and also he was what was his name? He was like the popular kid from Ned Declassified. That's cool. I think that's funny. I don't know. I like it. Haley Rode Baldwin Bieber. Is that her name? As Britney Spears? Cool. I don't know. It's whatever. LeBron James as Freddy Krueger. I saw this. I thought this was so dope. This is cool. This is nice. Nina Dobrev. Shaun White. Oh my gosh. I haven't heard of Shaun White since that last episode we did. And Adam Devine as the Queen's Gambit. Weird trio. Would not imagine them being friends. That's insane. Tori Justice as a skeleton. Chanel Monet as... Oh! Okay. That's cool. I like that. As the Grinch. It's scary. Very scary, but very cool. I like that. Kendall Jenner as Mars Attacks. That's cool. Say what you want about Kendall Jenner, but like that's actually a really cool costume. I like that a lot. Ariana Grande as Creature from the Black Lagoon. Dude, you gotta give these people credit. A lot of these people just go all out with these insane costumes. My goodness. I like the filter she has on it. Taylor Swift is a squirrel. I mean, the head kind of gives it's just like you in a onesie. I mean, that's fine. I guess I don't know. I feel like it's just a little, it's whatever. You know what? You do you. I said we were gonna have fun for Halloween, so. Chica as Dwight Schrute. I don't know if the knife was necessary. Also, I have no idea who Chica is. I don't really listen to a lot of like modern hip hop, so Amy Schumer as a tampon. Okay. I didn't know she was still okay. Adam Rippon as Nicki Minaj's cousin's friend. Alright, we're just gonna Megan Stalter. Why are there so many people? I don't know. I don't know who these people are. As Jennifer Coolidge, I like the costume. I think the costume is very dope. Mary Beth Barone and Benito Skinner as Kravis. What is Kravis? What the hell is Kravis? May we all hope to become horny cowboys as Travis. Oh, it's Travis Barker and Kourtney Kardashian. I had no idea. Alright, so that one is done. Let's just go to this next one. Alright, seen it. Yeah, seen it. And alright, The Weeknd is dressed as Don Corleone from The Godfather. And the makeup looks fantastic. It looks insane. He looks just like him. You know, I don't think the color thing matters. I'm just gonna play it safe and not touch that. I think that's the best case scenario for this. I don't think I'm gonna explore anymore. So that's my video. If you guys had a really cool Halloween costume, share them. You know, we have an Instagram. Just tag us. Be like @OhSoCurious. #OhSoCurious. Or find me on Instagram. I have a weird name. I'm sure you can find me pretty easily. And just DM me and be like, hey, dude, check out this Halloween costume. And I'll probably reply. It was fun to do. I'll see you next time.
Since Spider-Man, this has been the most highly anticipated Marvel movie event of the year. This was Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. Spider-Man kind of set this up, introducing us to the idea of the Marvel Cinematic Multiverse, where anything goes. We can establish different timelines. We can bring characters in from other properties like Sony's Marvel Universe. And now
love it.
There's a big old mess in the multiverse, and it's up to Doctor Strange to clean it up. How did we feel about this film?
You forgot to add the reason why is there a mess, which is the most ridiculous reason.
What's the reason again?
Wanda's dreaming of having kids of her own, which she cannot have.
She
right?
can't have
Did I
them?
get it right? Was that the
Yeah.
reason?
Basically,
Yeah.
and it's such a
Basically.
flawed, because I'll just like right off the bat, let's get into the deep end here and before we
Please.
do that, actually, let me put up I don't know if I did this already, so I'll put this up now. I would like to put up a spoiler warning because we will be diving
yeah.
into all the spoilers.
Let's
All
be
right.
honest. The movie was spoiled already, but we're going to reveal details.
Yeah. So here's the thing about this movie that I think fundamentally.
It was revealed in the trailer. It's fine. That was revealed in the trailer.
Yeah, right. Well, we put up a general spoiler warning anyway. All right. So what I'm trying to get at here is the fact that this movie's fundamentally, I think no matter what version of the movie you made here, one of the fundamental flaws in the philosophy of this story is, or just this, I don't know what you would call like the structure of the story or the nature of the story, is that Vonda's motivation in this film is very iffy at best, because wants to basically be with her kids that never existed, that she conjured up in a completely made up reality, and then fell in love with the idea of having those kids with a character that no longer exists. And then in WandaVision, she got over that whole situation. At the end, it was resolved, and she was happy that or not happy, but she had accepted the idea that the kid, she couldn't have a family that wasn't real. And then the end of the show, we have like this one, I think, scene where they say, oh, never mind, she got the dark hold, and she's not actually over it. She just let that's the people go in that city or town, and now she's gonna do it all over again. And so it's like
That's the series.
That's a series.
Or is
That's
that...
everything before the movie. But and that's another issue that we can talk about. But the point I'm trying to make is that whole show, like the same thing as Moon Knight, it's like if the episode 6 didn't happen, that show would have felt like it was a consequential entry into the MCU. And the last scene in the last episode of WandaVision made that whole series seem inconsequential to the greater MCU, because everything that happened in that show, basically literally Dr. Strange says in the start of the movie when he goes to meet her for the first time, I'm not here to talk to you about Bestview. Or I think that's the name of the town. I'm here. They're like, oh, you watch WandaVision? Great. If you didn't, nobody cares. Let's talk about this movie. Like, and it's their insistence to constantly toss those things to the side. It's an insult to people who choose and take their time to go watch those shows, because Kevin Feige or whoever, like the people in charge, the creatives are like, you can watch the shows and they're great, but at the end of the day, if you don't, it doesn't matter, because the movies will never truly integrate with them. And so it's an insult to somebody who spent their time watching the show, and it's an insult to somebody who didn't, because then their motivation to watch this movie becomes even like less, like a lot more murkier than it used to be.
To counter argue that, I haven't seen this series, but her motivation kind of made kind of sense. Her desire to kill the child was not, or like, play with the multi-universes was not strong enough argument, but her being hurt after killing Vision was, that's essentially the connection I made. That's why she was so heartbroken. It wasn't because of the series. Like my lack of knowledge about the series did not impact my viewing experience whatsoever. I didn't feel like
I honestly didn't think too hard about the motivation, because I was watching this movie feeling like, and I said this when I saw it with a friend, but I told her, like, this feels like episode 7 of season 3 of a show I've never watched. And that's tough, because everything that happens in this is inconsequential to everything else. It's a big mess. There's a lot to keep track of. They introduce characters that they kill off, and it's, I don't know, it just, the entire time I just kept thinking to myself, this is really lame. I couldn't shut it off. My mind was screaming it. This is lame. This is really, really lame.
This is really
so
bad.
much. This is like, there's action, but I don't care. There's characters, but I don't know them and I don't care. And I realized, I was a comic book nerd for my youth, but back then I knew the mythology and I knew about the idea of the multiverse and the fact that everybody in Marvel was part of the same universe. And back then, that was just something that people who read comics knew. Now, it's so mainstream, everybody knows. And I'm sitting there in the audience with these people who are reacting. They're squealing with joy and, saying, oh, I saw that coming. And, oh, this is, wow. And I'm just, I hate to say it. I think Marvel movies are for nerds. Just for nerds. And I don't think I am one anymore.
I mean, being a nerd isn't a bad thing. I just think it's for Marvel.
It's been remarketed.
Marvel fans.
It's been remarketed so that everybody wants to be a nerd, and everybody, hey, if you know all the details, you're in. You're in on the. It's like fine to be interested in nerdy things, but now this caricature of, hey, you're a nerd and I'm a nerd, and nerds are cool. It's like, just tell me a good story.
Yeah. You just reminded me of Good Burger. It's like, instead of like, I'm a dude.
I'm a nerd. She's a nerd. He's a nerd. Because we're all nerds. Yeah. That's what it is.
It is. I think that's one of the things that also drew me out not because of. Well, yeah, I think I always thought that this movie, with how deep it goes into the craziness of like, and how deep it goes into the comic lore of it all, it's gonna leave a bad taste in a lot of people's mouth who are there to watch a good movie. They don't care so much about all the nods to comic book culture. And this movie didn't find a good way to balance that. And I think, again, Marvel in the past used to be more restrained in that sense. And they would focus on making a great movie first, and then the references and the Easter eggs and the comic book things like would come secondary, because they're like, yes, it's good to have
special.
That. Yeah.
It used to be truly unique. Now it's just...
Well, they used to be characters, and I think something really went wrong. They brought out Iron Man, and now we have this really like smart, self-aware, makes quips and is like, he's a funny character. And then they pushed it really far with Deadpool to be like, hey, this is how self-aware a Marvel movie could be. And suddenly every single Marvel character is the same kind of serious when they need to be serious. They're the same kind of self-aware when they want to be self-aware. They're the same kind of funny when they want to be funny. And I don't find that there's any real character anymore. It just feels like one person, the faceless Marvel with
Hero.
A bunch of puppets or action figures. He's just being like, I'm serious. I'm also serious. Now I'm joking around. That's a funny joke.
Disingenuous.
It's disingenuous. There's nothing really human or interesting about it to me anymore. I feel like if they want to get people like me back, and who knows if they even want me as a fan, but if they want
that's another thing. I don't think you're the fan anymore.
Probably not. I think maybe I've outgrown it.
But that's part of the problem,
because they should cater the original fans, the people that kind of made Marvel happen, like our generation essentially.
I mean, the movies they're not around today because all the hardcore fans went and watched the movies. They're around today because like everybody went and saw the movies. So I think if they start losing the casual fan, that's when Marvel is going to be in big trouble. Yeah.
And the original Spider-Man movies, which were also directed by Sam Raimi, those were great because you could sympathize and you could feel what was going on with Peter Parker. And it was about the story. And it wasn't about... And same with The Dark Knight. It's not, hey, we all know what's going on with these comic book characters. It was, let's look at these ideas that have been kind of marginalized to just being for a certain group of people. Let's make them compelling to everybody. Let's turn them into a good story. Let's develop the characters so that we care. When everything is reduced to cameos and quips and self-aware meta commentary, you're not telling a story anymore.
They had a really, so in all defense, I agree with every single thing you guys say, but to say something in defense of this film, there was just one small thing that I wish they explored further, because it's very I'd say it's quite common, but it's not used that much by films. And they had the joke. It was the line, "How are you?" Like, truly, are you good? How is your life? Do you remember? So Doctor Strange gets asked,
Are you
this,
happy?
right?
I think is the question.
Are you happy? Yeah.
Are you happy? And it's such a difficult question for everyone nowadays. And I thought that was kind of a missed opportunity where they could have really explored this. Like, we answer, we're good. We're happy, like in a passing moment, but not everyone takes a second to just really ask themselves the question, hey, am I happy with decisions I'm making? So yeah, it's a shame, because that could have been something very more meaningful, more deeper.
Yeah,
something they really tried
but see, that's
hard
their
to do. And
go ahead, Dan.
No, I was just gonna say that's what you're saying. I think to add to that concept, that question is something that it's a very subtle, it's a very nuanced thing that has to be explored in a very nuanced way. Like, are you happy? Like, it's a deep character driven question, and this movie just felt like it didn't have enough time for character development. The movie only had time for plot. So that was like that whole, if there was one theme in this movie, it was, are you happy? Because that's what they started off with in the beginning, that question being asked of Doctor Strange, and then toward the end the same thing. Even in other respects, I think whether it's his relationship with America Chavez, his relationship with Wong, his relationship with Christine, his relationship with himself, like they dropped this like bombshell that his sister passed away when they were playing on ice and she fell through.
Oh no,
like
that
60% through the movie, and then just were like, oh, whatever, like small detail, let's move on, next fight in this movie is coming up. Like that kind of thing. And it's just like every time like the movie tried to inject character development and for us to like find reasons to care about these characters, the movie it was like Kevin Feige was like, no, don't worry about it, Sam. Plot. We gotta move on. We gotta get back to the story. We gotta go stop Wanda again.
Wanda.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
It just was disappointing.
We already put up the spoiler warning, but I really want to take issue with the cameo scene. And that's all it was. It was a cameo scene. If you haven't heard by now, John Krasinski, they put their foot in the water. John Krasinski as Reed Richards, Mr. Fantastic. Again, I want to bring up the fact that they shoot these scenes, they do some market research to see who tests well, and then they reshoot them with the actors. And that's exactly how it feels. And that whole
Can you explain that further for those who don't know?
So
how does the market research?
So we heard, rumors that fans are really pushing for John Krasinski to be Reed Richards. Well, I'm a fan. I was a fan. I wasn't pushing for anybody. But I'd heard that, and then wouldn't you know it, I went to see the movie and there he was. It's almost like they listened to the fans. Well,
they did. That's exactly it. It's a fan casting thing. Yeah.
Is it? Or did they put out that rumor? Was it more viral marketing? And did they have other people go, yeah, I guess that'd be cool. And yeah, people are responding well to this. It'll be John Krasinski.
The rumors for that have been around for years, even before Disney bought Fox. They were like, fans had been wanting to have John Krasinski as Mr. Fantastic and what's her name? Her wife Emily Blunt as Sue Storm. And it's so I guess they finally gave into it.
They kill off this version of it.
I can't believe it.
Because it's in another universe, but they can bring back anybody because, Doctor Strange is always and Doctor Strange is always played by Benedict Cumberbatch apparently.
Wait, have you guys seen that? Exactly. Have you seen that meme where you have different Spider-Mans and then Benedict?
Yeah. And then for some reason Strange is, or like, hey, there's a female Loki in one of the variations of the timeline, but but for some reason Strange is always,
And
played by the
Captain
same.
England.
It's sort of
know.
like that's
Yeah.
where I think you get into it's one part of the multiverse. Like if you're trying to tackle a concept as big and as expansive and as diverse as the multiverse, like scientifically speaking, there's many different ways to tackle the multiverse depending on what theory you go
Scientifically
for.
speaking, there's nothing proven or even reasonable about the idea of a
Yeah.
multiverse. Quantum physics is just a theory that Hollywood writers love because it gets them out of plot holes.
But
But
that's the
Into
thing.
the Spider-Verse made sense.
It
Because they
The
thought about it.
2018 one.
But you have to
Into the
establish like a
Spider-Verse.
set of rules within the world of the story and then
Yes.
follow them. But what you can't ever do is give off the impression that anything anything can happen and therefore nothing matters. And I think that's a
Yeah.
fine line that you have to walk when you're
That's
tackling a multiverse concept.
Yeah, I just felt a little lost in this one, and there were too many elements to keep track of, too much pretense and pretext to keep track of, and like assigned reading that you have to do before you even make sense of
which attracted pretentious audience.
Yeah. Can we just very quickly though can we move back to the cameos? Because I want
Sure.
to point out something.
Sure.
I think I hated the majority of the costumes for those cameos of the Illuminati members
Well,
because
they'll
if
change
you
them in the next universe
But
Huh?
Illuminati,
because
can
of
we
market
even,
research.
well
I was
we-
making a joke.
like for example
are
John
we not going to
Krasinski's
discuss Illuminati? Okay.
We can.
I mean, I'm like before that scene. I mean, before they go to the chamber and his Mordo is like, "It's time for you to meet the Illuminati." I'm like, and under my breath, I made the comment of how pretentious you have to be to call yourself the Illuminati. Like, and I just like, eye roll because like that concept alone, I'm like, in a comic book it works, but to do it in the movie, like and that's the thing where Marvel, I feel like literally they took a lot of, they were like, we don't give a shit. This is an alternate universe version, so we will make it as cheesy and as comic accurate as possible. But when we do the 616 version, the mainline MCU, then we will like start to like treat it seriously because that played into every aspect of that whole sequence where it was the most comic book cheesy costumes for every character that we got. Like I think we've seen 2 or 3 versions of the Fantastic Four on the silver screen before, and by far the version of the costume that they had for John Krasinski wear was by far the worst looking one on camera. However, it's the most comic
It
book
looked
accurate one.
ridiculous.
And the same thing with like Professor X. He's wearing a light gray suit in a building where the color yellow is
wheelchair.
almost nowhere to be found, and his chair sticks out like a sore thumb the whole time. It just bothered me like how it's at
Yeah.
time I'm like you gotta stick to some like ground it at some to a certain degree, and this movie just like I said, when everything can happen and nothing matters, that's when things start to become visual noise. And I felt like that this movie at some points was like the third act of a Transformers film because we kept going from one stupid ridiculous fight where they were doing weird hand gestures and
Yes.
throwing lightning bolts and things at each
And
other to the
How
next.
did you guys?
Yeah.
How did you guys think feel about the horror elements? Because that's when the film looked
Didn't
most
even notice
promising to
them.
me.
Didn't even
You didn't
notice them.
notice?
Didn't even no. There was nothing scary about this movie.
No,
I
it wasn't scary, but he used some elements from horror film that he really needed to polish, I suppose, in order to attract the younger audience. But overall, it was, I don't know. It could have been something if he just stick to this one genre. I think
this is
The
where
film
this
tried to
movie
do too
also
many things.
yeah, the movie suffered like a mixture, like it suffered from having these tonal
Dissonance.
issues where just some critics reviews who are like criticizing the movie for having like it's being like a mess, they keep saying it feels like it's some combination of it's a Marvel movie it's a movie where Sam Raimi's stuck inside a Marvel world, or it's a Marvel movie that's trying to be a Sam Raimi movie, or some like combination of that criticism. And I think it comes from the fact that whenever they leaned into the hardcore horror elements, it was out of place at times where it killed the momentum of what was going on in the scene. Like when they're in that tunnel running away, all of a sudden like the 5th like blast door that they close on her after 4 others that she just decides to walk through, doesn't walk through that one, and now we're like five shots of reaction shots, build up music, and then she pops in from the side and this jump scare. I'm like, all of a sudden we just had a horror movie.
Here's
like
something
1 minute.
I really wanted to address, as well as the tone shifting left audiences guessing as to what was meant seriously and what was a joke.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, in my theater, when Doctor Strange is talking with the corpse's body and he's got, he's missing half his face, and he's talking like this, the audience was erupting with laughter. They thought that was hilarious.
Yeah.
And it's like, it was just like, it's like, that's he's talking seriously.
Genuine piece of dialogue. Yeah.
Was it meant to be serious? Was I supposed to really care about, like, it's like, he looks ridiculous. Yeah. He sounds ridiculous. It almost felt intentional, but then you realize, oh, he's actually giving important information. It's the kind of thing that you would see in Scary Movie, the parodies, where it's like, what did you say? What? It wasn't.
Well, in my theater, people were laughing when there's a sequence where Patrick Stewart's Professor X is in the mind of the Wanda that's being possessed by our Wanda from the main the 616 world, and he's trying to like pull her out from under the rubble, seemingly a reference to Sokovia where she would have been at one point, and then if he cannot pull her out, then the evil Wanda is going to take over the mind completely and get inside his mind. And so he's walking in that sequence because it's in the mind, and like there were like a dozen people in the theater just like laughing at it. Oh, he's walking. What? I'm like, it's a serious moment, even the music and all the stuff. And I think you're right, because it left people not understanding. Because here's the thing, in movie making, there's many different ways. Like the mise en scène can give you a lot of clue you into a lot of like, that's the thing, we talked about this before on the show, where sometimes you don't need to know what the characters are saying to understand what is happening, because there's visual cues, there's other auditory cues like the soundtrack and the score of the movie, the cinematography that you're seeing, the reactions, and like what the actors are doing physically on screen. And I think at times, even like when he's taking over the body of the dead Doctor Strange, what made it confusing is Marvel was too busy making that whole thing look cool, and rather than showing the horror of it all, and then that Marvel humor got in the way of creating the horror aspect of it again, where Bong is like, I don't even want to know. And then
can I take issue with
is there any tension there?
Cool thing?
Yeah.
Because I don't know about you, but green screens have really lost their effect on me. This is a green screen. It's not impressive. All I saw in this was a ton of green screen, a lot of CGI, a lot of things moving around, and everything looks like a computer generated image.
Also stolen from other films.
Is that right?
Like, yeah. Like I was getting Mandalorian mixed with Carrie in one scene. Yeah.
On Twitter, one person pointed out the other day that literally, and they put the two pieces of music back to back, Danny Elfman literally took the sequence in the theatrical version of Justice League where Flash is like in slow motion trying to get the sword poked back to Wonder Woman, and they're in the tunnel. Well, if you don't, but if you guys are watching, you probably know that scene from, if you don't, look it up. There's a piece of music in there used, it's like connected to the Flash as a character, and not Hans Zimmer, Danny Elfman took that piece of music and literally reused it in the soundtrack and the score for this movie, and it feels like there was a lot of that happening, a lot of derivative elements in this film.
Maybe that's a little Easter egg saying that DC is going to be part of the Marvel universe.
I don't think so.
Yeah, let's hope not.
I mean, yeah. All in all, this movie was not a bad film. If you look at it in a vacuum, I think the movie works. It's certainly not Eternals, which had fundamental structural plot flaws and logic gaps, whereas this movie doesn't quite have that. But it's just when you go beyond the most basic of standards for storytelling is when this movie starts to like disappoint.
I disagree with that statement. Just so you know, can we just say, Dan, this is all your...
Totally disagree. I hadn't seen a lot of the stuff that I was supposed to see in order to understand this. I did not understand a lot of the movie. I don't think it stands on its own. I don't think it's a particularly entertaining film unless you know everything going into it. Lastly, if you're going to bring John Krasinski in, I think the big missed opportunity is that for Eternals, they really just should have cast the entire cast of The Office. I think that would have been a much better Eternals movie.
Steve Carell as Captain Marvel.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Have Kevin up there, with his pot of chili, and using that against other. I would watch that Eternals.
There was some people wanted Dwight Schrute. Who's the actor who plays Dwight Schrute?
Rainn Wilson.
Rainn Wilson. Some people some fans wanted to see him in this because they're like, if John Krasinski is Mr. Fantastic, then Rainn Wilson should play Doctor Doom.
Dr. Doom.
Wouldn't that be great? Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? It's probably going to happen.
It's going to happen.
Yeah. Maybe he is the Victor Von Doom of the 838 universe that the Illuminati was in.
It could be. Rainn Wilson voiced Lex Luthor a million times for DC cartoons. So he's used to being villains. Yeah.
That is true.
He could easily be Doctor Doom. I would not put it past them. I would not put it past them to put all of the cast of The Office in the Fantastic Four movie.
He might be Loki in a different universe as well. I could see that happening.
He could play a good Loki. Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, a good movie. I think that you guys. I'm probably the only one saying.
Stop saying that.
It's a decent.
Not a good film.
Don't let us tell you if it was good or bad.
Yeah.
You tell us if you liked it. Comment, share the videos. If you think we had something decent or relevant or interesting to say, let us know what you think, because the jury's clearly out over here.
Yeah.
What are we moving on to from here?
And the beat goes on.
It does. The story of Ivan Reitman's life began long before he was born. Narrowly escaping the fate of many Czechoslovakian Jews, his father, Leslie Reitman, served as a guerrilla fighter during World War II, reuniting with his past love and Ivan's mother, Clara, at the war's end. Ivan was born in Komarno in 1946, but escaped with his parents to Toronto in pursuit of a safer, more stable life. At Oakwood Collegiate, he joined the Twin Tone 4 singing group, receiving his bachelor's degree in music in 1969. But singing is not where the young Reitman found his voice. After graduating from McMaster University, he went on to direct short films and began working at City TV, a news station based in Toronto. In the 6 short months before he was fired, he would meet a young Dan Aykroyd. Developing a taste for the unusual, Reitman's low-budget creative pursuits typically drew on the talents of friends like Eugene Levy in Cannibal Girls, shot in 9 days with only $12,000. With production wrapped on David Cronenberg's Shivers, he made a fateful call to the National Lampoon about possibly branching out into movies. The partnership of Reitman and writers Harold Ramis and Doug Kenney would spawn the National Lampoon Show, introducing the actors and the sketches that eventually became Animal House. The brain behind eventual cult classics Ghostbusters, Meatballs, and Stripes was never one to shy away from a crazy idea, and dove headfirst into producing the adult animated movie Heavy Metal in 1981. Always hungry for the next project, driven by a passion for entertaining audiences, the charismatic Reitman signed his next big deal for the movie Twins on a napkin, alongside the names Schwarzenegger and DeVito. Through the 90s and early 2000s, Reitman's spirit manifested in more cult classics: Space Jam, Dave, Howard Stern's Private Parts, Evolution, My Super Ex-Girlfriend, Road Trip, Euro Trip, and Old School, earning himself a place on Canada's Walk of Fame. He stepped back from directing, passing the torch to his son, Jason Reitman, and served as producer to his Academy Award-nominated film, Up in the Air. Before his death in 2022, Ivan Reitman's long-spanning career brought joy, outrage, and wonder to the big screen for generations. His final role, paying tribute to his friend, the late Harold Ramis, in Ghostbusters Afterlife, seems a fitting statement on the impact of Reitman on American culture, a friend to audiences, and an entertainer whose bizarre sense of humor will live on in his timeless work.
I swear I saw The Black Phone on opening night. Anyway, here's my review. The Black Phone is about John Finney. Sorry, just Finney. Finney's his first name. And he's 13. So, during the 1970s, there was a series of kidnappings, and we get the first-hand experience in this horror movie. Finney's only chance of escaping his captor's basement is through a detached antique phone that gets calls from the previously killed children. Originally, a short story from the book called 20th Century Ghost, I was interested to see what they were going to do with the Black Phone. I mean, the story is only 20 pages. How truthful would it stay? Would there be any nods or Easter eggs to the other short stories? No, there wasn't. Not that I could see. I was kind of upset. There's definitely some times where it would have been like, hey, here's a little nod. But there wasn't. It was kind of weird. And the inciting incident is totally different. When adapting a short story into a movie, it only makes sense that they're going to change some aspects of it. You know, add a little more detail to here and there, add some context, you know, maybe go deeper with themes of some sort. But there were some things I found unnecessary that they changed. Names, for example. In the book, Frank is Max in the movie. Al, or the grabber's brother. Also, Finney's younger sister, Gwen. In the book, it's his 3 years older sister, Susanna. Now, they both have the shining ability, and they both knew about the black balloons, but it was interesting to say the least. Now, I do understand changing the family dynamic, getting rid of the mother, to say that she also has this shining ability just like Gwen, or maybe schizophrenia, and that adds a little more danger, risk to the event. That makes sense to me. Wait, hold on just a minute. I think the biggest change in the movie is the grabber. Because in the book, he's this disgustingly fat, bald man from Hawaii. And what Hawk does with his performance is, and not only just with the character, but with the dialogue, and by the way, with the exception of the inciting incident, his dialogue is word for word by the book, is breathtaking. He's just so insanely creepy, and he's always a little bit off the rocker, but he always has a foot in realism. He feels totally real. And I'm so glad Scott Derrickson, the director, wanted to do another collaboration with him again, because he was perfect. He doesn't even need the cool mask. He just needs that insane glint in his eye. And I think this is a perfect example of how, when you're adapting a book, it doesn't need to be true letter by letter. Honestly, this version of The Grabber was better off than doing the book's version. Can we talk about the mask? The mask in the Black Phone movie is so cool. Mask is never mentioned in the book, which is just kind of dumb on the Grabber's part, but it's a really cool addition. It's creepy, it's cool, and most importantly, it's iconic. It's so cool. Like the two parts where it's you can arrange different types to match the top mask. I just love it. I think it's a really cool addition, and it's I'm sure it was a lot of fun to work with. I have a little bit of a fan theory that he has a personal connection to the mask. Whenever the Grabber puts the mask on, he believes it's separated. You know, it's a different reality. And that's why whenever the Grabber says, oh, it wasn't me that stole the kids, I think he genuinely believes that, because whenever he puts the mask on, he's a different person. And that's why whenever at the end, spoiler, Finney knocks the mask off of him, he's like screaming and terrified. He has this connection to it. There's a term for it, I can't think of it, but let me know what you guys think. Something else that was different was the use of the phone. Now, I'm not talking about how they use the different phone that's mentioned in the book, but how much the phone is used, because the phone is only really used twice in the book. Once Finney doesn't get a response, the second time it's Bruce that tells him that he needs to pack the phone and get out of there. See, Robin isn't a character in the book. I actually like the decision the movie made because the movie decides to add more victims than the book, and the victims are bigger, older, and a whole lot tougher than Finney, which adds a more deeper fear within Finney and the audience. I also like the use of trying different ways of escape, seeing how they didn't work, and Finney's attempt to use it, and how they all come together to get this one goal of, if they can't save their own lives, well, maybe they can save this kid. Overall, The Black Phone was a good time for horror cinephiles. It was beautifully vintage, and even the opening credits were these stylized overlays that I really enjoyed. Now, my main takeaway from the film is not necessarily the plot, but actually the acting. Now, I know I've talked about Hawke's performance, but I really want to give a shout out to the main child actors. Mason Thames and Madeline McGraw. They did phenomenal. They knocked it out of the park. I thought they had amazing chemistry, and they were badass siblings, and I really enjoyed it. Now, I know I said that there were some differences with the books, but there was also similarity too, and honestly, I don't think it really matters. It was good adaptation, and it was enough to give me goosebumps and jumps a couple of times. I hope you guys enjoyed this review. I hope you guys will enjoy the movie if you have or haven't seen the movie. And make sure to like and subscribe, all that basic stuff. I'll be seeing you guys underground. 6 feet underground.
Okay, the game is Gotham Knights. The man was Batman. He's no longer there. And the butler is
there.
Alfred.
And he is still a part of it.
He is still a part of it, and Alfred is, in this game, in this reality, he's Gildert Jackson. How are you doing today?
I'm good, Andrew. How are you?
Pretty great. Pretty wonderful.
Good.
How about you?
Really, really good, and excited that soon Gotham Knights is going to be coming out. Actually, I think did it get released? What is the release date? I think it's got two weeks to go, I think.
By the time this is out, maybe. Who knows?
By the time this is out.
Maybe. But for everybody watching now, we got to him first.
Okay, good. Yeah.
So this is a neat game because, as you said, we are experiencing Gotham post-Batman. So tell me about that world. What's that like?
Well, the truth is, I don't really know. I mean, I've seen it. So the story of my involvement with Gotham Knights is a little convoluted, and I'm happy to tell you if you're interested in.
That's why we're here.
So, maybe 2 and a bit years ago, maybe 3 years ago, I had an audition, and I got cast in this game, which at the time was very hush-hush. They called it something else. And I didn't even know what I was auditioning for. And there were several auditions. And the final one was in LA with a bunch of people. And then I heard that I got it. And then I heard that it was the new Batman game.
That means that when you auditioned for this, you didn't know you were trying to be Alfred.
No, right? I was trying to be a butler. But as every butler, I've played a butler on many occasions, and every time I just try to be Jeeves in Jeeves and Wooster, and evidently that sold them that I was suitable for being Alfred as well as Jeeves.
It's impressive. I mean, if you're gonna play a butler, I feel like Alfred is, that's the one that you want to get.
Yeah, it was a very fun part to get. So. And I had played a butler in a TV show on ABC, a reality show, I was the fictional host called Giles the Butler.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Room Manor. My name is Giles.
So I played a butler many, many times, and the role was a motion capture job, meaning that everything be shot in this huge studio where there are hundreds of cameras, and you wear a funny suit, and the cameras pick up the suit, and then they turn it into who you are. And it's all very strange because So the first time I did it, they decided I'm quite tall, and they decided that Alfred would be quite small. And so you film the scene, and then you immediately see it in playback up as the characters. It is not all composited, but you do get to see it. And whereas I was quite a lot taller than everybody else in the scene when we were doing it, suddenly my character was smaller than everyone. It was amazing.
That's pretty neat.
Yeah, it was wonderful. So,
and part of that, you mentioned having to wear this suit, and that's got to be a little disorienting. It fits in all kinds of weird places. It looks like nothing else, and you're there trying to. Part of the acting is like you're pretending this is a tuxedo. You're moving around. Does that change? Because some actors, the costume really gets them into character. Is that something that got in the way, or did it even faze you?
Well, I am one of those actors who like to be wearing the clothes and have the additional things that inform the characterization. But I think mostly it's the way I walk and move that informs me as an actor. And so it actually was quite fun because it was all, you had to imagine everything. But I think if my scenes hadn't been with the other actors, that would have been more difficult. I like to act with the other people. So as opposed to if it was some, so I've done a little bit of that on various shows where you have to act with nothing. And that is quite hard for me. But the reality is that I didn't have enough time to do this job in that way because along came COVID. And after the first time that we were in the motion capture studio up in Montreal, and there were to be 18 different shoots. And so we did the first one, then COVID hit, and we couldn't get into Canada anymore. So they had to cast all of the movement part with local actors from Montreal. And then I voiced what they had done. It made the job a lot more more difficult because
as you've just said, like it's easier. It's easier when you can act and react to people in the environment around you, and suddenly you're back in a booth having to imagine it all.
Well, you get to see it because a lot of it was put together, but the difficult part was the other actor had made choices, which we all do, and said the lines in certain ways, and he wasn't English. So it made it quite hard to, because just the way different people deliver lines is different, and
sure,
I had to match his intonation and the way he presented the line, which wasn't bad. It was just different than the way I would.
It's another constraint, something else to mix things up.
But maybe most of all, I was just bummed that I didn't get to do, because we had a lot of fun. It was really fun interacting with the other actors. I liked them all a lot, and that was the only time I ever met them, sadly. So we didn't have all that fun of doing the game together.
Tell me about Alfred as a character, because you're not just being yourself. As you said, you were putting on a character, and there's a quality to him that makes him Alfred. There's something consistent. What do you think that is?
Well, I think perhaps that it is also the quality that makes me get cast in these roles. Butlers are inherently sort of protectors. They not in the protecting way that Batman would beat everybody up and protect them. Sort of more paternal, making sure everything is okay for them. And I think it's just a sort of tenor that some people have. That's what they do, and it just happens to be, I think, probably the thing that I'm best at. It's not a fantasy that people want to live, to be brought up by a butler, but it is, he's a lovely guy who is always steering you in the right direction. You have no parents. There isn't the animosity that we all, at a certain sort of stages in our life, teenage years, have with parents, or frequently do. And he saves him. There's a love. It's a different kind of relationship than most people have, and yet it is one that I think we can all imagine and wish for, if tragedy struck, to have somebody come and step in to do that job.
Why do we fall, sir? So that we can learn to pick ourselves up.
In the game, Batman has died. Right. There are 4 different characters that have now taken over what his job used to be. One of them is Robin, Batgirl, Red Hood, and Nightwing. And you can play all of those characters. You can sort of play the game as any one of those 4. You can't play the game as Alfred. He is at the hub where everybody comes back, and there are these interstitial animatics or little movies that take place when you finish a certain part of the game, and you go back, and Alfred has a scene with one or all of the characters, and then you move off and you play some more.
So can you tell me about that relationship? Because that's got to be different than talking to Batman. Now you're talking to Batman's disciples.
Right.
Is it still a protector, paternal type of relationship?
It is, but with different emphasis, and all the characters have different qualities.
Sure.
And Alfred is there to sort of bolster them all up. Some of them want to quit. Some of them, feel like they can't do it, and they all need help. But in a way, Alfred is able to open his tool chest a little bit deeper and sort of help this person in one way, Robin in another, Batgirl in another, and he not only knows about everybody, and not everybody is known about by all the others, but he also he knows about Batman. He knows he worked so intimately with Batman for so many years that he knows what Batman would do in this situation. And sometimes the young saviors, the Gotham Knights, they get it wrong, and they have to be steered in another direction.
So way into the future, I don't know where this game ends and where it puts all the characters, but should we expect more Gotham exploration into the future like this, where there is no Batman?
I hope so. I hope so, because that would mean that we would get to do the game again, but in the way it was intended to be done in the first place. It takes a long time, and it took an especially long time because of COVID to make these games. I mean, it's an amazing piece of industry to put this together. My part is tiny in comparison to the people who actually made it a game that you can play. If we're lucky, we'll get to do it once or twice more, and I hope we do.
I hope you do too. I mean, yeah. You're somebody who brings an intensity and a real a groundedness to just about everything I've seen you in. I've seen you in plays, some television parts, short films. You do a lot. Is there anything now that you're excited to, tell people about that you're working on?
There are lots of things actually. I'm quite lucky that way. I just got cast in a new Zack Snyder movie.
Really?
For Netflix. as with everything, I don't know quite how how much I can talk about it. So anyway, that's happening. And the thing I'm most excited about, really, that I do at the moment is I do a daily reading called Fireside Reading. Every day at 5 o'clock, I sit in front of the fire, and on Instagram at Fireside Reading, I read a book, an old book. I've done many audiobooks, and I read an old book to anybody who might like to join. And I started this, so the Batman story is really, my, darn, COVID and, messed it up for me. But Fireside Reading is the opposite of that. It was a little bit of joy that happened as a result of COVID. Right after the lockdown, I started doing this Fireside Reading. I did it because I imagined, my mother sadly now is gone, but if she was at home in England in her little house, she'd have been incredibly lonely, because she was 90, and what would she have gotten up to? And I thought, well, she didn't love TV, but she loved to listen to the radio. She would have loved to have a live audio book of a sort of feed in front of the fire, if we could have worked out how to get her on Instagram. And so I thought, well, why don't I just start doing this? And unbelievably, 2.5 years later, I'm still doing it every day at 5. And it's grown in other ways. One of the audiobook companies that I work with heard about it, liked it, and said, why don't we do some other books professionally? The daily read is just me and my iPhone, but professionally, with the proper camera and proper crew and edited, but the same idea, a wonderful book read to you by me in front of the fire. And we made 16 of these things. Mostly they're children's books, so like Peter Pan and Winnie the Pooh and The Wonderful Wizard of Oz. And the idea for the kids, why we gravitated toward these kids' books, is that these are books that you really would like your kid to read. Like Peter Pan is just such a wonderful book. And but it's long. It's 6.5 hours long. So yeah. It's quite an undertaking. And I know I'm a dad, and I went through the age when the kids wanted to watch TV, and there's a lot of stuff that they can watch which I personally didn't really want them to watch at that age. Just stuff that was a little too violent, a little too selling them something.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to get them something very simple. If ever my wife and I just needed a break, something very simple to watch. And it was very hard then, maybe easier now. Well, now you can get Fireside Readings, but it was very hard then to find something which was just benign and sweet, and yet sit any kid in front of the screen and they're kind of captivated, even if it's just a picture of a guy reading a story. So I've heard wonderful things about this and about my Fireside Readings vis-a-vis children watching it. They really enjoy it, and that is so gratifying, because they enjoy it really because these books are unbelievably good. They've been around for 100 years for a reason.
Sure.
And they just are captivating. Albert Einstein apparently once said, if you want your children to be intelligent, read them fairy tales. If you want them to be really intelligent, read them lots of fairy tales, because they give the reader, or in this case the listener, the opportunity to imagine. And imagination is such an important part of our life that is in a way taken away by the movies and TV. It's all given to us. Whereas if we go into our brain, we can we can have these stories and act them out for ourselves. And that's, I'm not saying that any, I love movies, but I'm just saying this is another thing. And especially when kids are young.
How can people be a guest into your imagination? Where can they find you?
They can go to firesidereading.com. There is there are links there that take you to the books that the highly produced books that we're talking about. And they also take you to Instagram, and there are several books up on YouTube, and there's even a podcast. So it's sort of a hub that can send you off in any direction you want, depending on what piece of entertainment you want to do.
Well, it sounds like there's a lot that we can, be entertained with from you. So if you're watching this now, keep an eye out for Gilbert Jackson, maybe in a Zack Snyder movie. And certainly in Gotham Knights, a lot of really great stuff. Thanks for taking the time to talk with us today. Really appreciate it, and looking forward to seeing all that you do.
Okay, good, Andrew. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm going to take a quick poll here. You saw Nope. What do you think? Yep or nope? I'll go first. I'm going to go ahead and say nope.
Can I be in the middle?
If you can find a word, sure.
Nyaup.
Nyaup.
I'm a nyaup.
Okay.
I don't know. I think I might have to watch this movie again.
Yeah, that's how I feel too.
Really?
I think walking out of the theater, I think we all kind of felt this like disappointment because Jordan Peele has just been, I hate to say overrated, but he's gotten this huge hype that he doesn't even want. And it adds so much stress and adds so much stress to the movie watching that you feel like you have to find 3 levels of inner story and
it's not that I felt like I had to, and I'll be honest, I haven't been enamored with his work generally, but I was expecting more depth just because he set a precedent of having more depth.
Yeah.
What I will say, because I don't want to just crap on it, but I think
Sure you do.
I would love to, but I want to give the film some credit. The acting was actually really good. The performances were really good. There weren't stakes or situations where I was like, this requires brilliant acting, but just the casual brother-sister relationship was very real. I liked that. The cinematography and the shots and the overall look, he always gets that right. Those are beautifully done movies, all of them. And this is no different. The CGI was good. It was creative, except for the monkey. That was not very good.
Oh, yeah, the monkey was very...
and...
It's a chimp, by the way. Sorry. It's
okay, but
totally different.
Chimps are monkeys. Chimps are apes. Sorry,
I think monkeys have tails.
That's the right.
I had a conversation about this. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's not get into the monkey debate just yet. But those are the things. Those are the good things I have to say about this. And I didn't expect the ending. By the way, we got a spoiler-free review. Would it be safe to say that from here on out we can have some spoilers?
Let's do it.
Yeah, go for it.
Let's let people know, Dan. This is a spoiler-full review of Nope. Okay, so it's about aliens.
Yes.
Particularly about one alien.
Yeah.
And, okay, that was different. It's not a UFO, necessarily.
Yeah.
But...
It's an organic.
It's an it's
space predator.
That looks to us like a UFO.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Was that shock worth, the whole, basically redoing every alien movie ever? That's the only real point of this that I could get, is that this was different. Here's the new different thing. It's actually not a UFO. That is the alien.
Yeah.
Dan just messaged aliens would be organic. Yes, sorry to clarify. It's what they believe is a UFO, which would be an inorganic object created by aliens, and you find out the entire ship itself is not a ship, it's an organic being. Yes.
By the way, the whole ship thing, once they it sucked all those people out, that was scary. And
that was disturbing as hell.
I mean, just to see them go through that tube was genuinely freaky.
Yes.
And I don't know how true it would be, but to hear every time the UFO, for lack of a better word, comes near them, you still hear the screams of the bodies that are stuck in there.
Yeah, that was awful. That got me. And I thought it was really interesting that you still think it's an actual UFO ship and there are aliens inside when they get sucked in, because some of the imagery is you see this what looks like a long square tube that looks like it would be a conveyor belt. It reminded me of Under the Skin. I don't know if anybody here has seen that.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, just the strange imagery that there's these people are being sent to this strange realm or something, you don't know what's happening, and then you find out it's like intestines, and that because at the end when it changes shape, it's a square, it just happens to be a square shape. It's not man-made or anything, or alien-made, whatever.
Yeah. There's this whole subplot that I couldn't figure out the relevance of at all.
Yeah, really.
With the
chimp.
With the chimp.
I have a theory behind it, but go ahead.
And he tries to write it into history. I don't know how many people Googled the SNL skit that he was describing. I don't think it exists. Can we check?
I don't think so.
But
Chris
but
Kattan.
it's I didn't understand how that motivated this character, or what the relationship was to any other part of the movie. I was thinking maybe the reason this chimp went nuts was because it was being controlled by aliens or something.
I think that is a real video.
Is there really?
Well, he's playing an ape, but I don't know if it's.
I think it is a real video. It's Mr. Peepers and Papa Peepers.
I don't know.
Okay, I don't know if that's the one they're referencing, but it's Chris Kattan playing
a monkey,
or something like that. Yeah.
Interesting.
I go ahead, but I do have a theory behind. Go ahead.
Well, there's sort of this motif of animal training. And it's like, all right, well, I'm a horse trainer, and so I know how to deal with these animals on set properly. And then this monkey was possibly not dealt with properly, and it went nuts. And now we have this unidentified object, and that, maybe I'm just getting it now, is, you have to communicate with it the way that you would properly communicate with any life form. Is that the message here?
Well, so did you want to say it, Roland, first?
No, you can do it.
So, what I was gonna say is it's also like a message of people. What's the word when you're gaining revenue from like a tragedy or something, like because the kid who. The guy who witnessed the monkey or the chimp killing everybody. He was making a profit off of it. He's
being opportunistic.
And then here he is doing it with and then he's doing it with the UFO as well. And I think it also I feel like he witnessed this horrible thing. Everybody on set was murdered by this chimp. He's the only one who survives. The chimp sees him, goes up to him, is about to fist pump him. Yeah. And so I think maybe he subconsciously had this idea in his mind that he was special and that he was untouchable, and he could, in a sense, he could tame a wild beast.
Maybe, but the way the film treats him doesn't. There's no consistency about that character and why he does anything. It was such a
They did that with the cinematographer as well. We did not see enough of his personality. It would be great if they'd introduced him earlier in the film and you got to see his story arc and why he just decided to get sucked up by it and then almost gets Angel killed in the process.
Yeah.
Like, that was so stupid.
Yeah. They also wrote off any possibility of like a romantic subplot by making them brother and sister and making her a lesbian and being like, no, none of that's happening here. It was pure alien focus.
I mean, I didn't mind that.
I don't mind it. I'm just saying it was a very one-track movie for me, you know.
Yeah.
And again, for Jordan Peele, I was expecting just more going on. And at the end of the day, I just felt like this was a lot of time to spend on one idea.
Well, there is a theory, and this is not my theory. I want to make that very clear. Where the movie is about voyeurism. It's about the relationship between a creator and the audience.
Mm-hmm.
And the aliens the alien in the movie is referred to as like the viewers by Jupe. And it's kind of about like how you can't keep your eye on the audience. You have to focus on your own track, do your own thing, because if you keep your eye on the audience and, you know, looking at them straight on, then you're going to get sucked in or something. There are some articles out there. I don't know.
So bloated. I mean, I'm not saying that what you're saying is wrong. It's just like, if that's what he's going for, because I just remembered how I thought that was very silly that you find out it only attacks you if you're looking at it. And I just thought, how can it tell every time if you're looking at it or not? A lot of those horses it sucked up, I'm pretty sure
like
they
the
were
plastic
running
horse
in the opposite.
was probably not looking at it.
Right.
That's a good point. That is a very good point. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, that's the thing. I walked out and I thought, I don't know what I watched. I don't know what the point was. I don't understand why I spent so much time on, like, it's up there. That was pretty much it.
Yeah.
And it was 2.5 hours of it's up there. 2 hours.
It's weird that, I guess because I only saw Get Out, and I wasn't, maybe because the plot was spoiled to me because I watched CinemaSins before I saw the actual movie. So I knew like everything about the movie and I was like, oh, well. And I watched it. I wasn't really blown away by it. I can see why everyone loves it, and it is like a groundbreaking film and everything. I wasn't blown away by it. I didn't see Us. I'd like to.
Us was my favorite of the three.
Okay, yeah, I will check it out. But see, so I'm not really coming into this as like a huge Jordan Peele fan, so I didn't have any expectations or any anticipation for this movie. And so for that, I felt like I kind of enjoyed it because of that, because I could just enjoy that it was a more simple film. It felt like a lengthy version of one of the Love, Death, and Robots concepts.
Yeah, that's a good call.
That is a good analogy.
So like for that, I liked it.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Roland.
I went in it with the total opposite thing. I had a lot of expectations, and I screwed myself over. I say it in the video too, but I think the whole thing was like the trailer, I guess, and this Andrew's been saying this, like it was too vague. You know, we didn't know all the details, so I'm filling in my version of the gaps, and so I'm expecting those gaps to correlate together, and it didn't. And I think I was like disappointed, I guess, a little bit. I was like, oh, they could have done this. Like I was taking control of the movie, kind of like what the movie is saying, you know.
I kind of admire Jordan Peele for that, though, is that he was willing to take such a big risk on, I'm sure he knows that this will disappoint a lot of people with where he went with it. And I admire that, like what you're saying, the theory is that like, don't look to the audience, just focus on what you're doing. I feel like, I mean, he is basically doing that. Like, yeah, this is going to piss people off. I don't care. I just wanted to make a simple alien monster movie that wasn't really a horror, but you know, had some creepy stuff.
Andrew, what do you think?
You know, I think once you create a persona for yourself as, being this epic horror guy. Whether or not you buy into that is your own opinion. But if you've developed this reputation, you owe it to people to, if they're going to go to the theater and spend money on and their time on something, like make it worth their while. I think the biggest crime of any entertainer is to waste people's time and not entertain. And that's pretty much what I felt at the end of this movie. I was like, I didn't want to spend my time or money on this. I did, just as a little comparative literature thing, I decided to watch M. Night Shyamalan's movie Old, which got totally ignored because it came out right before 2020. And it was on HBO, and I decided to watch it. And the acting isn't fantastic, but the premise is really good. The execution is really cool. And I was captivated. And it was a movie that was worth being a movie because there's a conceit where time's moving fast and you need to be able to visualize that. And it was everything that, I don't know. I feel like he gets a bad rap. And I think as of today, I'm going to declare myself an M. Night Shyamalan fan.
Wow.
I like his stuff. I like him more than Jordan Peele.
Okay. I mean, this is very early in Jordan Peele's horror career. I know he doesn't like the whole oh, he's the greatest horror director of all time. He's actively tried to get away from that, and people will come up with cool fan theories. And he's like, nope. I just thought that'd be kind of a creepy thing. There's no real meaning. So I don't know. I think I'll have to see when his next one comes out in a few years.
Well, do you think this was an intentional push to move away from that space? He's intentionally trying to get out of that.
That's the thing. He's redefined himself so many times. He was a cast member on Mad TV. Then he was the star of Key and Peele. And then he said, I'm not doing comedy anymore. I'm going to be serious social commentary horror guy. And now with this, no social commentary really, and not that much horror. Is he just going to go into making films? Yeah. And that would be fine. The guy's, he can direct well. He can tell a story well. He can, the production on everything he's ever touched has been fantastic. I don't think he's the scariest person. Let's see what he does with regular stories, with just trying to tell a nice story. If this is the end of the Jordan Peele horror saga, then maybe, we can just be excited for what he transforms into next. In the meantime, tell us what you think. Be our friend on social media. We're on all the social media. It's plural already. Did you know that? Well, thanks for subscribing, for watching, and all that other stuff.
I usually wake up at around 9:06. Don't ask me why, that's just when I wake up. I get my phone and then I lay back down. I usually look at my phone for another half hour. I don't know why, that's just who I am as a person. I finally get the courage to get up, walk my way around the room, and then go to the bathroom. I don't really need to explain what I'm doing in there. I think we all know. I'm brushing my teeth. I'm doing other things. Let's just move on with our life. Oh yes, look at that amazing fake yawn.
Good morning, Rolan. How did you sleep? I know. It's too early. Hey, Ro. Dan, I was thinking, since it's winter time, maybe we should put some coverings on the chairs, We do have that. It's called the roof. You know, bro, I was on TikTok yesterday, and there's the craziest things on there. Really, it's. Don't talk to me about TikTok. I don't want to. Do you know who owns TikTok? Lizards. Yeah, lizards. No, I'm not joking. That's how it is. It's lizards. I don't want to hear this. They always have a hand on those things. They call me crazy, but there's videos. No, it's ridiculous. There's tons of YouTube videos. I'm serious. No, it's that's how it is. Hey guys, this is a vlog. If you couldn't tell already, somehow. Oh, I have a mullet now. That's hilarious. I thought so, anyways. There's some people that aren't talking to me right now. But anyways, I thought it'd be fun to do like a day-to-day experience of my life. So, enjoy.
I usually watch some YouTube videos, you know. Maybe it's my own stuff. I don't know. I'm not going to say what I'm watching. And then, you know, I got to get some work done. I got to do some writing. Lately, I've been writing this book.
Was writing the collection.
Yeah, good job, Roland. And then I'll do some editing. I also love doing Sudoku. It's one of my passions, honestly. I also do some storyboarding. I like to doodle, you know. Right now I'm working on this short film.
Oh my gosh! Hey guys, what are you doing tonight?
And a lot of times I get really bored and I decide to text my friends, see what they're doing.
Wanna hang? Send.
And it really is off-putting.
I mean, yeah, I really love the story.
Then it's lunchtime. I often watch my Netflix show or I listen to my favorite podcast, Oh So Curious.
All right.
The first person that always shows up is Phil.
Roland, I'm here. Ran over a dog on the way here.
Might make myself a drink. Phil's a good guy to talk to. Usually we talk about movie plans that we know for a fact that will never happen, but it's nice. You know, we digress. We also have a podcast that we do that for giggles. Surprisingly, Patrick was the next to show.
All right, everybody, time to wake up. It's party time.
He's always good for a laugh.
Hey
The
guys.
next, Hannah. And finally, Bailey. Usually there's some other people that I hang out with, but this is what we're working with. We like to play cards a lot of times,
I know, he's giving me shit about...
or we'll play video games, or we'll do this and that. And then something that we really like to do is play Jenga.
No, it's like, I mean, if you're not looking for something, and then if you're not finding the right person, you're not, but if
very actively looking.
I like to think that I work somewhat. I like to think that I work somewhat good. I don't know. I do a lot of writing. I like to do editing, stuff like that. So it's nice to just kind of hang out with your friends. I either go to bed at midnight, 10 o'clock, or 3 in the morning. There's sometimes it's in between, but not really. I don't know why. That's my sleep schedule, but that's how it is. And usually I don't deal with the mess until the morning.
I think it has legs. I think it could do well. And if you like Game of Thrones, this certainly won't correct the betrayal of those last couple of seasons being real bad. But it will... We're done watching season 1 of House of the Dragon. And this is not a video to summarize everything that happened. I don't want to spoil anything here. This is for the casual viewer. if you are looking for a show to watch and you're like, well, I watched some of Game of Thrones and I kind of like that. Should I finish Game of Thrones first and then watch this? Should I watch this period, honestly? I'm not a huge Game of Thrones fan. I did watch all 8 seasons and was one of the people disappointed by the ending of it. It was captivating, it was, popular to watch, and it's just something to talk to people about. So here's what I can tell you as somebody who just watched every episode of House of the Dragon in terms of, is this a show worth your time? This is the Better Call Saul of the Game of Thrones universe. And what that means is it's the prequel show to something that was a cult classic, that has become a cult classic. So Breaking Bad was an amazing show. The actors, the producers, the editors, everybody on that show was brilliant. And we got to live in that world a little bit more, but rather than carrying on the story, we did a little bit more setup. Instead of going 2 or 3 years earlier, like they do in that show, this goes back like 2 centuries, I think. And it focuses on just one family. Game of Thrones was really cool because you got to A, go into another world, B, see the politics of all these things, C, see all the magic and the mythology of this alternate universe, and it was medieval, and there were, it was compelling. But what was really neat about it is that it was sprawling, and episodes jumped around from place to place, and you were sort of putting together a lot of different narratives all at once, with stories that were separate but interconnected in a global sense. So this, right out of the gate, I will tell you, focuses on one family for the first season. And that's a little bit of a letdown for somebody who enjoyed the complexity of Game of Thrones. So there's that. Next, the pacing is kind of weird. Some episodes take place in a day. Some span, a couple weeks or months. In between episodes, we jump 20 years or 1 year. And it's not necessarily explicit, but they hint and you put that all together. They swap out actors, and to make things a little more difficult, they also name people a lot of the same things. A lot of the names sound similar. So if you're just casually watching this, I don't know if you can. You got to pay attention. So yeah, this is not for the sitcom watcher who's just like looking to tune out and relax at the end of the day. This is some intentional viewing, let's say that. There's some things that are exactly like Game of Thrones. The production value is unmatched. It's a beautiful show to watch. They use the same theme song. A lot of familiar names, surnames, not first and last. There's a lot of sex. There's a lot of mythology. There's a lot of self-serious acting, and if you can't take fantasy seriously, you shouldn't watch this show. Although I will say the fantasy element, like, we had to sort of earn dragons in Game of Thrones. That came a lot later. Dragons, I think first 2 episodes, like, we're already seeing them. They're just sort of commonplace, which is sort of the point. And the fantasy element seems to be about the building the culture and building the world of Westeros and King's Landing. We see that more in, like, how do the townspeople live, and what are the customs of the seediest, grossest, weirdest parts of, medieval debauchery. Personally, I don't find that super entertaining. Yes, it's redefining fantasy as depravity, and I'm just not into it. I don't think it makes the story better. We'll say that. So just as much sex as there was in Game of Thrones, but I will caution you, it's a lot weirder. The other stuff that like takes over the fantasy, we had White Walkers and we had magic and like people who cast spells and all this stuff. Right now we basically have dragons and, here's one spoiler, abortion tea, which you just drink and you're good. It's morning after tea, I guess. If there's one thing that really bugs me about this show, is that unlike Game of Thrones, I really couldn't find a character that I liked. There's no likable characters. In Game of Thrones, you have Tyrion.
I drink and I know things.
Everybody likes Tyrion. He was a fun underdog character. We could root for him. He wasn't as self-serious as everybody else.
My experience, eloquent men are right. Every bit as often as imbeciles.
We don't really have a jokester in this, or anybody with a sense of humor, it seems. And honestly, I really, really dislike the main character, Rhaenyra. I don't know if it's the acting or the writing.
I wish to raise my cup to her grace.
Or just what they've shown us in the show. I don't think she's a good leader. I don't think she's a sympathetic character. I'm not rooting for her, and yet for some reason they're telling me this story. Her father, I think it's episode 1, he wants to name his daughter Rhaenyra heir. It's unheard of, it's not done, it's a purely irrational emotional reaction to his wife's death, and every decision that he makes is just kind of dumb. There's really no better word for it. Some of the characters in Game of Thrones, you could be like, that's smart, that's a smart move, or that's different, or I wasn't expecting that, or, oh, it's not that it's not smart, it's that this person's a jerk, or this person has a different agenda. Here, I was just like, he's just dumb. And so it's hard to take that kind of stuff seriously. Another thing is that everybody in this show, everybody in House Targaryen has ridiculously bright platinum blonde hair, and I don't think one of the actors playing these bastards have even remotely blonde hair. I don't know, but it just looked very fake, and I harped on this before, but for all the other really high production values of the show, that's something that just took me out of so many scenes. And so it's a little silly there. The season finale was the first episode that really felt like Game of Thrones again, because it wasn't just focused on one family and one house. And we started seeing the rest of the world and these different stories that aren't so self-contained affect each other. That's the complex storytelling that I liked from Game of Thrones. It's unfortunate that it took me 10 episodes to say that I really liked an episode. But I guess this was all the setup that they had to do for everything that follows. And so all I can tell you on that front is, if they're setting up a good show, they've done the setup. Sometimes the first season of a show is hard to get through, and then it's smooth sailing afterwards. That's the case in a lot. So even though I wasn't crazy about the first season, I think it has legs. I think it could do well. And if you like Game of Thrones, this certainly won't correct the betrayal of those last couple of seasons being real bad. But it will take you back there, and you'll hear some familiar names, and you'll get that same production value. I don't think the writing is as good. If you like George R.R. Martin's, names that are slightly different than real names, there's a lot of those. for these prequel shows, they always kind of feel like fan fiction to me. And granted, these are based on other George Martin literature, with, I think, some extra, room for interpretation. It's not compelling on its own. If you hadn't, I don't think you could watch this and appreciate everything in it if you hadn't watched Game of Thrones. Whereas in Better Call Saul, you can. I think it enhances the show if you've seen Breaking Bad. But it might also enhance Breaking Bad if you watch Better Call Saul first. So I don't think that's the case for House of the Dragon. Nothing has really informed Game of Thrones in a way that changes it or contextualizes things differently. At least not to a casual observer like me. So yeah, if fantasy is your thing, I don't know, you might be better off watching Rings of Power. But I don't know, I didn't watch it. The show relies so heavily on shock. There's some gritty murder stuff. There's some appalling social ideas, like things that people are doing in town underground. There's some weird fetishes and just there's a lot of really gross stuff in this show. So it's not always pretty. Sometimes it's gritty. You can quote me on that. And yeah, I don't know. At the end of the day, did I love it? No. But I do think that it's setting up something good. That could be good. I won't promise that it's good. So yeah, that's what I think going into it. Should you watch it? Up to you. If you liked a character or had a reason for liking a character, let me know, because I liked Aemond more because he just seemed like an actual person. Tell me what you think of this show, and where do you think that it's going after this? In the meantime, subscribe to this channel, because we're just sort of talking about movies and shows, and we love it when people are part of the conversation. We have a weekly podcast, and we're always putting out stuff like this. So yeah, that's what I think about House of the Dragon, and I'd love to hear your thoughts. Okie dokie, that's it for me.
For the eyes of thousands, every symbol...
It's best to be certain.
Welcome to Rolan Underground, where we talk about what's happening in the world above while in my grandparents' basement. I'm your host, Contact Trace. I've been contact traced. I'm just gonna be honest. I'm not gonna name names. I'm just gonna say it's a family member that I live with, which is my grandmother. Anywho, I got tested yesterday. I don't think I have it. If I'm being totally honest with you guys, I'm straight up invincible. I just can't be harmed in any way. I've avoided COVID a good number of times, especially in the past month or so. My girlfriend got COVID. One of my best friends got COVID. I straight up was at work having lunch with somebody, face to face, and she got pulled a couple hours later because she had COVID. She straight up said my name, I still worked, and I didn't have COVID. While I'm in my basement, just kind of going out of my mind, I was thinking about the age-old question. The question, really, if you want to get down to it, what makes a perfect movie? What are the rules? Are there any rules? And let me tell you something, folks. There are. And I have created, if you will, a formula for the perfect movie. It's quotable, all right? Every great movie to be remembered for all of history needs to be quotable. The only reason The Godfather is still in circulation is because of the classic, leave the guns, take the cannolis. All right, let's be honest with ourselves, okay? That's really the only reason. The line needs to strike you in some certain way. Maybe it's an epic line, maybe it's a scary line, maybe it's just a downright hilarious line. You know, The Princess Bride is a very quotable movie, and possibly the perfect movie. But it's really early in the video, and obviously it's not gonna be that. The characters are relatable. Why should we care about them if we can't have a connection with these characters? What's the point? I don't understand. You know, the character needs to be grounded in some sort. It doesn't matter if it's a sci-fi movie, it doesn't matter like animated movie about bears or some sort of animal, I don't know. At the end of the day, we need to relate with them in some sort of way. Because I'm definitely not saying they need to be perfect. They shouldn't be perfect. I think a perfect character is dumb and pointless. An imperfect character is somebody that we can root for. We all love an underdog, so just give us somebody that we can relate to. Don't make them overly stupid, because that means that you think that we're stupid. Let's keep going. Soundtrack. A soundtrack can make or break a film, I swear. Alright? And I'm not talking about like a playlist. I'm talking, it can also be a score. You know, a beautiful score can move you to pieces. It can escalate a scene to 1,000 degrees. There's just something about a score that really makes the movement of the characters more natural. It makes more sense. You don't want a dry, bland scene with no music in the back. It's awkward. It's weird. It might even be a little too dramatic. I mean, I know some friends that straight up just listen to music scores. Like, whenever they write, that's what they listen to. And then a playlist, you want to talk about a playlist? Yeah, a playlist can help, all right? A playlist can show an audience a possibly new favorite song, all right? It can reach maybe a nostalgic string, which we've talked about helps a lot. It can explain the setting of the characters. It can do anything. Camera work. Let's be honest, we're not gonna watch something that has shitty camera work, alright? I don't wanna watch something that's like overexposed or it's underexposed where I can't see a thing. You know, I want something that has nice shots, alright? I'm not saying that it has to be perfect camera work or groundbreaking camera work, but it's gotta be good camera work, alright? I don't wanna sit through an hour-and-a-half movie looking at VHS tapes. Understand what I'm saying? You gotta put in some care, put in some thought. Maybe be a little inventive. And finally, a voice. A voice is quite possibly the most important thing you can have with creation. It should be one singular voice that goes throughout. I don't know how else to say it. You don't need the director, the DP, the gaffer, the producers, the main lead, and the writer all trying to put their voice into one thing, which I have seen. The director needs to be left to do their job. They were paid to do this job, okay? It doesn't matter how they misinterpret the script. It doesn't matter that the producers and them are arguing. They need to have their voice be shown in clear light. I really can't stress that enough. Multiple voices is just so confusing and just it's weird and nobody likes it. Not once has it turned into a good product. And that's what I have to say about that. By the way, if you couldn't tell, I'm very tired and I'm wearing this dumb turtleneck for some reason because I don't know. I guess turtleneck means like critic. I'm gonna take this thing off. Now with this formula, I want to talk about something that you really don't need. Some of this, yes, it helps, but it might be good to not do these things. So I just want to go down the list. First off, production value. All right, everybody wants a big budget. Of course they do, you know, they want to get paid really well. Honestly, I think having a smaller budget can really help. Sometimes it forces an artist to be a little more creative. It makes them think outside the box. I mean, originally, there's that famous story of Jaws. Steven Spielberg wanted to use the shark more, but the robot mechanical thing that they built, Bruce, wasn't made for water. So Steven Spielberg had to think around that and did a lot of more point of view shots where you didn't see the shark as much, and it helped out the film so much. I know I've talked about this so many times with horror films and how it helps a lot not to have good budget, but honestly, there's a lot of good points in that. Another thing that's unnecessary is a star cast. Sure, it helps. And it really helps marketing wise because, people will be like, oh my gosh, it's that guy. Oh my gosh, it's that guy. Oh my gosh, it's that dude. This is such an amazing star-studded cast. You don't need that. That takes a lot of money out of the budget, which if you're trying to go for a lower budget value, then that's just gonna take a lot of it. I think it's really smart to have a star or two in it, and it doesn't necessarily have to be the main character. Sometimes it's really good to take a chance on some unknown. Originally in Thor, nobody knew who the hell Chris Hemsworth or Tom Hiddleston are, and now they've made these unknowns a very well-known bunch. Just something to think on. Sometimes it's nice to experiment. Really what I'm saying is, popularity doesn't equal good, and I think people get carried away with that. Another thing, it follows the hero's journey. You don't need it. I'm sorry, I'm so sick and tired of hearing the hero's journey. It's tiresome. I don't care. You don't have to force a mentor in every single movie. It's stupid, honestly. Sometimes all you need is a good sidekick or a good friend or whatever. Sometimes it's good for a character to learn things on their own, all right? They don't need somebody talking in their ear. Personally, I'm more of a fan of Dan Harmon's story circle. That's me. And even then, I try to not follow it as much as possible. Another thing that is extremely unnecessary, and honestly you should probably look to avoid, is a sex scene. It just makes me uncomfortable. I'm sure it's super uncomfortable to work on in the production. People are naked, they have to be into it. It's a lot, and literally everyone has had this experience where you're watching a movie, there's been nothing so far, and then a sex scene comes up and your parents walk in. Or you're watching the sex scene and your kids are coming in. It's just awkward, and I understand sometimes you want to, it's just not for me. I think, I don't know, it's kind of a cliche quote that's been thrown around for decades, but it's from Quentin Tarantino. I know, you guys have heard about him a million times, but he speaks some truth. You don't have to know how to make a movie. If you truly love cinema with all your heart and with enough passion, you can't help but make a good movie. If you love the art of storytelling, you can't help but succumb to your idea. And I just kind of want to leave that note before I go into my perfect movie. I know you guys have been waiting for it for this entire segment, so let's just get into it. What is my perfect movie? Well, it's the 2006 masterpiece, Flushed Away, with Hugh Jackman and a star-studded cast. I know it went a little bit against what my rules were, but come on. There's a lot of famous people in there. This is a really good movie. I watched this movie a lot as a kid, and it held on to me, all right? This is a very quotable movie, especially Bill Nighy's character, Whitey, who plays experimental lab, I don't know. But he's hilarious. Oh my gosh, the comedic chops on him, phenomenal. There's this one line of, my bum's like a Japanese flag. Let me tell you, I did not hear that as a kid, but now as an adult, hearing that's hilarious. It's funny. I don't know. These characters show depth and insecurity, and you can relate with them, which I very much admire in this kid's movie. Even with Toad, the antagonist, as crazy as he might appear, it's like his purpose has a true meaning behind it, and it comes from a real place, it seems like, even though it's claymation. The soundtrack, phenomenal, all right? We got Billy Idol, we got Davy Jones, we got that one song that was super popular in the 2000s that went like, I'm so lonely, all on my own. Or it sounds like Gizmo from Gremlins. I think it's just fantastic. But mainly what makes this movie so extremely important that I've mentioned before is that it has a voice. Its voice is so clear and tasteful, and it doesn't waste any time with character design. You see the little bits of trash that they use with the characters. You see this and that. It's just, I don't know. It's very cool and edgy and very recommended. Also, clearly I'm joking. And I'd have to say the perfect movie is...
So that's been the last 6 weeks for me and you guys. We've been watching every episode of this, reviewing it. And if you haven't checked those out and you want some expert analysis on Moon Knight, take a look at the stuff that we've done, or if you want to save some time, we're going to talk about the whole series right now, because now we have a bit more of a gestalt for it. We've seen all the parts move to, melding together, how all of the elements work to. Yes, yeah, we've really experienced the whole thing, and it's I don't know, I
just gonna put up a language warning for that word, because I don't know what it means.
Gestalt,
so it could be
gestalt, taking something as the sum of all of its parts, as opposed
Gestalt.
to it's a
Wow.
psychology term. I'm very, very smart, and it's
I'm googling this right now.
Go ahead, yeah, and
love that.
We let's take the 50,000-foot view of it. Question number 1: would you recommend it to a friend? Would you recommend the series to a friend? I wouldn't. But Dan, what do you think? Was it worth watching?
I think so. Yeah, absolutely. I think this is a show that, I mean, I said it after the first episode, and even though it sort of didn't end exactly the way I would want it to, I do believe that the show overall is the best thing that Marvel has done on Disney Plus to date. So yeah, I would recommend it.
What makes it the best?
I just thought that the show overall is a fantastic character study. It wherever the show was lacking, it was because they were trying to, again, I don't even know what the definition of this is for everybody, but marvelize it. And by that I basically mean whenever they got away from character-based storytelling to just focusing on plot and having like these big CGI action set pieces, that's when the show was at its weakest. But then whenever it was about the characters, that's when, I thought they did some of their best work.
So. Mags, how about you? What was the best part of it for you?
I'm just happy that my term marvelized kind of ended up in Dad's lingo. It's like a
get it trending. #marvelized. That's going to be our because that is a thing that has happened, and I think maybe later when we talk about the Age of Heroes, we can unpack that word and really what it means, because I think it's something that people are cognizant of, but they haven't memed it or named it yet. So let's talk about that. Yeah. What was the worst part of it? Because I don't think it was the strongest content I've seen. It felt a little disjointed. I never got a real sense of good or bad or the mission. I never really felt connected to anything. There was a lot going on. And, is this a sympathetic character? Do we care about Moon Knight?
I really cared for Stephen, the English one.
Yeah.
Or is it Mark?
No, Stephen is English. I know you confused them before. Mark is American.
I have. See, I still am. I thought the explanation and exploration of why he is the way he is was very heartbreaking and very accurate in the way a child's psyche works, and so fully supporting what you said, Dan. It was very good, very detailed, very just kind of clear, focused study on the character, but just making it over marvelized, destroy the heart for me, to have a heart in it for me. Yeah.
I felt for that in those scenes particularly, where we get a look into the mind of Mark as a young man and as a kid, and we see what causes somebody to dissociate and to try and escape their reality. Where that plays into his... Actually, let me tell you this. I don't know what Moon Knight's powers are. I watched 6 episodes of this. I don't know what he does. I don't know what his
fighting, right?
He fights. He
basically
can, like he can do a costume change. He'd be a great stage actor, but use the suit.
Yeah.
No, the other suit.
And it gave me like Mortal Kombat vibes, when the mask was kind of, I thought it was cool. Like cool special effect when he was turning into the Moon Knight.
And so now, now we have this third persona that was revealed post credits, right? That's what you told me.
So you still haven't
I didn't
seen
watch it. I didn't watch it. I was like, episode's done, series is done. Me too. But from what I understand, there's a third personality that we're meeting. His name is Jake, and this is the question I was asking before: is this season 1 of a multi-season show, or are they going to again Marvelize it and just spin this off into another series? Is he just going to appear as one of these 3 people in movies or other shows? What do you predict is next for Moon Knight? Because clearly this isn't the end.
Yeah, they left it relatively open-ended, so I do believe they're gonna come back with more content around Moon Knight. However, Oscar Isaac earlier this week, in one of the media interviews in appearances that he was making, I don't know if it was about this project specifically, but he was asked about this, like season 2, is it happening? We already heard from one of the producers on the show that no, season 2 is not in the works, and then Oscar Isaac basically said the same thing. He said that they don't have any plans for season 2, but like in a manner of, again, I'm paraphrasing, that he's excited about the character when they took it. He saw this as like a one-off for the most part, but
acting didn't match up, and so he's giving a fantastic performance. But
right, we're back. Okay,
where did we leave off?
I was talking about something to do with Moon Knight coming back in the future. I'll just summarize it by saying Oscar Isaac basically implied that yes, there'll be more Moon Knight. It doesn't seem like has a contract in place right now for anything other than what was already done. And the producer said, yeah, we're not doing a season 2 of this, but you'll likely, basically see Moon Knight in other places. So maybe they bring him to the movies. Maybe, we get him cameoing in other projects. So.
And that's the main use of an actor I've found in Marvel, is to be a cameo.
Yeah.
So looking forward to seeing him pop up unexpectedly.
Can
you do that again?
It was sure.
Yeah.
Looking forward to him showing up unexpectedly in some other Marvel thing. Maybe.
It's just such a coincidence that we had Wonder Vision 5 months ago, 6 months ago.
Yeah,
and now
crazy.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Show up.
Because we
show up, take over the film. Anyway, sorry.
I was just gonna ask you, what did you think about Layla's turn as a superhero in this last episode of the show?
Could not care less.
I literally wanted to say that. Oh my god.
Could not care less.
It's what I said in review. She checked the boxes.
Yeah,
Egyptian Wonder Woman.
I'll say this: the costume looked pretty cool.
Costume.
Yeah.
The costumes on this show were good. Not gonna take that away from them.
Yeah.
Again, everybody's superpower appears to be cool costume.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but the way they kind of go about giving her that costume, and obviously this, becoming a superhero, and there's a point in the episode where like a kid asks her, "Are you an Egyptian superhero?" and she's like, "Yes." And I'm like, we couldn't find a more subtle way of doing that, because that just was way too on the nose for me. So
yeah. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's because it's television, maybe it's because it's Marvel, but
yeah.
Nothing is subtle in
anymore.
These movies or in this content anymore. Everything is explicit fan service and explicitly talking to the viewer. I guess it's implicit and explicit. It's not subtle. It's not subtly implicit at all. It's literally somebody going nudge, nudge, wink, wink, being like, "Hey, we did it, right? You see that?" And it's like,
it's
yeah,
almost
I
like
saw it.
all the signs are there, just flashing. Look what we made for you. Yeah.
So in the end, like, if he just showed up as as another cameo in another Marvel universe, in the Marvel now multiverse, would it matter if I knew his backstory or anything that happened here? No.
See, I think that's my problem with that. I think this is actually better to leave it for Doctor Strange.
Sure.
Commentary, but it kind of ties in into Moon Knight. The fact that they did Doctor Strange into the madness of multiverses, that literally gave them a card of, hey guys, we can do whatever the hell we want right now.
Yeah.
We're gonna have. I'm just waiting for Jedi to appear in Marvel.
That's what I've been saying.
It's gonna break my heart, but
and the thing is, it wouldn't be a long time ago in a galaxy far away. It would be now, and so then they could invent any character they want.
Yeah.
And then if they wanted to, they could travel back a long time ago and meet everybody and CG Mark Hamill's face on some other actor, and then you'll have Spider-Man fighting alongside Luke Skywalker, and I will have to sit through it, I suppose.
But if
no.
Sorry, go ahead, Max.
No, I just had a bad vision of
I'm just all right. To kind of put a period on Moon Knight, I will say this: Moon Knight as a show, I felt like if you took away episode 6, for me would have been a much more consequential and a far better show, because
I agree.
It felt like we started a character story in episode 1 that concluded in episode 5, and you leave it there. Then Moon Knight, the next time we see him come back, and now he has his costume back and something to that effect, or everything that happens in episode 6 becomes like a 2-hour-long movie. For me, that would have been far more preferable than what they did here, because what they did with episode 6 certainly sets up more storytelling opportunities, but overall for me what it did is it sort of made a lot of what happened before episode 6 seem inconsequential, because like the whole character arc finished, and then they were like, oh whatever, never mind, we're doing it this way. And I think Marvel has lost its sense of restraint over the last few years that it used to make some of its best projects as good as they were. And that's kind of, I'm going to be saying something similar about Doctor Strange. But yeah, I think Moon Knight, even so, it's still the best show they've done on Disney Plus as far as the MCU is concerned, which is, I think telling, considering like all the other stuff they've put out, like the quality of that versus what we saw here. So.
Well, it sounds like we're kind of chomping at the bit to talk about Doctor Strange. Why don't we just hop right into that?
Well, actually, before we do that,
I'm getting ahead of myself.
Don't get ahead of yourself. You got to look at the rundown that we put together. But hey, if you guys watch Moon Knight, do let us know what you thought about it. I did love Oscar Isaac's. I think we all loved Oscar Isaac's abilities as an actor in the show. So that was always the highlight, no matter what episode you were watching. But yeah, let us know what you thought about it.
Hi, welcome to Rolan Underground, where we talk about what's happening in the world above while in my grandparents' basement. I'm your host, Influencer. So I know a kid. Wait, no, hold on. Let me. I was hanging out with my kid brother. Better. And it was really cool. I helped him make this short film. Here it is. Coyote! That's... And yeah, it's pretty good. Like, I liked it, and it got me thinking that there's a whole new target audience. Children, who would have thought that the next generation, the future, if you can get in the minds of the future, you have the future in your hands. So I thought share some wisdom of mine. I'm a young person, but I still got a thing or two to bring to the next generation. Gen Z talking to, what would they be? Gen Alpha. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they didn't expect us to live this long. I mean, they're on a whole different alphabet with this one. So today we're gonna be talking to the kids and teach them how to be a better person. Parents, you don't even have to watch. Trust me. They have all the reasoning behind it. So just keep noted. Get a spinning chair and then a leaf blower and then propel yourself. Try to see how fast you can go. Really test the momentum of physics, okay? The only way for you to learn something boring like physics is to do it yourself. Jump off a bridge, okay? It shows leadership. Be the person other parents are talking about. Also, you know, if somebody is jumping off the bridge and all your other friends are jumping off the bridge, go with them, okay? You don't want to be a loser without friends. I think it'd be a good idea if you just take all of your parents' expensive perfumes, colognes, maybe deodorant. Try to make your own scent. It teaches ingenuity. Yeah, it's a big word. You can Google it. Geography can be an important tool. I recommend you go somewhere in the woods if you can find them. No compass, no phone, nothing like that. Just go in the middle of it, spin around a couple of times, and find your way back. Boy Scout it, alright? And if you want to go a step further, try to list as many country capitals as you can. I think that'll do something for you. A true leader knows how to delegate. If you have siblings, it would be a good idea to delegate those chores to your other siblings. What does delegate mean? It means like if you have a task and you give other people those tasks so you don't have to do them. They say communication is key, so never stop talking. Always just keep talking. Just every single thought that comes out of your head, just say it. Alright? Then everybody will know where your mind is at because it's never stopped. And you know, it's like a podcast. You just keep listening, keep listening. Speaking of podcasts, you should listen to Oh So Curious. It's a nice podcast. I'm on it. Empathy is an amazing attribute to have. And to truly empathize with somebody, you need to understand what they're going through. So I recommend doing some war crimes down the line. You know, do every sin imaginable so you can relate to somebody. You know, you can understand what pains they're going through. Obviously, you should start small, like a pet. You should kill your pet. Self-awareness is almost like the other side of the coin to common sense. You know, it's something you need to really know who you are if you want to be a leader in this world. So you need to stand up for yourself and you say, you know what, Dad? I did clog the toilet and I don't regret it. Personal experience from that one. Sometimes it's good to act a little older, and the only way to really understand is to watch adult behavior. I recommend going into an R-rated movie. Now it's pretty easy. If you go to a movie theater, just buy a PG ticket. They're not going to test you for that one. And then just walk into the nearest R-rated movie. Even better, try to figure out the time. Watch the beginning of the movie, not just walk into some random one. Think smart. Maybe you want to be a politician, okay? You know, debating is a very important thing to know. And if your parents are giving you some BS argument, like, because I said so, you hit them with, oh, really? Because that's the appeal to authority fallacy. And I don't respect that. And I don't respect you either. You say that because if you say, I don't respect you because of your fallacies that you're using, they will respect you immediately. This is a for sure plan. Test it. Please, test it. And fallacies are forbidden when you're debating, so it's like, you know, what are they trying to teach you when they say that? And that's my list. If you want to do something else, then do something else. But be creative about it. Be original about it, okay? You're the next generation. You need to be, you know, starting fires and then putting them out like a boss. Who doesn't like a firefighter? I know I do. I mean, I like them. I like firefighters. I think they're cool. Not enough movies about them, in my opinion. Anyways, if you want to keep seeing lists like this, then follow Oh So Curious. Like, subscribe, I've already said that. What am I saying? Comments, that's a thing. Also, parents, this was a joke. Please don't sue me. All of this content is sarcastic and ironic. Please do not sue me. Children, if you're still listening, please don't do this.
I think Marvel movies are for nerds. Just for nerds. And I don't think I am one anymore. Are you a nerd? Do you really even know what a nerd is? Well, let's consult the dictionary and let's see what a nerd is. A person
considered to be socially awkward, boring, unstylish, etc. A second definition, an intelligent but single-minded person obsessed with a non-social hobby or pursuit. Example, a computer nerd. A foolish or contemptible person who lacks social skills or is boringly studious. How is it that we got to a place in society where people proudly declare, I am a nerd? I remember years ago seeing a anti-bullying video and a lot of advertisements. The idea being, take pride in being studious and in being intelligent. It's nothing to be ashamed of, and it's not. However, these went a step further and declared that it's cool to be a nerd. They would go even further to say, be nice to nerds because they may be your boss one day. Actually, they're going to be your boss one day. These are people who went on to go to great schools, study quite a bit, get jobs in tech, and yes, a lot of them are doing very, very well. When did everybody become a nerd? We all started using the word awkward in 2006, 2007. Awkward was just this thing that we added to the end of jokes. It was something that made us funny in the moment, to acknowledge awkwardness. And then to embrace it and to say, you know what, I am awkward. Well, fine, I'm awkward. Everybody started saying, I'm awkward. It's okay to be awkward. Everybody's a little bit awkward. We did start to get our wires crossed a little bit with geeks. Now let's look up the word geeks. Geek, okay, noun, a digital technology expert or enthusiast. Well, everybody has a computer in their pocket these days, so yeah, are we all geeks? Maybe. Person who has excessive enthusiasm for and some expertise about a specialized subject or activity. Now, this is interesting. We got nerds and geeks mixed up. Suddenly it became very cool to go to Comic-Con and to dress up, to cosplay. We saw it like in Step Brothers, where it's lair or LARPing in real life. But there is something going on with the culture where we are egging people on to have this excessive enthusiasm about stuff, things you can buy. This is my big contention with the word nerd. We are people who express our enthusiasm for things by saying, I'm going to buy a ticket. I'm going to pay $300 to go to a convention and get an autograph from a person. Okay, I'm going to buy this replica. I'm a nerd. Well, there's something about being told to be proud about who and what you are after they've told you who and what you are. And the way to show your pride is by buying things. This new crop of Marvel movies started coming out. Were we all into Marvel from the beginning? No. Everything can really be summed up with the Futurama meme. Shut up and take my money. That's what you are right now. That's what a nerd is. You're not somebody who is particularly intelligent necessarily. In fact, if that's how you express your nerddom, that actually makes you an incredibly gullible person. And I am not a nerd. I've never called myself a nerd. I don't subscribe to the whole idea. I don't just give my dollars to somebody who tells me how to think. I don't have a problem with nerds, with real nerds, people who are single-minded and are really good at what they do and express a genuine enthusiasm for one particular subject. You know what, fine, that's great. However, I think it's a good thing to be well-rounded, to have a lot of interests. And I don't think most people in the world can be described as having only one interest. And I don't think people who just describe themselves as nerds are only interested in the thing that they're nerds about. I think right now it's very popular to be into Marvel movies because they're made for everybody. They're impossible not to like. They're scientifically constructed to be appealing to every person in some way. So, you know, you're not you're not a nonconformist. You are literally become the biggest conformist. I'd also like to take issue with the idea of the nerd aesthetic. We used to have this caricature, this stereotype of what a nerd was. This guy with a shirt tucked in and walked around awkwardly with big old glasses. And, well, people with big old glasses who sort of do this finger wagging thing about how things are supposed to be and what the actual case is, and who are particularly well informed, or would have us believe they are. The bigger the frames, the more intelligent we're supposed to think they are. I am more disturbed by the particular trend of telling people, here's what you are, be proud of what you are, and that way we can sell these products directly to you. That's what it is. That's what this whole thing is. It's not pride, it's creating demographics you can sell products to. So, no, you're not a nerd, you are a consumer. You're what con artists would call a sucker.
Hi, welcome to Rolan Underground, where we talk about what's happening in the world above while in my grandparents' basement. I'm your host, DJ Sweater Weather. DJ Sweater Weather. An actual job I did. Fun fact. Anywho, I went biking. It was terrible, but it was my girlfriend's birthday. I guess you're obliged to do that, but it was terrible. I hated it. Apparently I'm not good at it either, but I did it. I got through it, and let me tell you something. There was one thing that got me through it, and it wasn't my girlfriend's support. It wasn't like, oh, I need to do this for myself. None of that ridiculousness. It was theme songs. It was TV show theme songs that really pumped me up, that made me finish the ride. So I thought we'd do a little something cool. We'll make a tier list. Alright, so how I have this set up is S, it's in red. It stands for superior. It slaps. This can be on any playlist. It's a good song. It's a great song. On the bottom, we have D. It's in green for some reason. You would think that green would be good and then red is bad, but whatever. D stands for dog doo-doo. It's not good. It's terrible. I hate it. Let's just get into it, okay? Because there's no point in dilly-dallying, okay? Let's just roll it. First off, let's start with what's new Scooby-Doo. All right, this is really the reason that we're doing this video. It slaps, okay? This is superior. It was just so good. Like, it rocked, it was cool, and then this was also like the era of Hex Girls, which don't get me started. So it's going in slap territory. Next up, this one's a little harder. Danny Phantom. I love Danny Phantom. Alright, it was a great show. I loved it. It was so creepy and it was cool. And that's what the theme song is. It's so creepy and it's cool. But it starts off with this kind of horror rock and then it goes into rap. I'm okay with it. I'm cool. I'm liking it. And then it goes into like this weird pop change in the music, and that's too much. And honestly, it just, in that short amount of time, you shouldn't be changing the genre so much. I'm putting in an A because that's what's holding it back. Alright, next up we have the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I tried my best not to be biased about this, okay? The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles have gone through so many iterations, so many reboots, and so many theme songs. And let me tell you something. There's a lot of good theme songs, alright? Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, just it bops, alright? So I was like, which one is the best, okay? And it's obviously the 2003 version. This song slaps. It's superior. It's so good, alright? There's so many lines in this, like it's a shell of a town, Down. It's so good. It's so good. You could put this on any playlist. I will say there's a 4-minute version of the song that's very unnecessary, but let me tell you something. I love being a turtle. By the way, I should say, I had a lot longer list of these. I'm just going off of my fans. You know, I went on my social medias and I went to people and I was like, hey, what, you know, I said, let me know your most and least favorite theme song. And I got a lot. I got like, I think 33 responses. But let's get back into it. VeggieTales, it's good. It's good. Like, it's pretty good. There's good use of tuba. And then they put the accordion into it, and that's too much, all right? You can have one bad instrument. You cannot put 2 bad instruments into it. But it's not bad, so I'm giving it a C. Wonder Pets, D. Ben 10, whoo. I was a Ben 10 kid, all right? I don't know if you can tell by the green, but Ben 10 hit. It was so creepy. It was so cool. The aesthetic was pleasing. And that's what this song is. It's so dope. You see the transformations. You get this creepy, cool, like eerie alien sound. It's so dope. It's an S. It's superior. Cat Dog was always confusing to me, even as a child. I never understood like how they went to the bathroom, like how do they, like what was their story. In the theme song, it makes it seem like they're born that way. What are their parents? There was too many, and I never liked it. Anyway, the song just doesn't really do anything for me, but I don't hate it, so I'm putting it for C, for Cat Dog. Lazy Town, D. It's just, I think because of the whole Stevan Stevenson, I think, he went viral, and, you know, people loved him, and his song was cool, and I think I just had higher expectations, but this song is bad. It's not horrible, but it's not good. There's definitely some production value that's just I'm not a fan of. So D. Next up, Beetleborgs. I had to look this one up. I had no idea what it is. You should look it up if you don't know what it is, because I'm not gonna explain it. I don't have time. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's like, it's creepy, it's cool. Apparently it's the same company as Power Rangers. Fun fact, Saban, whatever. I'm putting it for B. Add another B for the big bad Beetleborgs, okay? Clifford the Big Red Dog. How do I put this? No. It's not, it's like so boring and it's like so casual that I imagine that as like a parent, I would be so annoyed. I would hate it. I think I would just, oh my gosh, speaking of bad theme songs, 64 Zoo Lane. My friend suggested this. I don't know why. Like, the music is okay. Like, it would be a C, but the singer's voice is just so annoying. I'm giving it a D. It's not good. You know, it's Kids Next Door. Okay. Kids Next Door was cool. I love the code names. I love their outfits. The music, though, it's a C. And let me tell you why. It's such a ripoff of James Bond. It should be lucky I'm not giving it a D, because we don't respect cheaters around here, okay? I mean, it's pretty good, but it's literally just a James Bond theme song. Like, there's not, like, I understand they're going for spies, but just, Next up, Chalk Zone. Chalk Zone is pretty good. It's a pretty good song, but it's just the same line over and over again. It works. It's C for Chalk Zone, okay? Alliteration all over. Code Lyoko. My friend that also did 64 Zoo Lane recommended this one, and let me tell you something. D. This is one of the worst songs I've ever heard. I hate the animation. I hate the song. The song is terrible. It's garbage. Hannah, this is bad. Big City Greens. It does nothing for me. Nothing. It's such a copyright-free song. You know, like you wouldn't have a scene to put it in, but it's good. But it's the C. Dexter's Laboratory. That was pretty good. It was really good. The music was very haunting. It was very chill. It was cool. I liked it. Anybody else hate Dee Dee though? Like, I always hated her. Like, I always wanted to punch her. But it's not the best song, but it's such a good song. I'm giving it a B. I have to give it a B. It's nothing, I don't know. I'm sorry. Dude. Power Rangers. We actually talked about this on Oh So Curious. And one time, me and my friend were hanging out and we were doing karaoke at his place. And I made him listen to all 25 theme songs of the Power Rangers. And I think we got halfway through before he was like, are we listening to the same? No, we were listening to 25. All the seasons of Power Rangers. It was awesome, dude. It killed. It was so good. The beginning riff of it is legendary. You don't have to know the show at all. This song kills. It slaps. It's whatever synonym you want to use for it. It's superior. It's S tier. H2O, I know a lot of people like this show, so I'm gonna be trying to be nice about it. It was weird having to watch 16-year-olds in swimsuits. That's not really my cup of tea. It made me uncomfortable. And the song is just like, it's boring. It's a very boring song. It does nothing. It's a C. It's just not, it's like, for a show that I feel gets so much hype, you think it'd have a better theme song, but it doesn't. It's just bad. I Am Weasel. I'm liking the ska vibes that it gives. Like, it's kind of like kooky. But the I Am Weasel is kind of funny. I don't know. There were some nice notes, but it wasn't groovy enough. I have to give it a C. That's So Raven, it was definitely a product of its time. Let me tell you that. Very 2000 vibes going on. It was a great show. It wasn't bad. It's so dated that I have to give it a B. I have to give it a B. I wanted to give it an A. I did, but it's just so dated. Jimmy Neutron rocked. It was really good. I'm not gonna lie. Like, the singer was like, just like, he was so tough and cool. He was like, Jimmy Neutron. Like, he was just like, he knew he was cool. Like, he knew this song was good. I liked it. It was cool. I don't, like, it wasn't like anything to really get you going. And he did say like Jimmy Neutron a lot, but I'm giving it an A. It's a really good song. Johnny Quest, honestly, I think they benefited not doing any lyrics. I've never watched this show, but it looks very dope. Like, this looks enticing, and it looks very innovative for the 60s. And it's cool, but I'm giving it a B. Like, it's very good. Chowder. I don't know what Chowder's deal is, but the theme song is so catchy. It's like the first few lines, you take the moon and you take the sun. It's so catchy. It's so catchy. And I don't want to like the song. I really don't, actually. I wanted to give it a B, but I can't help it. I have to give it an A. Because it sticks with you, dude. It sticks with you. Honestly, the memes for Barney have just ruined any possibility for Barney again. It's just, every time I look at it, I'm like, this is horrifying. Have you guys seen the, like, Resident Evil, but it's Barney? It's terrifying. I hate it. I also hate its theme song. It's just Yankee Doodle. It's a cheat. It's a ripoff, and we don't respect that. So it's bad. Little Einstein, everybody, oh gosh, this had such a hold on, like, Gen Z, like Zoomers and like young millennials, and I just couldn't. And I get it, like, I understand. It's a great song, and I hate to admit it, but let me tell you something. It's too needy at the end. Where it's like, oh, I need you. So I'm giving it an A. Lizzie McGuire. Okay, Lizzie McGuire. I remember my cousin Madison. Shout out. She loved this show. I don't know why I always attacked her with this show, but I do. The theme song is terrible. It's garbage. It's like, a lot of these songs are like, oh, it's just lame. Like, that's why they're D. This is genuinely a bad song. Like, the production value is not good. It's very terrible. Rewatch it. I think you're getting nostalgic about it. Ned's Declassified. Oh, dude, this song was good. This song was really good, and I definitely watched this show to help me through middle school. But I don't know if it really helped. But it's got the same problems as That's So Raven. It's too dated, but it's a good song. It's good. Pink Panther is a classic. I had to pick all these pictures for these, and there's so many bad edits of Pink Panther, like in real life, and there's none of them are panthers. They're all like tigers and lionesses. It's very weird, but you don't have to like jazz. I'm spitting for some reason. You don't have to like jazz to love this song. It's so smooth. It's so groovy. It's such a good song. It's S tier. It's fantastic. Pokemon gives like I just died. No, that's not the thing. I just died in your arms tonight by Cutting Crew. I'm not gonna sing it. I just don't have the energy. But it's giving me that, like, it's like this weird 80s glam rock. So it's good. Like, I like it. Don't get me wrong. It's it gets you very pumped up. So I'm giving it. I don't know. I'm giving it an A. I'm giving it an A. By the way, I never watched this show, so dude, Jake the Magic Dragon. I watched this. This was a good show. I liked it. I was really big into were creatures. Maybe we can talk about that in another episode. I was really into that. But Jake the Magic Dragon was cool, and the theme song for the first season is pretty good, but you can tell there's some production issues. But season 2 of it, fantastic. And for that, and it's saving it, I'm giving it an A. It's really good, and I recommend you rewatch it. And then Sid the Science Kid. There's really not much to say about this theme song. It's like boring. It's just him talking in it, and it's not good. Also, Sid the Science Kid looks like my friend Cameron. Don't know what that has to do with anything, but I'm including it. And our last one, and possibly the greatest one, Spectacular Spider-Man. Dude, this song was so good. I still listen to it. I was on a road trip and we listened to this because it's such a great rock song that you don't have to. I don't know what it is, but it gets you pumped. It's good. The animation, I know I wasn't gonna talk about visuals, but the visuals are good. Okay, it's just everything about this song, and there's such cool editing. And I'm sorry, but S tier, baby. All right, alliteration once again at the end of the episode. Superior, Spectacular Spider-Man. That song slaps. So yeah, that's my ranking. That's my list. Do you guys agree? Do you disagree? I don't really care. You can comment, do whatever you want, but guess what? That's my tier list, baby. And I might do another one. Let me know. I have tons more of these theme songs, so just let me know. Till then.
A little bit of a review of Prey, which you mentioned is doing better than any movie that's ever been released on Hulu. I watched it. I watched it last night.
And that's it. Thank you.
That's it. That's my spoiler-free
Have a great
review.
day, everyone.
Yeah.
No, I think it was for what it was. I enjoyed it. It was like a very high budgeted sci-fi original movie.
You know what you're saying right now is basically a really long.
No, I mean, look, okay, I liked that. They in moments they did speak traditional. I think it's
Comanche?
pronounced Comanche. Yeah. I wish the whole movie had been that.
Me too.
I think that kind of took me out of it at points.
Yeah.
And I saw that there was an option that you could choose to watch the entire movie
in the Comanche language.
Comanche. Yeah, and I thought, oh, okay, that's cool. I threw it on, and then I realized you can't have subtitles, so like you don't even know what they're saying, or at least my option didn't. I tried getting it.
I prefer that.
And
in fact, what I did,
it was okay
because this movie was not one that required close attention to dialogue at all.
No, that's true.
But literally put headphones in and listened to something else.
What'd you listen to?
Music. Because the storytelling is good. It's
maybe
effective.
that's why you felt like meh.
No, because every once in a while I'll pop out and be like, okay, they're French, not American. And then it was it just wasn't.
It's a weird way to watch a movie.
Yeah.
No, it definitely wasn't captivating.
I didn't start out with it, but like after about 30, 45 minutes of it, I was like, I'm not really getting any extra information here. So you could watch it in Comanche, and just because the point of this movie seems to be communicating with other life forms that don't, and getting into that space of I'm the hunter, you're the thing being hunted. And it does do a really good job of establishing that relationship between predator and prey, because everybody's hunting. Everybody could be a predator or prey in this movie.
What do you mean communicating with other life forms? They never tried talking to it.
So glad you asked. Because she sets out on this mission to hunt something and bring something back to her tribe.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what it is. at first, she tries to hunt I guess a mountain lion, and then at another point, actually through the whole movie, she's got that dog with her, and she literally speaks to the dog, but she's got ways of communicating with the dog that it's not like the dog is a talking dog and goes, "Yes, master, I agree." Like there's a connection, and even in the scenes where she's up against the predator, it seems like maybe the predator's gonna save her or something. It like seems to be looking out for her at different points in the movie.
What, when she like got her leg caught in the trap?
Yeah. And the predator similarly is hunting on the terrain and is like, he hunts the wolf and she gets the rabbit, and then you have these Frenchmen come in and like there's the language barrier, and I wasn't really convinced by a lot of those interactions. I'll just leave it at that. But the thesis of this movie seems to be like there's a level of communication that happens between life forms, whether or not they speak the same language.
Yeah, okay. I thought you just meant specifically the predator. Yeah.
No.
That's a good point. And you're right. I mean, it's not a movie that you need the dialogue for. If you are interested in seeing how the story progresses with the interactions between the Comanche amongst themselves, then you would probably want that, because it's not just an action movie. Within the action movie, it's her dealing with gaining respect from her tribe's people as a hunter.
That is all communicated.
Which is all communicated visually. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
And it's like, this is what directors mean when they say action. This is what I mean when I talk about like action. The acting in this is good. They communicate, and honestly, it does more to support that main thesis, which is you can watch this in Comanche without subtitles. You can get all of that because there is something about communication that isn't verbal.
Show, don't tell.
That's kind of, yeah.
There's a movie that this reminds me of, it's called Outlander, not the show Outlander, but this movie from like, I want to say like 2005 maybe, and it's got the same actor who played Jesus in The Passion. And it's basically, although he's the alien, he comes to Earth prehistoric, or not prehistoric, but like Vikings, like medieval times. And he comes from another planet. He was fighting this alien that hung on to his ship. He crashed on Earth.
Oh, I've heard about this.
It's such a good movie, and it reminded me of this, but I actually prefer that one better. You guys should check it out.
Really? I was reminded of Apocalypto.
Really and Apocalypto as well.
That's 2 Mel Gibson movies in the space of a sentence there. But like Apocalypto is still one of my favorite movies of all time.
Yeah, same.
And it's another.
And I was hoping they were gonna do that with this. Like,
me too.
Yeah.
But that one also, like, it does such a good job of telling a story without many words.
But the words are beautiful when you listen to it.
Yeah, and to take it back to our Bollywood conversation, generally, what I've done in the past, there were subtitles in Lal Singh Chadha, but generally I've watched it without the subtitles because the action is so clear, and it's theatrical, it's entertaining, but like the points get made.
That's interesting. I like to tune in to what's going on.
That's fair.
Verbally.
That's fair. I'm one of those people who, like, if subtitles are on a screen, my eyes just go to the subtitles.
And I know.
I'm the same way. Yeah.
Yeah, even if it's in English or whatever. Yeah.
I can't stand these people who always have the subtitles on.
I know.
Turn them off. Watch the film. They put a lot of effort into it.
Oh, my sister does that. I always have to. I'm like, nuts. How are you watching this with? Because turn up the volume. Is that the problem? Like, I'm always having this. I'm always having this conversation with. Yeah.
With certain British movies or something, I'll have to throw it on.
Where the dialect is so thick.
Yeah.
It makes sense. I get it. I mean, here's the thing. I haven't watched this movie, but everything I've seen about this, it reminds me of it feels like they've sort of gone back to the basics with like what Arnold Schwarzenegger's original Predator was about, and except obviously a different time period, and hence the callback that Catriana's got for us.
Oh,
What-
right.
Yeah.
Right.
You never
I
explained
laughed-
it, but I don't
have
think it.
laughed every single time you just pop up with Arnold on the screen. And again, like it looks like he's not wearing anything right now.
That's the
Like,
that's the best part.
little strap. It's so jarring.
But I mean, all in all, it looks like okay. This movie, and we mentioned it in Quick Hits earlier. It's the biggest debut on Hulu of all time, movies or TV shows, like any kind of debut, and even internationally on Disney Plus or Star Plus, where they don't have Hulu around the world. In the U.S., they have Hulu, but anywhere this movie has been on a streaming service for Disney, is become their biggest debut on the service. The last Predator movie from Shane Black, I actually kind of liked it, but that movie really underperformed, and which is why this was made straight for streaming. But clearly, I mean, I think with Amber Midthunder doing as well as she did here, I don't know. Do you think there's value here in them investing in a sequel, whether it's a direct sequel or something that's like a spin-off on a different time period? And then the second part of that question, do you think that movie then goes theatrical like all Predator movies in the past have because this movie has been so successful? Or do you think they stick to making it like a streaming film series franchise moving forward?
Is the Predator series just becoming like Assassin's Creed? Because they're just jumping around with like different timelines and everything, and it's like, do you know what I mean?
I think
'Cause I was thinking it would be cool to do like medieval, but now I'm thinking like, are we just following?
I think with this, like the novelty was, okay, here's all of this tech from the future, and in the past it was like, you know, in the original movies we had advanced to a certain point, and so it was our time, and so it was like, yeah, it's technology from the future from another planet, or futuristic technology from another planet, and this alien comes here and hunts us with it, and we got those scenes. That was the worst CGI right there, and
it looks like
we got those scenes where these relatively primitive people are looking at this technology as magic. How many times do we got to see that? We got to see that with cavemen and, you know, Egyptians, and like it would get redundant. I think they did that here. You want to do a time jump? Take us way into the future, you know? Put us on equal footing with it.
I don't think, yeah, you're right though. They haven't done that before, but like Aliens v Predator, AVP, whatever. You know, that movie was very similar.
That one was fun, even though it was terrible. I don't know. Yeah.
It's yeah, it's like watching an Expendables movie or a Universal Soldier movie. You know what you're getting into, and it's not like highbrow filmmaking, but you know what you're getting into kind of a movie.
Yeah.
I actually I was way too young when I watched my first Universal Soldier movie, and I literally was traumatized for a few days because I couldn't sleep in the dark. I was like, oh my god, this was way more gory than I ever imagined. Because, you know, I was like previewed it on the thing. I'm like, oh, this looks nice. Put it on.
Scissorhands?
Oh yeah, that music, those visuals, didn't sleep for a week.
I mean, Universal Soldier. Have any of you guys seen Universal Soldier? Van Damme. Go watch it. There's been multiple. Just watch the first one. That's the only one I've seen.
Watch the thing that traumatized you as a kid?
Well, as a kid.
What kind of pitch is that?
I specifically remember this being 12 years ago, so I was half as old as I am today. More like, well, not exactly, but you know, 12 years ago is a long time ago. So,
okay,
I don't know. Maybe we'll hit different now. I mean, I'm looking for. Okay, back to Prey. I'm looking forward to watching this. This is at the top of my list because even before I go to the theaters to watch Lao Sing Chadda, I'm gonna go check out Prey because, well, it's easier to see it and just pop it on my television. Do you guys? Would you recommend it?
Yeah,
You know
it's a
what?
fun movie.
I didn't know about the option to watch it in Comanche. I wish I had. So that
Because it would be like watching it without subtitles and
yeah,
right?
the thing that I loved about Apocalypto and about watching Bollywood movies, it's like and it is the point of the movie. It's like we can communicate things that happen just in this. It's a very humanizing film, honestly. It's just like, yeah, we understand because these are actions that people do. These are faces that people make. These are situations. You know, that's a nice sentiment. And if you want the film to prove its thesis, I say watch it in Comanche. That's going to be my recommendation. And yeah, But let's change gears just a little bit. And before we do, follow us, like us, subscribe, do all this stuff. We are a media thing that is trying to grow, and that only happens when you share and like and subscribe and tell your friends to do the same. So do that, you people.
Oh, my light's off. Dang it. Hi, welcome to Rolan Underground, where we talk about what's happening in the world above while in my grandparents' basements. I'm your host, the birthday boy. Hi, guys. Yeah, so it's my birthday. As you can tell, I got the basic balloons and everything. You can't really see them. Anywho, so yeah, it was good. It's not really my birthday anymore. It's past. I'm gonna tell you what zodiac sign I am. If you were a true fan, you would know when my birthday was. But it was great. It was a good birthday. It was a great birthday. I got a lot of things, including a new camera. I really hope that matched up in the edit. I hope it did. It probably didn't. Let's continue. Anywho. So yeah, it's my birthday. I want to talk a little bit about birthdays. You know, why do we celebrate them? Why are people so mean to leap year babies? What do you do during the birthday song and when they're singing it to you? These are questions we might get into this week. I don't know. Don't rush me.
Not so long ago, in the mysterious land of Hickory, North Carolina, Roland was celebrating his birthday.
So you've been out of high school for like 13 years.
I'm 22. 22.
Over 21.
22.
So my birthday this year was pretty chill. It was very nice. Hung out with my girlfriend. We did the free day thing, you know, like where you go all around town, see where you can get free stuff or places. Here's a list. What this list doesn't tell you is that pretty much every place you need the app. You need the app. Bro, just look at my license. Look at this. I'm a customer. I was gonna buy some other stuff here, but I'm not anymore. What's going on? Now I look like an idiot. I'm wasting your time. You're wasting my time. I hate it. It was the worst. We went to like maybe Dale, 3 places, and it was garbage. I actually asked my family not to do the birthday song because it was stressing me out. I never know what to do. It's ridiculous. What do? You just sit there. Do you smile? Do you clap? Is clapping can you sing to your own birthday song? Be honest, can you sing to your own birthday? Has anybody done? Please let me know if anybody's ever done this, because that sounds like a baller move. I just went for cookies. I'm not even that big fan of a cake, honestly. A cake is too rich for me. I can't do that. You know, it's too much. A birthday, it's stressful. You know, really. You know, when you get to a certain age, it's just like, oh, I'm turning 1 year older. But it's not even that, really. If you think about it, it's just stress. You're popular for once. Has anybody ever noticed that? You're like, your phone is just blowing up. It's like, happy birthday, happy birthday. You get phone calls from family members, and you're like, oh, hi, thank you. Yes. I mean, it's nice. It's appreciated, but it's just like weird, because it's like, then you get salty when people don't wish you a happy birthday. You have this ego start going in your head. You know, it's terrible. This is a true story. This is literally what happened on my birthday. I was waiting for a couple people to wish me a happy birthday, and they didn't for the longest time. One waited until like 10 or so o'clock, and you know, it's like, what can you do? Because you want to like snap them, you want to send them a text, but it's like, oh, I can't, because then they're gonna be like, oh gosh, yeah, happy birthday, by the way. You know, you want them to come to the thought of their own, like, oh yeah, it's Roland's birthday, maybe I should wish him a happy birthday. And my girlfriend was like, should I text him? I was like, no, don't text him, because it's weird, because it's also a childish thing of like, why don't you wish me a happy birthday? You know, it's weird. I really wanted her to go behind my back and just like text them, just like, hey, you should text Roland happy birthday. I don't know. That's the thing, your ego just goes through the roof. See, I was going to say the beginning of the year babies, they should feel lucky, but at the same time, they shouldn't. But let me say why I think they're kind of lucky. If they're like January babies, they can just make a list of who didn't wish them a happy birthday and who did. And whoever did, you can wish them a happy birthday, and whoever didn't, they can, whatever. I know for a fact that I told one of my friends happy birthday. I didn't remember if I got him a gift. I was pretty sure I got him a gift, but I guess I didn't. I don't know. I have a terrible memory. But apparently he was salty because he didn't say happy birthday. I was so upset. This is a really close friend of mine. He texted me at like 12:11, something along that, like a.m. And he was like, oh, happy birthday, by the way. And I just responded with, too late. And I haven't talked to him. It's very petty. Just because I'm turning a year older doesn't mean I'm becoming mature. Age is irrelevant. But I do feel bad for, beginning of the year, like January babies, or really any winter babies, especially like December babies, because a lot of times their parents are just going to merge Christmas and their birthday together. It's ridiculous if they didn't. I don't know why they don't just like make a fake birthday. Like they make a birthday in the summertime, so it's like evenly matched. You have your birthday, and then 6 months after you get Christmas, and then 6 months you have your birthday. It's make it even. But no, those poor things, and then they expect us to get 2 gifts within a month. Are you crazy? No, I'm not doing that. I don't have money to be spending like that. That's crazy. I just spent all my money on my other friends and family's Christmas gifts. It's insane. I don't want to do that, And by the way, speaking of babies who have terrible birthday, leap year babies. Those poor things. Oh my gosh. Everybody's so mean to leap year babies, and I'm not here for it. I'm sick of it. Leap year babies, stand up for yourself. The next time somebody does a stupid joke, as in like, oh my gosh, you're not turning 16, you're turning 4 because of leap year. Screw you. You're a terrible person. You're horrible. You're truly. Oh my gosh, I don't know why this enrages me like it does, but I think it's stupid. I think it's a dumb joke. It's like, oh, it didn't make the day, so I guess it doesn't count. I don't agree with that. That's ridiculous. Be nice to them. I saw like this guy who he finally turns like 64, but they're like the sweet 16 of this man, or like something stupid. Let the man be. He's 64. He can almost earn a retirement check. Let the man be. He's heard the joke his entire life. I'm tired. We're gonna move on. What's crazy? I don't even know anybody who has a leap year birthday. My parents have a leap year anniversary. People still do dumb jokes. I don't know. Birthdays are like Christmas now. It's like you wake up and you thought you'd be excited, but it's like, oh, this feels kind of like a regular day. I guess it's still special, but I don't know. Birthdays. They've always been weird to me. I've always tried to do something special for birthdays. I like planning things. I like planning parties. I planned a roast one time. That went terrible. There were some really good jokes, but we were just we were out of it. We were just tired, and it wasn't. And you have to plan. You really have to plan a roast. And if somebody's a slacker, then their jokes aren't going to be as good. And then there's always somebody that's super sensitive and it's like, oh, I don't want to be included. But then they'll chime in on the whole roast. It's like, no, you said you weren't going to do this, so you can't. No. If you don't want to be included, then you're not included. You can't say, oh, nobody can make fun of me, but you can be on the sidelines and heckle. No, I don't agree with it. It's too much. I'm going too much. I apologize. But a roast is fun. I don't really recommend it. I do recommend getting out of town. Go to escape room or rock climb or something along those lines. Just do something. You know what else is just kind of pointless? It's just those birthday shirts. It's like, oh, today's my birthday. You have whole article of clothes. You can really only wear that once a year. You really can't do that. Or oh, I'm turning 22 today. You can wear that once in your life. Once in your life you can wear it. It's such a waste of money. It's ridiculous. I've seen that. Let's wrap this up. I'm getting a little too crazy. I'm rambling. I just want to thank everybody who wished me a happy birthday. Thank you. I appreciate it. To those who didn't, it's fine. I was, I guess, a little offended, but it's like whatever. You know, I'm a grown person. It's whatever. So shout out to all my Gemini homies and have a good birthday, y'all.
Let's talk about Fantastic Beasts 3. So the Wizarding World has a new movie out, and it's the third iteration of this Fantastic Beasts series. Have you? I don't think you guys. Did you? Any of you see it?
No.
No. Okay.
Have
That's
you seen any of them?
No.
Have you seen any of them?
No.
No.
I saw the OGs.
Yeah,
Harry
Harry
Potter
Potter's.
movies?
Yeah.
Mhm.
I will say my friend Bailey saw it and she was like, "Oh my gosh, it's the greatest thing ever," and this and that. And then I looked up reviews, and it wasn't all that. I saw some really bad reviews. I think she gets excited. But Dan, I mean, what do you think about it? You're really the only one that watched it, so let's.
Yeah, does Dumbledore have some secrets?
Yeah, no, the Dumbledore definitely has some secrets. In fact, this whole movie is literally, to that end, I think it was aptly titled because the movie is all about the secrets of Dumbledore. It's more than just his secrets, I suppose, because there's other people who have been holding those same things secret. But the ironic thing is they're not like secrets to the audience because
Can you
I feel like
spoil
these
them?
movies-
Because I'm not gonna watch it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And are we talking about the gay relationship?
Well,
Because
not just that's
Doesn't that get
part of
called
it.
out, like,
That's part of
sooner?
it. I'll give you guys a very quick review
Okay.
and what I thought, and then we can kind of discuss it. And then I think we should probably spend
Let's
a lot
do it.
more of our time talking about the state of the franchise because this
Yeah.
movie is not doing well at the box office, and I don't know how if it bodes well for the future of this series of movies at least. But okay, so here's the story of me watching this movie, right? So early in the week, my brother and sister kind of reached out to me saying, "Hey," actually it was my sister. She was like, "I'm coming into town. You guys want to go see this movie?" And I was like, "Okay, yeah, sure, why not?" I got a little bit of time on Saturday night, and I did. So we went to see it, and we went to see it at an AMC that's basically 15 minutes away from where I lived, and it's like the
Right.
one where they have Dolby Prime. They also have IMAX, but we had to go to a screening that was on digital standard format. And you know how AMC and a lot of theaters run their projectors on like a lower brightness setting because
I
they want to
didn't.
like say they want the bulbs to last longer because if you run it at full brightness, like it will obviously not run for as long. But the problem with that becomes you lose a lot of color fidelity, a lot of like detail in the image, and this movie in particular, like half of it takes place at night, so there's a lot of dark scenes. So it doesn't help that the projector is like not like at full brightness.
Side note, I'm really tired of dark movies. I'm really like the
Yeah.
Zack Snyder stuff, the even the new Batman. I'm just like, can we let some light in? Can I see something? But I digress. Go ahead.
Yeah, but that's just like those were all of my gripes just going into the movie and in the first few minutes. And then
Yeah.
things got interesting. So, like 15 minutes into the movie, I want to say, everything goes dark. And then like 5 seconds later, things like the house lights come on. So I don't know if it was a power surge or a brownout or they had like a minor power outage and then the generators or whatever
you mean
power backup came
actual
on.
light? For
Yeah,
a second,
like the-
I thought you were talking about the mood of the film goes dark.
No.
Or like, oh, okay.
The
okay.
light, like the electricity in the theaters went out. I don't know
Alright.
exactly what happened. It was like literally for a few seconds. Like it was like if you fell asleep watching the movie and you woke up and you were like, wait, did the movie end? Because that's what it felt like. And then we just sat there for like. By the way, the theater was half empty. It's not a lot of people going to see this movie, but then I was like, oh my god, what the hell is going on? Because then the audio started playing, but they hadn't turned the projector on. And so we were like listening to the movie for a good 10 minutes, and then they stopped that, and then they started playing the projector, and then it was like the movie was at a point where it was out of order, and then they stopped it again. And then,
What?
a few minutes later, they finally seemed to figure it out, and they started
Get
playing
it
the
together,
movie,
AMC.
right? And they started playing the movie again. However,
from the beginning,
the house lights Well, not from the start. They got it to the point where we had left off and the lights went out. But they left the house lights on for like a good 30, 40 minutes. So
well, it was
I
a dark
spent,
movie.
Huh?
It was a dark movie.
Yeah, I spent like half the movie watching it with the house lights on. I was like,
That's
what the
awful.
hell is going on?
That really
over
takes
here?
you out of it.
It was so that took away from the experience, and the movie wasn't like it's not the greatest thing since sliced bread. So there's a lot of basically I feel like the purpose of these Fantastic Beasts movies, like the reason why they exist. The first one, they were like, oh, these fun characters that are based on a book that the Harry Potter characters read. But since then, it's just been about Dumbledore. I'm like, why are you calling it Fantastic Beasts?
Because that was the only person from the original series, so they had to focus on one character in particular that was familiar. Because everyone wants to know the backstory of Dumbledore, which is arguably one of like the most important characters in the Harry Potter series, and it's crazy that they've clearly tried to do, a complete separate story in the first one, from what I've heard, and then now it's just about Dumbledore because they know that's how they can get the Harry Potter audience back. To get that inside look, which
that's really the issue here, right? That's the issue is that they're losing the Harry Potter audience. And that seems to be the big issue with this whole franchise. It's like they've invented the new word, wizarding, and there's a wizarding world, and we're trying to get out of this one story that was really compelling and really captured the imaginations of a generation, and made a ton of money. But Harry Potter, that story's ended, and they did a great job with it, and people cared about it for a really long time. This feels like a cash grab to everybody. And, we're seeing the numbers dwindle every time. And I think the most telling thing is that this movie was beaten at the box office by Sonic the Hedgehog 2.
That's sad. It actually, the one stat that I came across was that on Friday, it pulled in the least amount of money that any movie from the Wizarding World franchise, or as I like to call it, the Harry Potter franchise, ever
I think that's how people know it.
Exactly. Like Wizarding World, like maybe they mentioned it in passing in one of those movies, and then they were like, oh, somebody in marketing decided that was going to be the name of this franchise.
Well, that's the thing, is because they won't call it the Harry Potter franchise because he's not in it. They won't call it from the mind of J.K. Rowling because she's controversial. Now it's just we have this IP and we don't know what to call it, wizarding, and they hope we take it, and a lot of people aren't.
I mean, look, on its own, if you put everything aside and you just watch this movie in a vacuum without any of its affiliations and the franchise and whatnot, it's a good movie. I mean, it's much better than the last one, but the last one was so bad you can only go up from there. So it's an improvement. It's well put together in that sense. However, I just don't feel invested in the characters. I just don't care so much. And you could tell that the those Harry Potter movies had 600-page long books behind them, whereas these movies just don't have that level of the material to work off of. Even though J.K. Rowling is writing the stuff, I don't know if she's writing the scripts, but she's definitely writing the stories that they're basing these movies on. But there's just not enough there,
And as Andrew already mentioned, controversy with J.K. Rowling as well as Johnny Depp, like that didn't help. There was the article I shared with you guys earlier this week that it seems like this franchise is built on publicity scandals, essentially. So they're not having the greatest time with that too.
Do you think that we still need wizarding? Do you think that
Absolutely not. We've had it for 9 films.
Yeah.
Is it 9?
Well, hold on.
And they're still epic. And that's the thing. They're timeless. 8. Those films are timeless. You can still go back to you can build so much. Believe me or not, like the train station in London, every day there is a queue of people wanting to take a picture up against the bloody wall with a car trying to pass through. Every single day, everyone's how many tattoos of Deadly Hallows you see, on people. Like, you are going to have people for Harry Potter forever and ever. So why not try to do something with this franchise.
Why not move
anyway,
it forward?
okay.
Why were you
I'm-
trying to fill
I'm down
gaps
now.
and expand upon mini monologues that were in one of the Harry Potter books that they wanted to turn into a full movie and explain? It's kind of like the Star Wars prequel stuff. Like, I'm like, let's move the story forward, or like what Star Trek has been doing lately too. They've been doing a lot of like, they're filling the holes in the stuff that they've already explored, like other parts of. Like, why not move the story forward and explore something new? And I think that's maybe with this new Warner Brothers Discovery leadership, that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna decide like, hey, you had your trilogy. Each one subsequent movie made less money and seemingly has less interest. Maybe it's time to cut the cord and do something different, you know? Because I think there's interest. The fan base is going to be there. They just probably need to try something different. Like maybe just focus on locations and other things or characters that are in the world beyond what the Harry Potter movies did, rather than going back to the era of Dumbledore's prime, you know?
Yeah, I'd like to see a movie that's all about Gringotts Bank. Let's talk about the trolls who have really learned about banking and managing the money of the wizarding world. I'd like to see that movie.
They weren't trolls.
What were they?
Goblins, you terrible person.
Goblins? Sorry, it's been a while. But I would like let's get a movie about them. Let's get a Dobby standalone movie. I think that would be fun.
I love a Dobby standalone movie.
I think the world is
Yeah.
ready for the Dobby movie.
Yeah.
Let's have a Dobby
Yeah.
movie.
Well, guys, we obviously have our opinions on this franchise. This isn't like the best thing since sliced bread. It's also a far cry from what the Harry Potter movies used to be. But we'd love to hear from you. Did you like this new Fantastic Beasts movie? Do you feel like they have more story? They leave it in a pretty open-ended, you know, at the end of this movie, so I'm sure they can do more. But are you liking what they're doing with this, or would you like to see them try something different, like a movie on Dobby, for example? Let us know in the comments below. We'd love to hear from you.
Sorry about that.
The story goes that when casting for the movie adaptation of a popular book series, the author was consulted for her input on who should play these iconic characters, and didn't hesitate for a moment to demand one actor play the part of a trusted, kindly mentor to curious and daring children at a prep school.
Harry! Harry! Happy birthday!
Despite his imposing stature, was softly sentimental and pure of heart, a strong friend and humble protector to the other oddities of a magical world. For the part of J.K. Rowling's Hagrid, it could only ever be Robbie Coltrane.
You're a wizard, Harry.
Before he was Hagrid, and before he was Robbie Coltrane, he was Anthony Robert Macmillan, the prep school rebel, ex-rugby player, and award-winning painter, who, but for his stint as the head of the Debate Society, never considered acting until pursuing comedy in his 20s. To behold the towering comedian on stage was to experience the effect of contradictory and absurd characters, and the warmth of a gifted performer, who would go on to play with other British comedy legends, Eric Idle, Hugh Laurie, Stephen Fry, even appearing in a number of George Harrison's films. From comedy, he dove into Shakespeare, morphed into a worthy adversary and ally to James Bond,
Shaken but not disturbed.
unveiling a humble humanity to audiences, and a warmth that emanated from even his more despicable characters, on the stage, television, and film. To imagine the destitute J.K. Rowling writing the first Harry Potter in 1997, a year after the hit show Cracker had ended.
I like it.
Did she see something in this alcoholic mess of a criminal psychologist that would make a perfect Hagrid?
It was quite extraordinary.
Or was Coltrane's portrayal of Dr. Bill Linz in Buddy, whose compassion for a gorilla might translate to a baby dragon, or a three-headed dog, the inspiration for her gentle giant? To those who read the books,
I shouldn't have said that.
Coltrane brought the words to life on screen.
I should not have said that.
And to those who first watch the movies and then go back to the text, just try to imagine anyone else as Hagrid.